Sent free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be a decent day with plenty of sunshine. We'll have a high climbing up to 72. Chilly tonight, though, with clear skies, a moonlit sky with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, a nicer afternoon with a high up to 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020, a bonus hour of Open Talk. We're also going to have one in the noon hour today. We've been talking about a number of local issues, including some new routes as far as the PRT is concerned, the term limit issue that Kevin Krause has got an issue with Sarah Innamorato. We've been talking about the decline of some of these cities and communities and townships, boroughs in our region, and how in the world do you unboard the buildings and, of course, the windows, Main Street, and get people back downtown, but how so many people in the city of neighborhoods, meaning Pittsburgh, are losing the ability to just do everyday things like go to the grocery store, go to a bank, go to a doctor's office, pick up a prescription, and how we have become really so locked into the DoorDash and Uber world, where people are depending on them like they used to depend on their own vehicle, their own family members, their neighbors. I mean, that's where we are right now. People actually paying someone to go pick up a prescription because the pharmacy that once was in their neighborhood is no longer there. And I was just thinking about the staggering loss of Rite Aid, and nobody seems to really want to talk about it. So every once in a while, you have a building going in to do something in one of those Rite Aids, but for the most part, they just sit empty. Pristine real estate. And if you think when that Rite Aid boom took place and all the money that was invested in the brick and mortar, these are pristine buildings. Now in Rochester, a Dollar Tree went in, place that I used to live, and it was perfect. And you've got some other ones that are being utilized by various companies as well. But there's still a lot of empty real estate out there. And in some cases, you may not like big business, but if it wasn't for the Rite Aids of the world, you would have nothing in those communities. You understand what happened with Rite Aids? They kind of became not only a place to go get your prescription filled, but the little knickknacks and trinket and some food items gone. That's why Dollar General has been such a success. And here's the other thing that no one is paying attention to but me. And I try to bring it up, but nobody's understanding the significance of it. Just when you thought Dollar General could not reinvent the wheel, and there are thousands of them across the country, right? They're now putting them in the suburbs. They're putting them like in the country. I'll be driving through rural America, and then all of a sudden, I see a Dollar General. So there's a need for this stuff. That's why when you have somebody who's local, you support them. We cannot afford to lose one more business anywhere. And when you think of some of these people like Rite Aid, these brands that have been around for decades and decades, the thousands of people that got paychecks. And I was talking earlier about aging out and that supplemental income and needing a few extra dollars. Those jobs are being taken away from seniors and people that wanted to retire from their full-time job, pick up a job a couple of days a week. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I knew when I was in my 30s and 20s and going out and about and was single. And I would run into people who were my age now who would be that greeter at Walmart. And I'd say, well, why are you doing it? Well, I just still want to have something to do, and I want to make a few bucks. Those jobs are being taken away. Go through the fast food restaurant. Look to see how many older people you see working in these places because they're far and few between. My suggestion is this. Start a job search. Start job fairs, but not just for those minimum wage jobs, which are great, but start luring some corporate entities. You know, if you are the mayor of a town of even 5,000, you should be on the phone. And look, it's like in advertising. You make 30 calls in one day, and I did it, right? You hit one. It was worth it. There were times I couldn't stop until I made at least one sale. I mean, it's better to have one bird in the hand as opposed to none, right? We have just thrown away everything. We have given up when it comes to our country. We've given up. 866-391-1020. George Clairton. How are you, George?
All right, Rob. Good show. Beautiful morning. Have you been out getting any air yet?
No, I've been in this building since about 3:45.
Well, the wind is kicking. It's like we're living at the beach where everybody's going to live forever. But I love when it's windy like this and not too crazy of weather. But, Andy, when he was talking about thinking of where we are in small towns, he piqued something in me because I'm telling you, so much is not working, And I was thinking of small towns. I was thinking more of like conglomerizing small towns. And I've been thinking of all these small towns on the river. And you know where I'm going with this because a year ago today was when Trump came. It was a Friday, but it was today's date, 52 weeks yesterday, really, with the big mounds by Urban Works and had all kind of police forces everywhere looking out. And nothing. Several mayors that were very active in speaking. I think there were 5. Several have been voted out or are no longer in that office. But, what does anyone have to say? That's one complaint I always had with media or whatever, our news. We build stuff up for 3 to 6 weeks, and I got this from Perry Marshall in the 80s, and then we drop it. And then here we are. I'd like to see a longitudinal little study, what's going on, conversation. But what's in the news now, and this kind of goes with Andy too, is Pittsburgh city schools. Education, I think, is now going to be in the news for a while. And it's going to be a lot more than 3 to 6 weeks. 3 to 6 weeks is going to take us right after 4th of July, halfway through the summer, we say. But we're going to be talking about consolidations. We need to look at some of these other small cities. We need to look not just what the teachers make, but how many are graduating, what's the range in administration and higher, because there's always been a top-heavy ratio there.
Listen, how many graduate from Clairton? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I could give you the numbers when I did in '74. It was 212.
Well, it's not 212 now. But here's the thing, George. In a great community like that with a rich history, and obviously in the shadows of Edgar Thompson and the Coke Works, and now the $15.9 billion investment, man, I'd be definitely thinking of, hey, I'm going to try to get a job at Nippon U.S. Steel, and, hey, I bet I can get a nice affordable house in Clairton. We got to get people in the mindset that it's okay to turn back the hands of time. If there's a job there and there's an opportunity, and if it is a fixer-upper, you need to go there. Look, I had somebody tell me to my face, who I love more than life itself, my oldest son. We were talking one day about housing, and he's got 3 kids, wonderful wife, doing everything perfect, okay? Not like his dad. He figured it out, and he's doing it right. And I'm so proud of him. We were talking about the average price of a house. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm glad I'm my age. I couldn't imagine being a young couple going out and buying a house today. When you're talking the average price, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, how do people do that? Even if you have money, that's a lot of money to spend.
Well, most people aren't buying those type of houses. I've heard Maury all week with that. But back to Nippon Steel, there's not a whole lot of movement going on in this valley. There's nothing like we were thinking last year. I was so psyched up listening to everyone on the radio last year. I was ready to go out and get $90,000 to $150,000 and open up a little bump in the beer, as you say. You're better off buying beer in a Speedway, buddy, for about $2.39 for a can.
So
of
what you're saying, none of that. What you're saying, George, none of that progress is happening right now.
No. I want to go back and think a little bigger, but think it's small town. There was a big advertising push, and I bet you know this. You probably were. I'd say this might have been 20 years ago. It was called The Burb of the Bird. Do you remember that commercial?
Yeah.
It was about Steubenville. Well, I don't know whatever happened to that, but it took in Steubenville. And I always think of Weirton and a little bit south, I think of Wheeling. But
well, listen, according to Craig, Weirton is dying on the vine. I used to work there, and in Steubenville, I haven't been there in a lifetime. I haven't really connected to anybody there, but I hear Weirton is upside down right now, and that's sad. It's sad.
You know, I might take a ride there today, seriously. I got a car that gets good gas mileage. And gas has come down 20 cents.
Listen, I'm not paying. Listen, I'm not spending money to drive anywhere. Listen, it costs me $20 a day just to drive a car. That's crazy. And that's another thing. This president, this administration, if you're not going to win the war in Iran, get out and get the price of gasoline down so people can get out and do what they need to do. No more joyriding for me. Listen, add it up. 5 days, that's $100. That's $140 if you're doing it 7 days. I mean, just to come to work. I mean, it's costing me $20 a day. That's a lot of money for the average consumer. That's not right. These are the things that politicians should be fighting and working on. But once again, more jobs disappearing, more businesses closing, the price of gas going up. This stuff they just keep sweeping under the rug, and we let them get away with it. It's ridiculous. Nobody should be paying over $5 for a gallon of gasoline. Even if you have that money, you shouldn't want to spend that money. It's all relevant, but you know what? The price of everything, it's not fair. It's not fair. It just isn't fair. 866-391-1020. Ruth, Will, you're coming up next. Anybody else, jump in here. Open talk until 8 o'clock, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Jared Jones returned. O'Neal Cruz homered, but it was Brian Reynolds who got the curtain call with a walk-off homer. Bucks beat Minnesota 6-5. Two teams again today, PNC Park. First pitch 4:05, 93-7 the Fan. Carolina defeated Montreal 6-1. They move on to the final in the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup. They'll drop the puck Tuesday against Vegas. And it's Game 7. Winner moves on to the final in the NBA against the Knicks. It's happening tonight, San Antonio and OKC. And the Riverhounds will host Miami tonight. And through 2 rounds of the Charles Schwab Challenge, your leader is Jordan Smith at 10 under with a 1-shot lead. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
All right, coming up next hour, it's Secure Money Advisors on the money. Brian Carant at 9 o'clock. MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Guys from True Value, AAA Essentials Talking Travel. And then we have another hour of Open Talk at noon today. So a lot of good local stuff, generating a lot of calls. That's the way I like it. That's a good recipe. Let's get to Ruth in the South Hills. She joins your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Hey, Ruth.
Hello. I'm going to take a different perspective on this, and it's a little early for me, so bear with me. I don't know if I'm quite awake, even though I've been up for a few hours. I'm not a morning person. Everybody's looking around and around at what's going on around them. They need to stop doing that. Look up. What do we have? We have a world, actually, that 85% plus of what is all the resources in the world are owned by a few percent of the people at the top. I mean, really, it's their world. And nobody mentions, I know you know what it is, but I haven't heard anybody mention the Great Reset. Do you think that's a joke? No.
Listen, Ruth, just back off that receiver a little bit. You're kind of muffled. I'm having a hard time hearing you. What did you just say?
Okay. 85% of the world's resources, plus maybe at this point, are owned by just a few percent of the people at the top, the wealthiest of the world. And there's the Great Reset that nobody talks about. It's not a joke. It's real, and it's happening. The changes today are the biggest thing that has ever happened since the Industrial Revolution. And trust me, our politicians know this. They go to Davos. They go to these group meetings. But that's what people should be looking at. They should be looking up. And this just didn't happen since the 50s. This has been going on. It's been going on in a big way since they passed the Federal Reserve Act. And I can reduce that to one sentence, what has happened. But if you look at all our presidents throughout history, there's been one argument they fought. Our founding fathers fought one thing, no central banks. From Washington's cabinet on through, Andrew Jackson said he killed the banks. He was proud of it. All the way through, there's a back and forth of fighting about central banks. Central banks aren't too cool. But they got in place by law in 1913. Bad move. And what that is, it's created a debt-based society. And what is that? You can reduce it to this. It's a loan sharking racket. And at this point, it's just, if you study it enough, it's loan sharking. And it gets the countries in debt, it gets the individuals in debt, it sucks the wealth out. Now we have the end result of that today. And at this point, it's my understanding, it's my understanding that we can't change this right now, because if we took the Fed out, everything would collapse. So this is going to run its course. And don't think those people, I'm going to be Debbie Donner here this morning, don't think those people at the top care. Do they really? They know what's happening. Is it coming back? No. It's all going to change, and it's going to keep changing. They're going to squeeze the older people out. They don't need them. They don't fit into the new world. And they're going to concentrate on the young people. You see that going on all the time. In fact, you guys talk a lot about the things that are happening that give evidence to this. Young people don't go to college, get trades, this and that. That's re-engineering the new people coming up to fit into this new world, get into cyber this, cyber that. And it's just not going to happen. And they're going to squeeze the older people out. And whatever. I mean, they just don't care. And if you put it in another perspective, 1 out of 100 people in at least the West, I can't speak for the world, is a psychopath. Those are the statistics. A true full-blown psychopath. 1 in 30 has psychopathic traits. What we're living in here.
All right, Ruth.
Today.
Ruth, okay.
You got
to take a breath. You got to take a breath. I got to get to another caller. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good insight. Let's go to Will in McDonald. Hey, Will, you're on with your Pratt Pack KDK. Go ahead.
Good morning. How you doing today?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. You know, I've been listening to you guys on and off. I listen to KDKA all the time. It's on my radio. That's the only radio station I listen to. And I listen to you guys all the time. And most of you guys have a lot to say. You especially have a lot to say. You know, you really have a good song to sing most of the time. But from what I see, if you just stand way back and look at the whole picture out there, the whole picture is in a decline. We're all going down a black hole, if you stop and think about it. You know, the human race is on a decline. You know, we're being overtaken by AI and robotics. You know, when you stand back and you look and you see churches, schools, restaurants, and bars closing, that's not a good sign. You know, you say we need to get jobs. Well, we could have all the jobs in the world, but we don't have the workforce to fill those jobs.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Will. Good point.
Those people that should fill those jobs, they don't want to work anymore. You know, it's a shame. No, I'm getting up in years. I remember when they built the Fort Pitt tunnels. I remember that happening. So I've been in this area, and I've watched stuff happen for a long time. McDonald used to be a thriving community. We had butcher shops. We had automobile dealerships. Now McDonald is a slum, just like most of the other places in the area around here, because there's no jobs here. But there's no jobs because there's nobody to fill the jobs. You know, it's an ongoing thing. You know, I remember, you know, the Pope said, you know, this AI is going to ruin humanity. Well, humanity is on a decline. If you stop and think about it, I wouldn't want to raise a family right now because I just couldn't put my family in the position of what's coming right now. This is not a good sign of what's going on right now. You know, I don't know. There's no answer. I don't know what the answer is. I wish I knew the answer because I'd put it out there. But I don't know what the answer is anymore. Nobody knows what the answer is, you know. The government is on a decline. Everything's on a decline right now. And it's a shame because humanity's got to go on one way or another. But we're going to change. The Homo sapien, as we're called, is going to go away. And it's going to be replaced by something else, just like on back to civilizations. They've changed. We've changed. And we're going to change. We're not going to be the same anymore. You know, it's a shame. It really is. You know, I remember way back when TV was black and white. Well, now what I see, TV is mostly black, and that's not a good sign either. You know, there's a lot of things going on that should not be going on right now. And I don't know what the answer is. We're all going to go to hell in a handbasket. That's what I see.
All right, Will. Appreciate the call. Hopefully the fate will be better than that. But we need to help humanity. It's the human race. We all need to work together. But honestly, I think you have to wipe the slate clean. And if I lived in one of these communities where I had barren wasteland on Main Street, you know, you put all these flags up with these veterans who served in that community. And I got to tell you, obviously, World War II, World War I, Korea, most of them are gone. And you think to yourself, if I could bring those gentlemen back, what would they think of this Main Street? That they are decorated on each and every telephone pole, every single block. And there's no one to see them because there's nobody even walking on those sidewalks. You would be better off basically demolishing all of those empty buildings because that blight those boarded windows, looking at that every day, it brings you down to where you don't have any hope. And if America right now needs more than anything, they need hope. And I think grassroots, you got to go back to the basics. You know, these suburbs are doing great. They're flourishing. Washington County, Butler County, it's prosperity. But you got to get back to the basics. You got to do a makeover, and you got to start from the ground up. 866-391-1020. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were taken to the hospital after a crash Friday night in Brookline. It happened when a car hit a pole on Route 51 at Edgebrook Avenue. That happened around 10:45 Friday night. Both the driver and passenger were trapped in the car for a time. They were eventually rescued. The male driver and female passenger were taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. A crash under investigation. Well, a 5-year-old child was flown to a Pittsburgh hospital after being found in a pool in Washington County unresponsive. This happened Friday afternoon around 2:40 in the 200 block of Pine Nut Drive in Nottingham Township. Family members pulled that boy out of the in-ground pool. By the time troopers and EMS arrived, CPR was performed on the boy before he was flown to a Pittsburgh hospital. No word on his condition this morning. Well, a 16-year-old now facing charges in connection with that brutal attack of a man in broad daylight Thursday in East Liberty. The teen is charged with aggravated assault in the incident that happened near the Whole Foods around South St. Clair and Eva Streets. It's happened around 5 o'clock, and this woman was nearby telling KDKA-TV.
Whether they're 16, 17, 18, like you should know where your kids are at all times or what they're doing because this is happening way too often.
Police say the victim was unconscious when they arrived and not breathing. He was resuscitated by officers and EMS and is now in stable condition at a local hospital. Pittsburgh police are asking for your help finding a missing 12-year-old girl. Leilana Bernal was last seen Friday morning on Parklow Street in Knoxville. She's described as 5'2", brown eyes, brown hair, known to spend time in the 300 block of Brownsville Road. Anyone with information on her whereabouts is asked to call Pittsburgh police. Well, a potentially tragic situation was diffused by Aliquippa police on Friday afternoon. Mayor Dwan Walker says police saw a 10-year-old boy pull out what looked to be a real gun from his waistband as they drove by. They quickly found the boy and were able to identify him and notify his mother without incident. Gun turned out to be a fake gun. Now, Walker says, while they're grateful no one was hurt, the incident serves as a stark reminder of how quickly a situation can escalate and how devastating the outcome could have been. Mayor Walker also reminding residents to talk to their kids about the dangers of guns. KDKA Radio News Time. It's almost 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have mostly sunny skies today. A nice afternoon with a high up to 72. Tonight we'll have clear skies. It's going to be chilly with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Another nice afternoon. High moving up to 75. 75 again on Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Be back with you on Monday, and it'll be a great one. Enjoy the weekend, and I'll talk to you on Monday. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA, 2 to 6.
All right, to put this all-local morning in perspective, there are some really thriving places in and around our community. And, look, I'm happy for the folks in Peters Township and Washington County and out there in Cranberry and Butler County. I love it. I mean, it's nice to see. There are parts of Beaver County, like the county seat. Every shop is filled. There are people walking morning, noon, and night, riding bikes, sitting out, eating, enjoying a cup of coffee at Starbucks. There are a lot of places that are really thriving. But what we have done, in my humble opinion, and you can agree or disagree, I'd love to hear from you. A couple of more segments of Open Talk. Number to dial 866-391-1020. But when you have people living in Pittsburgh and are concerned about the PRT routes that are going to be, as they called, refreshed, that are worried about not being able to get a prescription, not being able to go to the grocery store, not being able to just get out of the house and, get some fresh air and maybe go visit a friend who's living in an apartment complex a few miles from where you live, that's not America. And all the decay and things that I've mentioned that you've seen in these river communities, the Beaver Valley, the Mon Valley, the Ohio Valley, that last caller talking about McDonald, that great little community that, hey, I've been through and I still love it. But it's because of the businesses that have been taken. Glass factories and steel mills and coal mining communities and, fabricating companies and electrical companies, plumbing companies. And we'd be here all day. That were the feeder system to these communities. And, one of the saddest things that I've ever seen in my life, I was in West Mayfield, which is right outside of Beaver Falls, lifetime ago. And I pulled over because I had to make a call. Somebody had texted me. I saw it and obviously didn't want to drive. So I pulled over and I made the call. And I looked up and I was literally sitting at where the B&W gate used to be, Babcock and Wilcox. So curiosity, I get out of my car and the gate and the gatehouse still there then. Okay, so the little gatehouse and the main gate, that's it. And I got literally up to that fence and did the bear claw on the fence and put my nose up against to where I could feel the metal on the tip of my nose. And I look right and I look left and I look straight ahead and there was nothing. Nothing. And I literally sat there, and soon thereafter, where the corporate offices were, they're now storage units. And I literally had to go to the local Sheets, get something to drink, and I parked it. And I thought to myself, there were 8,000 people at one time who worked in that mill. 8,000. Beaver Falls was graduating over 500. You had 5 DeAngelis Donuts, 5 in Beaver County. The last one was just torn down in Rochester. Just torn down. Now, it's going to be replaced with the Dunkin' Donuts, and that's something to get excited about, especially when you're me and you live 3 minutes from it. But it doesn't remove the fact that it's the last one. the giant donut, gone. And people are posting on social media about it, and I just had to scroll or unfollow because I don't want to see it anymore. I'm tired of seeing hurt every day, every day, every day, every day. And it's like there's this little evil goblin who just likes to inflict pain on people. Things that once were. You have these social media influencers that walk through these neighborhoods basically taking selfies or rolling video and about what was this and what it once was. How about this is what's going to happen? This is what we have found out is going to take over that old mill site, like what they've done in West Aliquippa, which is amazing. It gives me hope. But by the time all of the stuff that I would like to see completed there, I won't be here. But I hope for my children they do. You know, I had all this hope when the cracker plant came. And now I just hear people complaining about it and the possibility of a sale. Crazy. I promoted this Nippon U.S. Steel to where it overtook my show because so many people wanted to respond. I went out on my own dime. Couldn't do it today. The price of gasoline, I have to take out a home equity loan. But I went out and talked to all these mayors. Everybody was fired up. Here we go. And now I got people from Clairton like George telling me nothing's going on. What are we doing? What are we waiting for? You know, I remember waking up this time of year as a kid, hearing saws and hammers and, you know, lumber being taken out of trucks and dropped to the ground. You knew what that sound was, that big thud, and then 2 or 3 after it. It was 2x4s because there was new home construction. I haven't seen any new home construction in the town that I live in since I was there in the 90s. And that was like the last time. And it's now 2026, and it's a great town. I see a couple of empty lots, and I'm thinking, nobody's going to build there because there's nothing to build for. And in that town, they still have a glass plant, which has been around forever, and thank goodness. Thank goodness. But the cracker plant that was supposed to bring all this prosperity, where is it? Because right away, people start pecking away and picking at things. And you know what I'm starting to realize? Maybe we want despair. Maybe we want a sad scene to look at every day to say, oh, whoa, poor, pitiful me. Look, when they were building the cracker plant and I got stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic and there was no PennDOT construction going on, it was just the changing of the shift, I loved it. It was, I'm sure, like that when I was a kid growing up. I remember my dad used to get off work at 4:30 at that same location, and I'd be coming into Monaca, and he'd be going home. The traffic would be to the point my dad and I would be like literally side mirror to side mirror, me going in one direction, him going in another direction, and we could carry on like a 2-minute conversation every day. That's the type of traffic that was there. It's not there anymore. We actually had a toll bridge in Monaca because you needed 2 bridges because there was that much traffic. It's not there anymore. And, you know, for the longest time, I always lulled myself into this false sense of security that it was going to get better. But I don't see no hope. Things don't work out. Nothing ever figures out. All we do is just keep adding more despair, something else leaving. I don't even get excited anymore when something good is happening because I know 2 or 3 things that are going to be negative are going to follow right after it. We've been in a downward spiral for decades, if not generations. And you can't keep just checking things off and thinking, well, you know, hey, it is what it is. Look, if I hear one more person say to me about Pittsburgh Public Schools, well, it's necessary. Is it? Is it necessary because we took our eye off the ball, whoever responsibility it was, and I'll take some of the blame. Maybe I wasn't promoting enough. Maybe I wasn't helping enough. Should have never got to this point. Never. And we just kind of let it slip away. And people actually have businesses in their community they don't even support. Look, any business that's owned by a local family, you should go there. Any business that has any kind of connection to the state of Pennsylvania, you should support them. You should. Look, I'm telling you right now, it could be the biggest, the best, the least expensive, whatever. But if it's next to one of the buildings or people or families that I know or I have known or I love the history because it's connected to who we are in Ohio, West Virginia, or Pennsylvania, even if I have to pay a few more shekels, I'm going there. Because it's loyalty. That's another thing that we don't have in America anymore. There is no loyalty. That's one of the reasons why when we started shipping all these jobs overseas and all this product that we started going to places like China for, we did it to ourselves. People talk about, the price of labor, they're not going to do it here anymore. Well, you know what? If that price of labor was consistent and everybody was making that good paycheck like the building trades paychecks, businesses would have never left because, you see, affordable paychecks give you an affordable life. You can afford to own a new car every couple of years. You can afford to own a nice home. You can afford to get those home repairs done. Why do you think the remodeling business is so big? Why do you think that local True Value store does such good business? Because people are fixing, refurbishing, remodeling, rewiring, replumbing, doing everything. They're not building new homes. They're just fixing up their old homes. And if it wasn't for Ryan Homes, I don't know if anybody would even be building a home. And I mean, DoorDash to get a McDonald's hamburger? Go eat a bowl of cereal or make your own hamburger. I mean, I don't mind DoorDash. It's a good thing, and Uber. But my goodness gracious. And Uber, a senior citizen, if you've got grandkids, they should be your Uber, right? They should be your Uber. It's a good thing. Don't get me wrong. But what about actually offering to cut your grandmother's grass on a day like today where you just want to play video games for 8 hours? Or mom and dad are too tired so they don't tell their kid to get outside and play. Don't you understand all of these are one nail after another nail after another nail? We haven't fixed anything for generations. And we should be very ashamed of ourselves that it has gotten to this point where Pittsburgh public schools have to do what they have to do. I saw those videos with the new Pittsburgh Courier. Very passionate, dramatic. You need to check it out. And these parents had every right to be upset. And I'm not blaming the people on the school board. But don't you think we should be adding some sort of tax base and encouraging people to want to come to live in the city? Because there's a lot of cool things in the city. I don't know. I just think we are upside down. And this all got started with this PRT story with Kevin Krause, term limits, Sarah Innamorato, and it's taken on a life of its own. But it's good because it's all local. And this is the stuff that really matters to all of us. 866-391-1020. Julian Butler, you're next.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio. KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Jared Jones returned, O'Neill Cruz homered, but it was Brian Reynolds who got the curtain call with a walk-off homer. Bucks beat Minnesota 6-5. 2 teams again today, PNC Park. First pitch 4:05, 93-7 the Fan. Carolina defeated Montreal 6-1. They move on to the final in the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup. They'll drop the puck Tuesday against Vegas. And it's Game 7. Winner moves on to the final in the NBA against the Knicks. It's happening tonight, San Antonio and OKC. And the Riverhounds will host Miami tonight. And through 2 rounds of the Charles Schwab Challenge, your leader is Jordan Smith at 10 under with a 1-shot lead. More sports at 937thefan.com.
When you're at work, you never know when you'll be interrupted. But with the Dell Pro, powered by Intel Core Ultra with vPro, no matter what distracts you, your laptop won't. It's battery optimized for the way you work with built-in intelligence that quiets distractions when you need to focus. Your laptop will help keep you locked in, even when it's bring your dog to work day. Built for those who stay in the flow. The Dell Pro, built for you. Dell.com/Dell-Pro.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher. higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap GoodRx, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mirafiber gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mirafiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Secure Money Advisors, Brian Carranza within the next 15 minutes. So let's make this a good final segment. We will get that bonus hour in the noon hour today. Been a 4-hour day of open talk, so it's a rare treat, and we're making the most of it. A lot of good calls and a lot of first-time callers. Here's Julie in Butler. Hi, Julie.
Hi there. How are you today?
I am good. How are you? Thanks for calling.
I'm calling today because yesterday I tried to call the credit bureau. It's in the Philippines. My phone company, it's in the Philippines. I don't know if nobody's paying attention to all this stuff or not. I called Congress on it because I don't feel our credit bureau ought to be run by the Philippines. But I called TransUnion to see about getting a credit report, and I couldn't understand them talking, and I asked where they were. Philippines. My landline telephone, Philippines. And also our schools. Our school superintendent makes over $200,000 a year. Now, the schools only work 900 hours. A regular 8-hour day for a week and a year is 2,080 hours working an 8-hour day, 40-hour week. The school only works 900 hours. And then they're asking the parents to help supplies. Well, they're making money like no tomorrow and really not even teaching our kids. But it really concerns me. I don't have a computer. I don't do any of that. And everybody knows your business. But why should stuff from the United States all be run from the Philippines?
Well, let me just say something, and you bring up a lot of good points, and I'm glad you called in. I don't know if that exactly owns the people that you're dealing with, that company. They may just have it as a phone exchange. But listen, the reason that this has happened, where you get that menu, if you want this person, Pence want. Look, I was just trying to talk to a bank the other day about getting some checks, and I couldn't even get somebody to come to the phone. And this is a great bank. I love it. In one form or another, I've been with them, but they weren't available because they don't have the staff they once had. I don't know, but I would rather do that then have to, at times, and it is difficult, as though they have a difficult time understanding us, I'm sure. But we have gotten into a place in our society that is so disconnected and upside down. So instead of, trying to hire more people where there aren't people, they go outside. It's no different than when we started making bicycles out of this country and toasters and bathroom scales and microwaves. I mean, and appliances like washers and dryers, refrigerators, stoves. It's just the trickle down. And Julie, if you're noticing this, and I can't tell you how many public education teachers I know that spend thousands of dollars of their own money. And right now, many of them who are wrapping up the school year, they're saying, well, I better start setting aside some money because by August, I'm going to have to go out and spend money to get school supplies. I mean, I know a lot of teachers that have to buy their own 2 lead pencils and tablets. That's ridiculous. But this is the society we're living in. And not all teachers administrators are making that kind of money. But I understand where you're coming from. Look, for you to call me on a Saturday morning, you are frustrated. And I totally get it. And that's where we are. It's the trickle down of everything. And now it's really starting to head home. But instead of trying to fix it, we just sweep it under the rug. And to you, what you dealt with yesterday, that was frustrating to you, was it not?
Yes, well, the Philippines, I don't think they should have my Social Security number. I don't think they should have the credit bureau. They have everything in that you build up all your life on your credit, and another country's controlling it.
That's something to think about. Something to think about. Julie, thanks. And again, I don't think that is owned by a Filipino company, your credit union, but that's what they do. I mean, cable companies do it. Everybody does it. I mean, telemarketers. I'll be honest with you. Somebody somehow got my phone number and sent me a text last night and was saying they've been listening to me for a long time. They like the show. And have I ever thought about this? And there was no name to it. And I don't know how they got my number, and I could care less because I live alone and I got nothing. So just this is where I'm at in my life. So whatever, doesn't matter. But if I would have had my kids and I was small, they were small and living with me, and I would be concerned that somebody out of the clear blue got my home phone number. I don't mind exchanging emails with people or stuff that comes through the station. I don't have a problem with that. But if a total stranger sends me a text at 11 o'clock at night, telling me that they like my show, but it could have been a different way, could it have not? And they have a question for me, and what did I think about this thought process? I'm like, how's that possible? Right away, I thought it was like, just telemarketer, which every once in a while, that's what happens. Somebody sells off your information, which is another thing that they shouldn't be able to do. But it's the world that we're living in right now. It's who we are. It's what we're dealing with. I mean, there's no Bell Telephone Company at the end of Main Street. Like in Rochester, there's a Bell Telephone Company there for years. My mom was a long-distance operator. She loved it. That hasn't been a part of our landscape forever. I mean, you used to have a person telephone come in, set your phone up, this, that. And now you go to the local store and you buy a phone, and then you have to give them your phone, and they're supposed to wipe your phone, and you're hoping that everything turns out okay. But that's why I still, as much as I love technology, and no one loves it more, believe me, my home looks like a mini television studio. I've got lights, I've got iPads, I've got computers, desktops, laptops, everything. But there are still certain things I won't do on my phone. I won't. And I think as soon as you get overly comfortable with the technology, that's when it's going to come back to bite you. So I'm also scaling back as far as how much I do on social media, how much interacting. I don't like certain things, even if I do like it, because I don't want to get caught up in the algorithms. You have to think, but you shouldn't have to overthink it. And that's what's happened in our society. Everything you have to overthink because all of the comfort that we got used to is gone. And it's disappearing in front of our very eyes, and we're not doing nothing to stop it. All right, great first 3 hours today, much more till 1 o'clock. Brian Carrant, Secure Money Advisors, on the money after Rob Taylor checks the news at 8. It's your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a fresher clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $5.99. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 56 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A 5-year-old child was flown to a Pittsburgh hospital after being found in a pool in Washington County. It happened around 2:40 on Friday afternoon in the 200 block of Pine Nut Drive. That's in Nottingham Township. Family members pulled the boy out of that in-ground pool. By the time troopers and EMS arrived, CPR was performed on the boy before he was taken to, or actually flown to, a Pittsburgh hospital. As of this morning, that child's condition unknown. A crash in Brookline Friday night sent 2 people to the hospital. It happened when a car collided with a pole on Route 51 near Edgebrook Avenue around 10:45 Friday night. Both the driver and the passenger were trapped in the vehicle for a time. They were eventually rescued. The male driver and female passenger both taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. That crash is under investigation. Police say a woman stabbed another woman Friday evening in Wilkinsburg. It happened along Cole Street. Police say 36-year-old Brittany Williams threatened multiple people with a box cutter after she allegedly stabbed that female victim. That woman was taken to the hospital. Williams is facing charges including making terroristic threats, reckless endangerment, as well as assault. As of this morning, Williams is not in police custody. Pittsburgh police are asking for your help locating a missing 12-year-old girl, Leilana Bernal, last seen Friday morning on Parklow Street in Knoxville. She's described as 5'2", brown eyes, brown hair, known to spend time in the 300 block of Brownsville Road. Anyone who knows where she is should call Pittsburgh police. In Harrisburg, a 15-year-old high school student shot and killed after getting off a school bus. Police say it happened around 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. Police believe the alleged gunman fled the scene on foot. No other students were injured. Investigators trying to determine what led to that shooting. Identity of the 15-year-old male high school student has not been released. Well, a potentially tragic situation was diffused by Aliquippa police on Friday. Mayor DeWanda Walker says police saw a 10-year-old boy pull out what looked to be a real gun from his waistband. As they drove by, police quickly found that boy, able to identify him, notify his mother without incidents. Gun turned out to be a fake gun. Walker, though, says while they're grateful no one was hurt, the incident serves as a stark reminder of how quickly a situation can escalate and how devastating that outcome could have been. Mayor Walker also reminded residents to talk to their kids about the dangers of guns. KDK Radio News Timer coming up on 8:03. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast to start your weekend next.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for the spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro zero-turn, stand-on, and walk-behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to noon. Call 412-242-6777.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be a decent day with plenty of sunshine. We'll have a high climbing up to 72. Chilly tonight, though, with clear skies, a moonlit sky with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, a nicer afternoon with a high up to 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
He's back with us, and we're happy to see him. He's in the Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch, and, of course, on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's a free app. Download it on your phone. Our YouTube channel and the conventional way, KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. The host of Secure Money Advisors on the Money, and he's going to talk Social Security today, amongst a number of other things. Let's say hello to Brian Caranta. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Rob. How are you today?
Good to see you. Hope you had a nice holiday weekend. Good to have you back in the studio.
Yeah, we did. We had a great time. First of all, I just want to thank all my clients that came out yesterday. We had our, 9th annual Shredded event. Now, who would have ever thought a Shredded event would be our most popular event requested every single year? So what the heck is a Shredded event? Rob, you'll never believe it. We rent a Shredded truck, we get some food trucks, and everybody brings all their important documents that they've collected over the last year, and they dump them in the Shredded truck. And you gotta give it to Shredded, because they'll make it very entertaining. They'll ask you would you like a TV, outside of the shredded truck so that when people dump their documents in, they can actually see the machine working and their documents getting shredded. But they allow them in the truck too. So anyway, I just want to thank everybody for coming out. We had a great time. I think we had like over 300 people come in and out yesterday. So that's a lot of documents.
That's a lot of shredded wheat.
Yeah, the shredded truck left full, very, very full.
But see, that's the difference between you and that conglomerate.
Yeah, well, you know,
do things for people. That's cool.
Yeah, you know, well, it's a very personal relationship, and you know, you're responsible for a lot in people's lives.
Listen, I've talked to Neil. I've talked to so many. Michael. They all walk to the beat of the same drummer. You really have such a personal touch at Secure Money Advisors.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the most interesting part about it to me yesterday, Rob, as I walked around, I personally had a lot of my legacy clients there, you know, that have been working with me for 20 plus years. And Neil and Michael and Ben had a lot of their clients there too. And I got to tell you, I mean, walking around and talking with folks, one of the greatest compliments that I got yesterday from a lot of the new clients that we've acquired is just how great our staff is, and how no matter whether they've talked to Michael or Maggie or Neil, everything is uniformed, and nobody's an outlier trying to do something that's different from the rest of the messaging. And, you know, even though everything we do is very, very customized towards people's situation, I mean, there's nothing cookie cutter about what we do, but there is a framework, right? I mean, it's kind of like, well, there's nothing cookie cutter about all the bridges in Pittsburgh, but there's a framework to build a bridge, right? I mean, there's a blueprint, and essentially that blueprint is followed with each individual that comes into our office. And one of them, obviously, is Social Security, because Social Security is a very, very important part of today's retirement strategy. And this goes back to the fact that we used to have this, what we would consider a three-legged stool for retirement income, and that was, you know, you had a leg coming off the stool for pension income, then you had a leg for Social Security, and then you had a leg for additional savings. And then, of course, that one for the pension got plucked out, and now you've got this two-legged wobbly stool. But it's getting even more wobbly because Social Security, if you read your statement, I mean, what, the trust fund is depleted by 2035, something like that. Now, I think it'd be political suicide for anybody to not vote, you know, for Social Security.
Listen, when that happens, I hope to be not at that after party. Good luck to all of you youngsters. We're counting on you. I hope to be long gone.
Yeah. You know, here's an interesting statistic. Used to be six taxpayers. It was 6 taxpayers to every one retiree. Now it's going to like 2 to 3 taxpayers for every one retiree. Isn't that amazing? And then who knows how much that accelerates beyond that, Rob, with AI. Who knows where that's going to bring us? But look, enough of the stuff that can go wrong. Let's talk about everything that can go right. So first off, let's talk about Social Security eligibility. And ultimately today, what I really want to focus on is the top 6 mistakes to avoid when claiming your Social Security benefits. So let's talk about fundamentals here real quick before we go out to break. But let's talk about when you can collect Social Security. So as you know, everybody can collect at 62. It just depends on what you get at 62 depends on when you were born. So for example, if you're born between 1943 and 1954, you can collect at 62 and get 75%. I'm going to throw out some acronyms here and some language, but I'm going to clarify it because I want you to understand it. You get 75% of what they call your PIA, your primary insurance amount. If you look on your Social Security statement, you're going to see an acronym, PIA. It stands for primary insurance amount. That is Social Security's way of saying your full amount. That's when you would get 100%. So if you collect at 62 and you were born between 43 and 54, you only get 75% of that PIA. If you're born in 1955, you get 74%. And of course, every year beyond that, 56, 57, 58, 59, 1960 or later, you only get 70% of your PIA, right? So they're reducing how much. They're actually saying, hey, if you want to retire at 62, we're not going to give you as much as what we did.
So when do they stop taking taxes from your Social Security? Do they ever?
No, because look, there's these, and we'll talk about it in the next segment. But I think you bring up an important point, because the income thresholds are what the problem is. And if you don't understand, like if you collect at 62 and you make over a certain amount of money, they're going to penalize you $1 for every $2. And then if you reach your full retirement age and you make too much money, they're going to penalize you $1 for every $3, which, by the way, $1 for every $2, Rob, is just a nicer way of saying 50% penalty. But when we come back, I really do want to go over these Social Security income thresholds, because people need to understand that I have a lot of clients that have collected Social Security prior to their full retirement age. I got no problem doing it. And a lot of times it works out in their benefit to do that. But my gosh, you cannot do this by just calling Social Security and having some conversations. If you're not running real calculations, right, and you're not analyzing it with multiple spreadsheets, in my opinion, I think you're going to leave a lot of money on the table. Because let's think about this. I mean, how much you get is going to depend on your 35 highest years of earning, the rate in which you're taxed, which you just referred to, and the age in which you actually turn on your benefits. That's all that's going to matter.
Well, listen, I would highly recommend anybody, working class like me, turn them on. Don't wait until you're 70. Turn them on when you're 67 and a half, so you can get the full amount, and put it away so you have a bit of a cushion, especially if you're going to work a couple of more years. So you work 2 years like I have, as I'm going to be 70 in January. I got a little lump sum there. It's not a lot, but it's enough in case I got a parachute.
Yeah, it's like having an extra employee out there working for you, isn't it?
Exactly.
And there could be people could argue against that logic, but at the end of the day, for most Americans, Rob, if you are of that full retirement age, right, and you're able to collect and not be penalized, boy, does it become a fantastic way to build up a little bit more of a nest egg.
Yeah.
While you're working, versus saying, I'm going to work till 70 and then turn my Social Security on. Do you know how long, with the amount of money that you've accumulated over the last 2 years from Social Security, do you know how long that would take to actually get if we waited till 70 to collect? Because what are you going to get? A couple $1,000 of what you got, once you're 70? So the break even on that would probably be like 15 years.
Yeah, and let's face it, Clint Eastwood's the only one living to 94. I mean, come on. That's to really look at it. I mean, you check out those obituaries. God bless everyone, but only a chosen few make it to that 100 or 94, 95.
Very, very few.
So that's why you need to listen to the show, and you need to make the call, 412-286-1470, and you got to get the book, Right Track Your Retirement. Tell them about it, Brian.
Yeah, righttrackpittsburgh.com. You can go there. If you have not gotten a copy, I highly recommend that you do. It's a very simple book, but it is a blueprint to help you finally put together all the pieces of the puzzle. If you're like most of the people that I talk to, they're not sure when to collect their Social Security. They're retiring without a pension, and they're not sure if they're going to be able to retire because they're not sure if they're going to have enough income, or they're concerned because they're saying, look, I'm in the stock market right now with my 401k. I can't afford another big loss because I just don't have the time to recover. If you don't have a pension and you want to learn how to create one, these are the things that I hear. I would tell you, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com or call the number that Rob's given you and schedule a complimentary appointment with us. This appointment is not a sales meeting. All it is a conversation. You got nothing to lose.
412-286-1470.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Talking about Social Security and in the big picture, no one does it better when it comes to your financial portfolio, especially working class people in this region. He's Brian Caranta, Secure Money Advisors on the Money, 412-286-1470, righttrackpittsburgh.com. Get that book, Right Track Your Retirement, absolutely free, and they pick up the shipping. Brian, go ahead.
Rob, I just want to say this. You know, you and I were talking off air just about the price of fuel right now.
It's ridiculous.
It's insane. I was sticker shocked at the pump over the weekend when we went up to Lake Erie, and I couldn't believe how much it had cost. And I mean, it was California that had these $4 or $5 gas prices, and we were kind of laughing at California. You know, you remember that? Like, I mean, I can't remember how many years ago that was going, but this is why it is so important to have a plan, because these are the variables that you never know when they're going to show up. And by designing a plan correctly, and again, I mean, yesterday during the Shredded event, I'm walking around and, you know, I have people hugging me and telling me I can't thank you enough, because we've never had so much confidence and peace of mind with what you guys have done for us. And we've worked with a lot of different people, but nobody's ever put our mind at ease, because nobody's ever taken the time to, number one, put together a plan, but then ultimately show how that plan would respond to certain environments. For example, what happens if all of a sudden the cost of living goes up by 10%? I mean, we'll do very drastic, things to the plan to prove that it can actually work during those environments. And I feel, the people that I'm most concerned about are those that are blindly trusting advisors that are just talking to them about performance or their investments, and they haven't gone over all the things that can go wrong with income. What happens if Social Security benefits drop by 10 or 20%? What happens if, gas prices go up, which they have? What happens when tax rates go up or they increase or decrease? Where the Social Security taxation is going to kick in. What happens if you're a married couple and you lose your spouse? These are all things that impact everybody's income. I call it the widow's penalty. The widow's penalty is when you lose your spouse, your income drops, and now because you go to a single tax filer, your taxes go up on less money. So you could be making $60,000 a year and now be making $30,000 a year and be paying a higher tax rate than you were making 60 because you're a single filer. So speaking of spousal benefits, I want to talk about a few things, to avoid. But let me just say this. There was a study recently done from a group called United Income, and they had estimated that retirees collectively lose $3.4 trillion because they claim Social Security at a suboptimal time. So $3.4 trillion, that works out to about $110,000 a household that people are leaving on the table because they're collecting at the wrong time. Let me give you an example of what that might be. So let's say somebody's getting ready to retire. Maybe they've got, $400,000 or $500,000 in a 401k. I'm just making this up, but and they want to retire at the age of 62, and they turn their Social Security on at 62. Well, what happens if they were to just build what we call at Secure Money Advisors a bridge account? And a bridge account is simply where we take a small portion of the 401k money and we build an income strategy from that money in a way that we don't spend it down. And we bridge it for 2 more years to get you from 62 to 64 and then turn Social Security on. How much more income does that give you if you live till age 85, 90, etc.? So again, Social Security is not as simple as saying, well, just turn it on at 62. I have no problem, and I'll repeat this again, I have no problem with people turning their Social Security on at 62, but you better be doing it because you've calculated that it is in your best interest to do, not because your brother's doing it or your sister's doing it or Bob at work did it, whatever it might be. Rob, I want to go back to what you talked about, and that was, turning your Social Security on and, making money while you're working. But I want to warn people that, if you're age 62, and you turn your Social Security on and you're still working, the IRS is only going to let you make up to $22,000. And if you make anything over that, they're going to penalize you $1 for every $2, right? In the year, this is a big one. This is a big gotcha because a lot of people believe that once I turn my full retirement age, I get to make as much money as I want. The truth is, it's in the year you reach your full retirement age, you can only make $59,520. If you make over that, they're going to penalize you $1 for every $3 that you make. And then, of course, Rob, like my dad and yourself and many others that reached their full retirement age and were beyond that, there is no income threshold. You can make as much money as you want at work. You can make, $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. Social Security doesn't care. Collect all your Social Security, not penalized on it at all. That's a good deal. And I told you, when my dad turned his full retirement age, we turned that Social Security on because he wasn't done working, and we calculated the numbers, and it really, for a lot of people, becomes an incredible savings vehicle. And I've told this story before. I remember having a lady come in, she's still a good client of mine today. She was 67 years old when she came in. She had been married for almost 38 years and got divorced later in life. Didn't have much after the divorce. Had to go back to work. Was a homemaker for all those years. And she's making roughly about $80,000 a year working at the hospital. And she's got not a whole lot saved at this point. Maybe a little over $50,000 saved. So she's investing in her 403B at the hospital. But on top of that, we turn her Social Security on, and her and I spent a lot of time in the conference room together. And by the time that she retired at the age of 73, she had well over $500,000 between what she was investing in the 403B, between what she was putting away with Social Security, because we didn't spend a dime of that Social Security. I mean, we saved 100% of it. You do that for 5 years with a rate of return, that savings account builds up at a very, very, very fast pace. And I'll never forget the day that we finally retired her. I mean, I look at it as no big deal because I do it every single day.
But to us, it's everything.
It's everything. It's everything. And the tears and the hugs. And, sometimes I'm like, do I deserve this? But, you don't, when you do it for almost 30 years like I have, it's kind of like when I got my back surgery, right? I mean, Gino Bonarati did my back surgery, the most amazing surgeon I've ever met. And he's become a good friend. And he hates when I thank him. He doesn't see it as any big deal. And I'm like, do you know how much you changed my life? Do you know how you gave my life back with my kids and my wife and everything else? But he just sees it as no big deal because he's done it forever.
That's because he's good at what he does, just like you and your staff. Secure Money Advisors on the money. Right Track Your Retirement. He wrote the book, righttrackpittsburgh.com. Or better yet, you want to make that first in-office review free. All you need to do is make the call. 412-286-1470. 412-286-1470. And by the way, if you have any questions for Brian today and you'd like to get a question in here right now, number to dial to be on the program, and all of our lines are available. If you have a question about your financial situation, call us. Even Social Security stuff, we'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. All of our lines are open. 866-391-1020.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Joe from Pittsburgh loved the excellent work NASCO did on replacing his roof and gutters. It was a big job that NASCO completed in just 2 days with excellent attention to every detail. Joe was also impressed with NASCO's cleanup that left his home spotless. NASCO has thousands of customers that are satisfied like Joe. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000. 412-373-2000. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing. NASCO.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Hose. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethose.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not 1, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were hurt in a crash in Brookline Friday night. It happened when a car struck a pole on Route 51 at Edgebrook Avenue around 10:45. Both that driver and passenger were trapped in the car for a time. They were eventually rescued. Male driver and female passenger taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. That crash under investigation. Police say a woman stabbed another woman Friday evening in Wilkinsburg. It happened along Cole Street. Police say 36-year-old Brittany Williams threatened multiple people with a box cutter after she allegedly stabbed that female victim. That female victim was taken to the hospital. No word on her condition this morning. Meanwhile, Williams is facing charges including assault, making terroristic threats, and a reckless endangerment. As of this morning, Williams still not in police custody. Pittsburgh police searching for a missing 12-year-old girl, Leilana Bernal, last seen Friday morning along Parklow Street in Knoxville. She's described as 5'2" with brown eyes, brown hair, known to spend time in a 300 block of Brownsville Road. Anyone who knows where she is should call Pittsburgh police. In Dallas, 3 people were killed at a Dallas apartment building explosion. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
We're also hearing from the owner of Clyde Apartments, and we kind of got the backstory of kind of what led up to this and what was happening here. They tell me that the building says a company was working for the property's future buyer. They were doing some soil testing on the property here for a redevelopment project to turn these apartments into, some affordable housing when that line was hit.
And in Harrisburg, a 15-year-old high school student was shot and killed after getting off a school bus. It happened around 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. Police believe the alleged gunman fled the scene on foot. No other students were injured, and investigators trying to determine circumstances that led to that shooting. Identity of the 15-year-old male high school student has not been released. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 8:32. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have mostly sunny skies today. A nice afternoon with a high up to 72. Tonight we'll have clear skies. It's going to be chilly with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Another nice afternoon. High moving up to 75. 75 again on Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Brian's got a loaded phone bank here, and mentioning Social Security, even when I do it on my regular talk show, people are passionate about it because they've worked for it and they got questions. So let's take some calls. Let's get to Brenda in Butler on KDK's Secure Money Advisors with Brian Caranta. Go ahead, Brenda. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Wonderful program. I been listening to you for a while, and I would like to get the retirement plan a booklet sent to me for myself and my daughter. I've been a widow since 1997, and I did collect Social Security at 62. So yes. I'm glad I did, because I'm 86 years old.
Yes.
And I've had some savings and insurance and all that. I have a lot of things, but your retirement plan would be like a recipe for to keep what I do have and maybe get more. And my daughter needs. I want her to have this recipe for retirement. So
I think you bring up a really good point there, and that is probably one of the biggest things that our planning process does, Rob, is the fact that it allows people to keep what they have, optimize what they have, right, and make sure that if anything were to happen to them, that their loved ones get the money and not the IRS, because the IRS does sweep in, at that time, when you're processing an estate. So we can get you a copy of the book, Right Track Your Retirement, and I can have someone reach out to you to talk to you about whether or not, Secure Money Advisors would even be able to help or not. Would that be okay?
Good call. Thank you. Brenda, will that work?
Me.
Will that work?
Yeah, I'll give you my address.
Okay, well, you know what to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you on hold, and I want you to get your number to my producer, and then he'll give it to Brian, and somebody will reach out to you. So let me put you on hold, and Alonzo, get her name, address, and phone number, and then we'll give that to Brian. Let's go to Ellen up next for Brian Courant, Secure Money Advisors. She's calling from Kennedy Township. Go ahead, Ellen.
Hi. A friend of mine collected Social Security at age 62. And has continued to work full-time and is now 76 years old. Will his Social Security amount ever change?
Yes, it will, but very, very small. So when you work, he's obviously still paying in the Social Security. So this is a very interesting case study here.
Good question.
Yeah, it's a really great question. Because this individual had to go through a number of things. Number one, he collects at 62. So through 62 to his full retirement age, depending on how much money he was making, there was obviously some additional penalties and taxes he was paying. But as he breaks through to the full retirement age, he starts not paying anything. But at the same time, he's paying in the Social Security the whole time. And it is being recalculated, but it is such a small amount that gets recalculated for the Social Security that the amount of time, that it would take to collect from those additional contributions that you're making while you're working, could take 15, 20 years to even collect on. But yes, if you are working and paying into Social Security, your Social Security check does go up if you're collecting it.
All right, thank you.
Great question.
Thank you for the call. Up next, it's anybody else, 866-391-1020. Here's Dennis. Dennis, you're on the air with Brian Courant. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Rob, Brian.
Good morning,
Brian, good information regarding Social Security. I wanted to check with you, Brian, because I have some numbers I want to make sure I have correct with Social Security. First, you mentioned at age 62, and if you continue to work, the amount is $22,000 that you come up to before the penalty. But I believe I have 24,500 for 2026.
Yeah, you might be right. I could be off on that number. What do you have for 20?
Okay.
What do you have for the full retirement age? 59,520.
No.
You got
For
62,000.
2026, it's 65,000.
There you go. Yeah.
On it full retirement. Plus, one thing I want to
This
make
guy should come work for me,
clear to the
Rob.
audience that
Go ahead.
the 65,000 only counts up to the time you're at full retirement age. For example, if you're July 1st,
That's
middle
correct.
of the year.
Yes.
And, so after July 1st, it doesn't count any earnings.
That's right, because it's in the year. I want to say this again because he brings up a great point. In the year you reach your full retirement age, right? So once you reach that full retirement age, you're free to go.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Good show.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate the call.
All right, keep those calls coming in, 866-391-1020. Before you get back to some of your thoughts, why do you think Social Security is such a hot button?
Because it is the primary income source of most Americans today in retirement, because the pension is gone. And so and of course, if you've ever, I mean, just look at the formula that they use to calculate your Social Security. I mean, it's like truly like rocket science. It's kind of crazy.
Let me just tell you how, if it is done to engage and to put money on the streets, it works. So over the Memorial Day holiday, doing a lot of research about different events in our country's history. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt, of course, started Social Security.
Yep.
And how there was such a huge part of the population over the age of 65 that were the poor people of America, working class poor, and they were taking on debt. They couldn't live. They were becoming homeless. So when he gave them Social Security, game changer, they're out dancing, spending money, cash flow, the economy, that was what many people believe, and he died in April of 45, but many people believe that's what really spawned the entire industrial boom part 2 that rolled into the 50s because the seniors actually had a guaranteed cash flow.
Well, let me tell you this. There's a little bit more history on that. So first off, in 1933, when Social Security was created, the average, by the way, you couldn't collect till 65.
Right.
Okay. The average life expectancy was 61. So you weren't even making it to 65. And by the way, do you want to know the real name of Social Security? It's still known as this today, technically.
I do know it, but I can't remember it.
Old age insurance.
Yeah. I mean,
old age insurance.
But see, Brian, this is what's so smart about your firm. And I obviously we have a relationship because you're here and I've dealt with you outside and I've seen your office and your people firsthand. But this is the big picture because even though you fast forward, the only thing that's old is new again. We have people that are in the same situation who are listening to this show, many who just called in. This is big to them. And if they turn it on at the right time and it starts to accrue money, because if you're on a fixed income, you can't save $10,000 in a year.
No.
If you're working and that money's coming in, you can. And if you do it long enough, say from 67 to 70, 71, 73, you'll have something that your firm can turn into a substance that is going to give them money when they do retire and take that worry off their plate.
Well, look at it like this. So I was just talking to a client the other day, and he was saying, Brian, this market's got me really concerned. He says, I think I want to come in and put more money into an income annuity. And I said, Bill, I said, I just did that myself. I said, we just got one for Katie. And I said, the amount of money that you put in, let me give you an example. I mean, this is how mind-blowing these numbers are. This is why when I was studying all this and understanding what the major problem was going to be in our country with nobody having a pension anymore, and then understanding the different ways that you can generate income, whether it be from dividends, capital gains, real estate, bond interest, none of that, a CD interest, and none of that gives you the leverage that the income annuity does. And everybody thinks that secure money advisors, all we do is income or annuities. But we literally create what we call a barbell strategy. A barbell strategy is where we have the stock market on one side, but we have the protection of the income on the other side. Wall Street uses barbell strategies all the time in the trading world. They have high risk on one side, very low risk or cash on the other side. And this way, they're offsetting the risk on the one side. But to give you an example, if you bought a $250,000 annuity today, okay, and you had 10 to 15 years of deferral time, all right? This is how important it is to get it right early. That annuity would generate over $51,000 a year in guaranteed income just by putting $200,000 to $250,000 in. Rob, that's like a 20% yield on your money for the rest of your life. If you die, for the rest of your spouse's life, you show me a stock or a bond that can do that.
No, it can't. And here's the thing: we talk about a lot because of Social Security people my age. But if I'm 45, raising a family, 40, and I'm listening to this show, first thing I do, I go get an annuity. Think long term. Get into it early so you don't have to deal with it later. All right, 412-286-1470. Great show today. We'll come back. Anybody else wants to talk to Brian? Phone number is 866-391-1020. RightTrackPittsburgh.com. Right Track Your Retirement, the book that he wrote. They'll send to you and pick up the shipping too, absolutely free. But if you have a question for Brian, talking Social Security or anything about your finances, you got one more segment to get in here at 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hey, brighten up your flower beds, landscaping, and containers with our beautiful selection of perennials. From colorful blooms to native plants, pollinator favorites, these plants come back year after year to make your garden beautiful each and every summer. So stop out to the Janoski Farm, Route 30 in Clinton. The garden center is open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And there's no better place to be for farm-loving people like you than the farm. This weekend or any day of the week, Janoski's Route 30 in Clinton.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow. Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, busy phone day for Brian, so I want to remind you to get that book, Right Track Your Retirement, absolutely free. Pick up shipping too, righttrackpittsburgh.com, or call now, 412-286-1470. Here's Mike in Shaler for Brian Carant, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Hey, Brian, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, hey, guys. Good morning, and I wanted to ask about federal employee disability and Social Security. Is that something that your organization deals with? Because it makes the calculus even more difficult with Social Security because, federal employees, we get a small pension, but it does factor in to a deduction on our payment from Social Security when you are disabled.
Are you SIRS or FERS?
FERS, yeah.
FERS?
Not too many people, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be really old. Wow.
I hear you. It's the good one, but the old one, right?
The new one.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, but in regards to Social Security disability and federal disability, we do not do that at Secure Money Advisors. However, we've got really great partners that we can refer out. And if you were to call the office, or even Rob, if you can get Alonzo to get his number, I can have somebody call him to give him a referral to someone that does that.
All right.
That would be helpful for him.
Mike, I'll put you on hold. Alonzo's going to get that information. Got a couple of minutes left in the broadcast, and I know you want to try to finish up on this topic, so go ahead.
Yeah. So first off, I want to talk about the way that Social Security, the benefits are taxed under what we call the provisional income. So these are important numbers. So if you have a pen, you're probably going to want to write these down. But let's talk about if you're single or a widower. If you make $0 to $25,000, if you're married and you're filing jointly together and you make $0 to $32,000, 0% of your Social Security will be taxed. Single, widowed, if you make between $25,000 and $34,000, married, filing jointly, $32,000 to $44,000, up to 50% of your Social Security benefit is taxable. 50%. And then, of course, we got one more threshold, and that is if you're single or widowed, making $34,000 or more, married, filing jointly, making $44,000 or more. Rob, get this: 85% of the Social Security becomes taxable.
Oh.
Now, going back to 1933, Mr. Roosevelt, he said something very important about taxes on Social Security. He said, as long as I'm alive, you will never, ever pay taxes on your Social Security. Do you want to know why we pay taxes today?
Why do we pay taxes today?
He died.
I knew that's where you were going.
Yeah. So, look, Social Security is obviously a very, very big topic. And just like the last call that we had, here we're talking about federal disability, and a federal pension. It gets really ugly mathematically to figure out where things are going to be. And this is why a lot of times you got to have a team of people. In his case, he would need a team of people that are working to really calculate what's going to be in his best interest.
All right, let me just remind you, Right Track Your Retirement, the book. It's free, righttrackpittsburgh.com, or call this number right now. Plus, if you want to get that first in-office review absolutely free, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. Let me give you the last minute just to summarize what people need to know.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, this is the most important thing I think folks need to know. And that is, you absolutely need a plan. Now, I know when I say plan, it's a very general explanation of retirement, but let me define it a little bit more. A plan should be including your income. So how are you going to take Social Security? When are you going to take Social Security? If you're married, are you going to turn yours on? Wait to turn your spouse's on? If you have a pension, when's going to be the best time to take that? What option are you going to choose? You're going to choose 100% survivorship, 50% survivorship, 75% survivorship, 5-year certain, 10-year certain. What happens if your spouse dies the first year retirement, 5 years in retirement? Taxes will reduce your income. Investments, the investments you used are not the same investments that that got you to retirement are going to get you through retirement, your Medicare, and then, of course, your estate planning.
All right, Brian Caranta back. Great show next week. In the meantime, stay tuned for the news next at 9 with Rob.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Shufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Shufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow. Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man is in custody following a domestic robbery. This happened Friday night in Troy Hill. Public Safety says the man, following that domestic robbery, barricaded himself inside a home on Hatteras Street. SWAT team was called in. That man eventually surrendering to police. He was taken into custody for an outstanding warrant as well as a probation violation. More charges are coming, police say, for the alleged domestic robbery. And the female victim was taken to a hospital for abrasions that she suffered during that incident. In Brookline, a crash Friday night sent 2 people to the hospital. It happened when a car collided with a pole on Route 51 at Edgebrook Avenue around 10:45 Friday night. Driver and the passenger both trapped in the car, eventually were rescued. Male driver and female passenger taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. Crash is under investigation. 5-year-old child was flown to a Pittsburgh hospital after he was found in a pool in Washington County. It happened Friday afternoon around 2:40 in the 200 block of Pine Nut Drive in Nottingham Township. Now, family members pulled that boy out of the in-ground pool before troopers and EMS arrived. That's when CPR was performed on the boy before he was flown to a Pittsburgh hospital. No word on his condition this morning. 16-year-old now facing charges in connection with that brutal attack of a man in broad daylight Thursday in East Liberty. Teen is charged with aggravated assault in the incident that happened near Whole Foods around South St. Clair and Eva Streets. Happened around 5 o'clock, and this woman was nearby, telling KDKA television.
Whether they're 16, 17, 18, like you should know where your kids are at all times or what they're doing because this is happening way too often.
Police say the victim was unconscious when they arrived, not breathing. He was resuscitated by officers and EMS and is now in stable condition at a local hospital. Pittsburgh police asking for your help locating a missing 12-year-old girl, Leilana Bernal, last seen Friday morning along Parklow Street in Knoxville. She's described as 5'2", brown eyes, brown hair, known to spend time in the 300 block of Brownsville Road. Anyone who knows where she may be is asked to call Pittsburgh police. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 9:03. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, they help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8200, 412-457-8200.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be a decent day with plenty of sunshine. We'll have a high climbing up to 72. Chilly tonight, though, with clear skies, a moonlit sky with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, a nicer afternoon with a high up to 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Mark is back. It's time for another edition of MediConnect, the Inside Connection. 888-818-6334. Mr. Clark and I until 10 o'clock. Lots to get to now. We're going to remind you in just about a half hour from now, right after that news update at the bottom of the hour, we're going to open up the phone. So if you have any questions about Medicare, your health care, you need answers, You need to start putting your thinking cap on and get ready because we're going to open the phones up in just about a half hour at 866-391-1020. Great to see you. Lots to get to. Lots of exciting things happening in and around the place that we call home. And MediConnect is always plugged in and a big part of it because one thing we know, with every day and every flip of that calendar, we are aging as this population continues to age, and more people are either on Medicare or heading towards being on Medicare. So this show, very important, and it's time for another edition. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Rob. Good to see you today.
Good to see you, too.
Sun shining, beautiful day in the Berg, right? We're past Memorial Day, the start of summer. My favorite time of year, really. Love it all. But, today I'm going to take a little different track. I did this one other time, but I'm going to talk a little bit about what it's like when you work with MediConnect, what your experience is going to be like when you work with MediConnect. And Rob, we're not like typical agencies. We're not a bunch of suits with ties in a dimly lit room. You've been to our office before. Beautiful meeting space, beautiful place to be, lots of free parking there. You don't have to worry about where am I going to park. We've got light refreshments. We can give you a cup of coffee, a soda, a little bit of snacks. We'll do everything we can to make you comfortable. And you get our expert advice at no cost. I love that part. There's never a charge for our services. We can come to you. You can come to us. We'll meet you at a local coffee shop. We will make it convenient and easy. If you're new to Medicare in the next 6 to 12 months, you're just turning 65, or maybe you're past 65, but you've still been working and never got on your Medicare, but you're thinking about doing that, now's the time to call us. Call us today at 888-818-6334. We've got live advisors standing by until noon. We'll make Medicare simple. This is a confusing topic. People can get very confused. Even people who think they know. They've studied, they've looked at that Medicare and You book. Still, there's so many nuances to it all. Remember, we do this every day. We're professionals. We'll make it simple. We can help you. Again, live advisors standing by right now. They'll schedule you an appointment this week. 888-818-6334. We'll make it easy, simple, and convenient. But, Rob, I want to talk a little bit about history today, right? Today, May 30th. This is one of my favorite topics, and that is Hershey Park. May 30th, 1906, Hershey Park was opened, a family leisure playground founded by Milton S. Hershey for the exclusive use of his employees. Opened in Hershey Park on May 30th, 1906. I am so glad, Rob, that they opened it up to the public. Have you ever been to Hershey Park? Mm-mm. Never been there. My family and I have been there multiple times. When the kids were young, we would go there a couple times every summer. We lived out near there, so I would recommend it. If you're a family in the Pittsburgh area and you've never taken your family to Hershey Park, that is a great weekend trip. Take a trip out there, enjoy the park. I would recommend they do this trolley ride. It's kind of like a little tiny trolley on wheels. They'll drive you through the town of Hershey and tell you the story of Milton Hershey, Milton Hershey School, the Hershey Park, and the factory. It truly does smell like chocolate there.
All I know is I try to convince the town that I live in I wanted those Hershey Kiss streetlights.
Oh, yeah.
So if you could give me one of those. Listen, I love the whole story, and they're making his life story right now. It's going to be a major motion picture. Probably one of the most important people in modern history because of all of the things, including what he has for people that obviously have children or maybe they become without their parents for whatever tragic reason. He has the Milton Hershey School, which is still going strong to this day.
Going strong. And on this side of the state, I don't feel like we know that much. I lived out near there for a while, and we love that place. I would go back there and spend a weekend there with my kids anytime. Lots of great roller coasters. We've been there for Christmas things, all kinds of fun stuff there at Hershey Park. Definitely worth the price of admission for sure. How about May 30th, 1935? Philadelphia pitcher Jim Bivin retires Babe Ruth on an infield grounder. It was Babe Ruth's final major league at bat. Ruth played one inning for the Boston Braves in an 11-6 loss to the Phillies. How about that?
In the last place he hit his home run, he hit 4 in one game.
Yeah.
Was here at Forbes Field in
Wow.
Pittsburgh.
How about that?
A little bit of history with the Bambino.
I don't think I ever got to go to Forbes Field. I was just
Classic.
a little kid. I know my dad had been there multiple times, but I was just a little too young to take part of Forbes Field. So, but yeah, what a story. Babe Ruth's last hit was really an infield grounder, and he lost to the Phillies. How about May 30th, 1964? The Beatles song "Love Me Do" goes to #1 in the USA. How about that? You a Beatles fan?
Yeah. More of a Rolling Stones fan, but I like the Beatles.
Why? That's the question. Is I have many people I say I love classic rock, and usually this is what I've gotten this question multiple times in my life from different people. Are you Beatles or Rolling Stones? And I'm like, I don't know how to answer that, to be honest with you.
I know.
But I guess at some point I never really knew that was where the line was drawn.
But think about it. The Beatles broke up like 69 or 70.
Right.
And the Stones are still performing. So imagine all of the years, even though they had great solo careers,
right.
Imagine what it would have been like if we could have had 20 more years of the Beatles.
I totally agree. But they couldn't get along with each other, I guess. So
listen, if I was making that kind of money, I'd learn to like you.
I like that. Yes. How about one more? May 30th, 1967. I was actually 1 year old. How about that? May 30th.
I was 10. Rub it in.
May 30th, 1967. American motorcycle daredevil Robert Evel Knievel jumps over 16 automobiles on his motorcycle in Gardenia, California. How about that? Loved watching Evel Knievel when I was a kid.
When he jumped, and especially when he tried to jump the fountains at Caesar's Palace and got all busted up.
Yeah.
I mean, it was must-see TV.
I do remember that. I remember that one.
I don't know how he lived, honestly, as long as he did.
You're right. What happened? He broke every bone in his body.
Every
right?
bone.
Wow.
And he was just cool as cool can be. And then he was going to do the Grand Canyon thing, closed circuit.
Yeah.
And that rocket went straight up and straight down. But luckily he lived. But, I mean, think about back then, those Harley-Davidson bikes, they weren't near as good as they make them today. And they were made pretty good.
Yeah.
He would jump Greyhound buses.
Right.
Who would have the courage? And just a little helmet and a leather suit. And you've got nothing but concrete and hot pavement when you hit. And you don't bounce like a ball.
Oh, no. No, you skid.
And what I remember, he looked like a rag doll.
Oh, yeah.
And then they'd show it over and over.
Right.
And I really don't want to say this, but most of the people were watching because they thought, he's not going to survive this.
Right, this guy's crazy. Yeah.
And he'd rev his engine and go up and down, and you'd be waiting. And then he'd go to the top of the ramp and then back it down. I'd have a hard time backing the thing down. And then he just, it was, listen, they had the Evel Knievel dolls. It was a big deal.
Must-see TV, you're right.
It was.
You're definitely right.
It was live.
I remember those days. It was a lot of fun. How about some birthdays? Famous birthdays, May 30th. May 30th, 1909. American clarinetist and band leader Benny Goodman, known for songs like Moon Glow, Sing, Sing, Sing. He was born in Chicago, Illinois.
But listen, the only reason Sing, Sing, Sing was so good, not to say Benny couldn't blow that clarinet, but Gene Krupa was on drums.
Uh-huh.
And that's the reason why that song was such a hit. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah,
Great
yeah,
song.
yeah.
Great song.
Yeah, absolutely. How about May 30th, 1943? American College and Pro Football Hall of Fame halfback, 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time NFL rushing leader for the Chicago Bears, the source of the TV movie Brian Song, Gale Sayers was born.
My favorite movie, sports-related movie of all time, Brian Song, ABC New Movie of the Week, James Caan, Billy D. Williams. To this day, I have a hard time going past it when I see it.
Tearjerker.
Oh,
for sure.
And I was a kid.
Oh, same here.
And I would just remember in my room when I just got that first black and white portable TV, I was in my bed with a poster of Gale Sayers and Dick Butkus. Don't ask me how, but they were in my bedroom growing up, and I just couldn't stop crying.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree. I remember watching it and just being blown away by it. Tears, definitely tearful movie, right?
Yep.
How about May 30th? 1955, Jake the Snake Roberts, American pro wrestler, WWE Hall of Famer. He was born in Gainesville, Texas. I remember the days of studio wrestling.
Yeah. Bruno Sammartino.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, Jake the Snake actually had they basically got rid of the poison with rattlesnake that he would let bite him every once in a while.
Right.
And one time he is wrestling Randy Macho Man Savage, and this snake latched onto him, and he couldn't get it off. And he kept saying, they were in the locker room before they went out, Macho Man says, have that snake bite you right now. I want to make sure there's no venom in that snake. I mean, the things that they used to do.
They did some crazy, yes.
And today at 2 o'clock Eastern on ESPN, the WWE has got a big show in Italy. So I'm just saying, it's a worldwide phenomenon.
It is. It's amazing the journey it's taken from the days of Bruno Sammartino and Ivan Putski, the Polish Power, right?
Jumping Johnny DeFazio.
Oh, all of those guys.
All right, so we're going to do the trivia question now. First person that calls in with the correct answer at 412-922-1020 will win a $15 Get-Go gas card. And here is this week's MediConnect Inside Connection trivia question.
Yeah, here's the trivia question, Rob. This is all based off of, the people that are turning 65 this year. They turned 60. They were born in 1961. So think of 1961. What future Hollywood icon made her first television acting appearance on the NBC drama A String of Beads on February 7th, 1961? Who was it?
If you think you know it, 412-922-1020. 412-922-1020. Back with the Inside Connection MediConnect in just a moment.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back. Mark Clark, the Inside Connection, MediConnect, and we have a lot to get to, so let's get started with segment number 2. Go ahead.
And before we get to that segment here, Rob, what I want to do is cover the seminars coming up. I want to make sure people get the information they need. These are really important, these seminars. If you're turning 65 and are coming on to Medicare in the next 6 to 12 months, you want to make sure you attend these. And this first one, June 2nd at 5:30 p.m., it's our retirement panel. If you have retirement on your radar in the next few years, you'd like to ask experts questions, financial experts, retirement experts, MediConnect will be there. Experts in retirement planning will be there. It's a question and answer type session. This is June 2nd at 5:30 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Community Center. That's on Mayview Road. June 9th at 4:30 and 6 p.m. We'll be at the AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital on Duncan Avenue. You don't want to miss that. That's our regular seminar. June 23rd at 6 p.m. We'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. And June 30th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Imperial Lifespan. That's on Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial. You don't want to miss those. We just had one this week, had some great discussions with a couple people there, able to teach people the basics of Medicare. What's original Medicare? What's a Medicare supplement? What's a Medicare Advantage plan? We highlight and teach people how to understand how Medicare works. If you want to register for a seminar or if you want to schedule an in-person appointment, right now I have live advisors standing by at 888-818-6334, or you can go to MediConnectInsurance.com, go to the seminars tab, click that tab and register there. No cost to those seminars, but we want to make sure we have materials and a spot for you. And now we're going to talk a little bit, Rob, about what it's like to work with MediConnect. When you first come on to Medicare, there are some really important decisions that you have to make. And if you make mistakes in that first initial enrollment period, sometimes there are mistakes that you can make during that time that will stay with you for the rest of your life, meaning you could get assessed a penalty, and that penalty will stay with you for as long as you live. You'll pay more for your Medicare, and you can't escape that penalty. So it's really important that you get help when you first coming on to Medicare in that initial enrollment period. But I've got good news. You don't have to do this alone. You can get help from us, and it costs you $0. Let's take a look at what it's like, though, when you work with us. Number one, we make Medicare easy. It's so easy to get overwhelmed when you're starting on Medicare for the first time. There's so many choices to make. They can be very complicated. And the average person that doesn't understand how Medicare works, it can just be overwhelming and confusing. So this is why we exist. We do this every day. We have to be licensed in this state and any other state that we work with. We have to be certified with all the carriers we represent. We have to understand all the new regulations coming out every year for Medicare. We do this every day. This isn't a side job. This isn't a side hustle. We want you to know that we care about you and that we want to educate you and help you make these major decisions about your health care when you're going to be retired. We're going to help you choose a plan that's going to work right for you, and we're going to walk you step by step through the process. And so everybody out there in Pittsburgh world, right, you can take a deep breath. If you're coming on to Medicare soon, you can take a deep breath and relax. Just do that now, right? In through the nose, out through the mouth. Relax. Take it easy. Why? Because you can count on us. You can count on us to help you step by step through the way. Our meeting space, I already talked about it. Rob's been to our meetings, our office multiple times. When we schedule a meeting with you, it'll be at a time and a place that's most convenient for you. Yes, we work evenings and weekends. Our office is open 2 evenings a week. If you want to come to the office on Monday or Thursday, you can come and enjoy the space. You have the choice of meeting with us at our office, or we can meet with you in your home. We'll meet you at a local coffee shop or diner. We can do virtual appointments through the internet if you have access to the internet at home. Or you can come to our beautiful office space. We'll make you comfortable. We even have some good snacks. Brenda will welcome you at the door, and you can enjoy just the beauty and have a snack while you wait for us to meet with you. Definitely dedicated, beautiful space. What's another thing about working with us? Rob, we'll take the time to listen to you. There's an old biblical saying that says, he that has ears, let him hear, right? And somebody told me a long time ago, Rob, God gave you 1 mouth and 2 ears. You should listen twice as much as you talk.
You're right.
I should tell some of my agents that.
Hey, by the way, Susan from Cranberry is our winner. She gets $15 Get-Go gas card, and here's the correct answer.
Fantastic, Susan. Congratulations. Today's trivia question was, what future Hollywood icon made her first television acting appearance on the NBC drama A String of Beads on February 7th, 1961, and that actress was Jane Fonda.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yep. Jane Fonda, still around, still doing her thing.
Incredible.
Incredible actress, political activist. She took some heat for that, right? But always thought she was a very beautiful woman, too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, no doubt. So, Rob, I already mentioned this, right? We're going to take time to listen to you. We can't provide solutions to your situation or your problem with your Medicare or your health care coverage until we listen closely to you. All of my agents, especially the ones that I've trained, they know that they have to listen and they have to observe. They have to, I'd like to say, I like to read the room. Sometimes we can, as salespeople, we can get kind of a one-track mind. But I can tell you multiple times I've been sitting with clients, with some of my agents when I'm training them. I've been sitting with clients myself, and I can just read their body language. I can just read the expression on their face. And that's what I do. That's what we do is we stop right there, and we notice. I noticed the expression on your face. I'm guessing that you have some questions or you're still a little confused. And we'll back the tape up and we'll actually go through the educational piece again. We'll help you understand. You know, in this world of insurance, there can be a lot of people that are fast-talking salespeople, blah, 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 blah. They spit it out. They just give you all the data, and they want you to make a decision on the spot. I'm going to talk a little bit later about some of the appointments that I was in this week and just how we have a different approach. But the first step in our approach is that we're going to listen to you. We're going to analyze your needs. We can't give you an answer to or solution to your problem until we listen closely. Next, Rob, the hallmark of our whole situation, of our whole business is education. We're going to teach you how Medicare works and how it's going to work for you. Our first appointment process includes a very easy-to-understand PowerPoint presentation. You'll learn what Original Medicare is. You'll learn the difference between a Medicare supplement plan and a Medicare Advantage plan. Thank God we don't really have to talk about the donut hole anymore, but we'll even point out to you what the extra benefits are on some of these plans and how you access those benefits. And we'll explain to you how drug coverage works on Medicare and the 3 stages that are now in drug coverage, and you know how a benefit plan or how a deductible is going to work with those your prescription drug plan.
We're going to come back. We're going to run the seminars again. Those seminars are free, but you got to reserve your space. Don't forget that number, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. More of this week's topics, of course, with Mark. And, of course, this is MediConnect, the Inside Connection. But if you have a question about healthcare, Medicare, you want to talk to Mark right now, number to dial is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. And, again, the number to reach our representative standing by until noon, as they do every Saturday, 888-818-6334. That's 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not 1, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
If you go to a diner and they have a glass Heinz bottle, you've already psychologically decided in your brain that that ketchup tastes absolutely better than any ketchup that comes out and squeezes like out of a plastic bottle.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 58 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man is in custody following an alleged domestic robbery It happened Friday night in Troy Hill. Public safety says the man following that alleged domestic robbery barricaded himself inside a home on Hatteras Street. SWAT team was called in. The man eventually surrendered after 11 o'clock Friday night. The man already had an outstanding warrant and a probation violation. Robbery charges are pending. Female victim was taken to a hospital for abrasions she suffered during that alleged robbery. Pittsburgh police looking for a 12-year-old girl this morning, Leilana Bernal, last seen Friday morning on Parklow Street in Knoxville. She's described as 5'2", brown eyes, brown hair. She's known to spend time in the 300 block of Brownsville Road. Anyone who knows where she is should call Pittsburgh police. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have mostly sunny skies today. A nice afternoon with a high up to 72. Tonight we'll have clear skies. It's going to be chilly with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Another nice afternoon. High moving up to 75. 75 again on Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get back to Mark and more of MediConnect, the Inside Connection. And what we're going to do now is run these seminars, but I do want to remind you, they're free, but you got to reserve your space. You can do that by calling 888-818-6334 or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. Mark.
That's right. We've got seminars coming up June 2nd at 5:30 p.m. We have our retirement panel. That's a lot different than our regular Turning 65 seminar. The retirement panel is actually a question and answer situation where local experts in financial planning, retirement planning, MediConnect will be there. If you have questions about retiring and you have retirement on your radar in the next couple years, you definitely want to go to this. No charge to it. It is not a sales presentation. It's a question and answer situation. And so this is June 2nd at 5:30 p.m. at Upper St. Clair Community Center. June 9th, 4:30 and 6 p.m. will be at the H.M. McCandless Neighborhood Hospital. June 23rd at 6 p.m. will be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. June 30th at 6 p.m. will be at the Imperial Lifespan in Imperial, PA. Call our agents standing by at 888-818-6334. They'll help you get registered. Or you can go to the MediConnectInsurance.com, click the seminars tab, and register that way. Those seminars are free of charge, but we need you to register so that we can have a spot for you and we can have material for you. Rob, I was going down through what it's like to work with us. We talked about how we listen, how the hallmark of our company, our business is we educate you. And the next thing I want to mention is that we'll look at your specific situation. You know, I do the seminars all around Pittsburgh. I've done the radio show here. A lot of times people want to just get education. I hear from people that they go to other seminars around the area too. We're not the only ones that do seminars, but one thing that's different about us is we won't look at your specific situation at the seminar, but we will take time to sit down with you in person and look and talk to you about your situation. And here's the thing. If you respond to one of those radio or TV ads, it's a random agency somewhere, I guarantee you, Rob, that you're never going to talk to the same person that you called or talked to that first time. They might give you their name, but here's the difference with MediConnect. We're local. Our office is right here in Crafton. Yes, we've got agents that work strictly over the phone, but they do that from our local office. We don't ship that off to some other country. It's not from some other state. We're right here in Pittsburgh. We have our main office here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right in Crafton. We also have a satellite office in the Harrisburg region. We can meet you in person. We can meet you at our office. I've talked about that ad nauseum here today, but we get to know our clients by name. And here's a big part of the process of signing up for Medicare is understanding how much you're going to pay for your prescription drugs. Lots of TV ads will promise you the world when it comes to extra benefits or extras with your Medicare coverage. But here's the thing. Understanding your drug coverage is vital because you take your prescription drugs every single day, right? I get up in the morning, I have a couple allergy medicines I have to take. I take those. I have other prescriptions I have to take sometimes. But, you have to take your medicines every day in order to stay healthy and strong and keep your blood pressure in check and all of that stuff. Here's what we'll do. We'll take a list of your prescriptions. We'll get your zip code, and we'll literally be able to tell you which pharmacy in your region will give you the lowest copay. We'll tell you the estimated total drug cost for this current year, and it will tell you whether you're ever going to reach the catastrophic stage where you pay zero in a year. Again, all of this advice, all of this help is at zero cost to you. You can't get a better deal than that, Rob. Finally, we'll help you sort through all the options. Rob, did you know that in this region, in Allegheny County itself, there are 80-plus Medicare Advantage plans available to people? I don't know about you, Rob, but that'll send my head spinning, and I do this for a living, right? We'll make it simple. We'll help you sort through those plans. We'll tell you the strengths and weaknesses of plans. We'll help you understand what they are. We'll help you understand which carrier is going to allow you to go to which network here in the Pittsburgh area. We all know, we're all familiar that, there's one hospital network and another hospital network, and they don't always play well together. But there are some carriers that you'll only be able to go to one of those networks, and other carriers you'll be able to go to that other network. But there are some carriers in our region that will allow you to go to UPMC and AHN. And so you'll have that choice. We'll help you sort through that. We'll help you make sure that your doctor, your primary care doctor, is in the network. We'll make sure that if you need more dental coverage, that you're going to get them more dental coverage. We'll make sure that if you need hearing aids or more vision coverage. The other thing, Rob, is it doesn't matter what you get for your Medicare coverage. It doesn't matter what type of plan you get. Every plan has its weaknesses. And so we'll help you be able to understand where those weaknesses are and what you can do about those weaknesses. One of the last things I want to mention here in this segment is when you work with us, you'll get a permanent advisor. As long as you work with MediConnect, and as long as that advisor is still working with us, and I have good news there. I'll talk about that in a moment. You'll work with the same agent. When you work with MediConnect, you get the direct phone number of that agent. You also get the direct phone number, if you're a client of ours, to what we call client experience. That's the department led by Lauren Uran. She's here on the radio with us sometimes. She's done a fabulous job of building that department up. We've got agents, licensed agents in there that their number one job is to help our clients resolve issues they're having with their coverage or their plan, and to help them renew their plan every year. Client Experience Department is a wonderful place. Customer service beyond customer service. We'll go the extra mile. And Lauren Uran makes sure that we do that. If your agent is otherwise engaged, Client Experience is right there for you. We'll help you. We'll walk you through this. We'll help answer your questions. We'll help resolve issues. Working with MediConnect is like working with no other agency in this area. We're Pittsburgh's largest healthcare advisory firm. Nobody does it like we do it. You want to call 888-818-6334. so that you can get a free consultation with us as soon as this week. We'll schedule a consultation with you. I've got live agents until noon today at 888-818-6334. You don't want to miss this opportunity. It costs you $0 to get our expert help, expert advice on how to start your Medicare, how to choose the right Medicare for you, how to continue having the Medicare plan that's going to work for you for years and years and years, how to get the benefits that you need. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Call 888-818-6334. I was just thinking on the way in here, Rob, that in my department, we're the outside sales or field sales, we're the agents. My agents are the ones that will come to your home. They'll meet you somewhere outside of our office. We also have an inside sales department led by Rebecca Helgeson. They do a great job too. My wife's part of that team. But anyway, on my team, over 70% of my team has been with us for more than 3 years, Rob. We have a strong track record of keeping our agents around for a long time. They must be happy working with us. And what does that mean to you? It means that you're not meeting with somebody that's only been doing this for a short period of time. They've got a lot of experience. Most of our agents on my team have been with us 4 or 5 years. I've got a couple agents. One guy's been with us close to 10. Another guy's been with us probably close to 15. And so we've just got a wealth of experience on our team, and I want you to understand that you can count on us because we've been around the block several times. We've helped hundreds, if not thousands of people. And so you can have confidence in our ability to help you and help you do what you need to do to have the health coverage you're going to need in your retirement so that you can rest easy. With some of the major things that people worry about in retirement, number one, am I going to have enough money? Will my money last as long as I last? And number two, am I going to be able to afford the health care that I need? Because as I get older, I know I'm going to need more health care. Most of us need more and more health care as we get older. That's just the nature of life, right? And so it's very important that you understand we can help you with that health care piece. We can help you put something in place that's not only going to get you the health care that you need, but get it for you in a way that will protect you from major out-of-pocket expenses to you.
And the other thing, too, it's going to free you up to where if you got an issue and you know you got good health care, you're going to go get it checked out.
That's right. We talked about it last week. I spent some time on that last week, preventative care, right? Oh. It's so important today to make sure that if you get your annual checkup. Why? Because doctors can pick stuff up early. And if early diagnosis and early treatment, they'll tell you every time, early diagnosis and early treatment is the answer to getting better and living healthy again. And if you wait too long, sometimes the treatment is longer, more painful, tougher to get through that treatment, and sometimes we know that the treatment doesn't work as well. So, Rob, healthcare is a major component to your retirement years, and you don't want to just close your eyes and throw a dart at the dartboard and just end up with what you end up with, because you could make some major mistakes that could cost you in the end. My job is to help you find the coverage and for the care that you need, so that you can see the doctors you want to see and pay the lowest amount you can for your prescriptions at a reasonable price, so that your pocketbook or your life savings doesn't get eaten up because you had one major health scare. And that really can happen. The number one reason people file bankruptcy in America today is because of health care costs, because of medical bills. I don't want that to happen to you. We don't want that to happen to you. And if you consult with us, if you talk with us, if you help us help you sort through your options, you will protect whatever you've got in the bank for your retirement. And trust me, it can go away very quickly, and you don't want that to happen. Before we go to break, I wanted to cover these seminars one more time. June 2nd, we got our retirement panel. That's at the Upper St. Clair Community Center on Mayview Road at 5:30 p.m. June 2nd. June 9th, 4:30 and 6 p.m. will be at the AHM McCandless Neighborhood Hospital on Duncan Avenue. June 23rd at 6 p.m., Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. That's on Darlington Road. And June 30th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Imperial Lifespan. That's on Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial, PA. Call 888-818-6334. Our live advisors will sign you up for those. Or go to MediConnectInsurance.com, click the Seminars tab. You can register there. We only need you to register so that we can make sure we have materials there for you, so we have a spot for you. There's never a charge for our services or for our seminars.
All right, coming back, Mark Clark. One more segment, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Next hour, the guys from True Value. And then AAA Central's Talking Travel, still to come today on KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, a couple more moments. So we're going to get to those seminars one more time for you. Don't forget they are free, but you got to reserve your space. 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. Let me ask one question before you kind of summarize. So what should people be doing right now that are on Medicare or going to be on Medicare, even though we're not in the traditional enrollment period? Why should they come and see you? By the way, you should come and see him for this alone. You never get charged for anything from MediConnect, not a single cent, which is definitely worth the price of admission, especially when it's zero. Go ahead.
So, Rob, yeah, this is a time of year where there's not a lot going on. It's kind of a quiet period for Medicare, right? But I will tell you that, if you're sitting at home and you're going to be new to Medicare soon and you want to get the education you need so that you can make wise decisions for yourself, if you're going to be turning 65 sometime later this year or early next year, you want to come and talk to us because we'll help you understand it so that you can make the right decisions for yourself. Another issue you would have, and this leads right into a story I wanted to tell. I'm training a new agent named Annie, and Annie and I visited with a guy yesterday, John from Tarentum, and John's wasn't a client of ours. We made an appointment with him, and we went and we reviewed the plan that he's on. So many people are on Medicare plans, Rob, but they don't really understand what their coverage is. In fact, I talked with a lady about a month ago. I talked with a lady, sat down with her, and because she didn't understand her Medicare plan, Rob, she's on a Medicare Advantage plan, and she didn't understand that when she had a hospital stay, that she had a single copay to pay for her hospital stay. When she got a bill from the hospital, she paid thousands of dollars. And she made a huge mistake there, paying all she owed was a small copay of about $400 for that hospital stay.
And they're not going to advise you've overspent.
Oh,
they're not going to refund the money.
They won't refund the money. They're not probably going to refund that money to her. She could give it a try, but and I just sat back kind of in shock because here's the thing: if the agent who sold her that policy would have been available and would have been able to advise her, or if that agent would have taught her from the beginning how her plan worked, she wouldn't have been out thousands of dollars. But instead, what happened was she got this bill. She saw that it looked like she owed thousands of dollars, and rather than understanding that all she had to do was pay the copay that her plan told her she owed for a hospital stay, she felt pressured into paying that. And I, there's sometimes, Rob, there were situations where my hands are tied. I can't really do anything. And, Lauren and Client Experience might be able to help that lady. She wasn't a client of ours. So, for them to help, you got to be a client because we can't speak for people that aren't really clients. But I'm just saying, what we did yesterday, what my new agent, Andy, and I did, we sat with this guy, John, in Tarentum, and we just went line by line by line and showed him what the benefits of the plan are. And then we talked about how he could supplement that with some other coverage that might protect him would protect him from high out-of-pocket costs, because no Medicare plan is perfect. There are some things that there'll be some higher copays for, such as cancer coverage or things like MRIs or things like that, cancer, heart attack, stroke. There are definitely plans that we can add to your Medicare plan that will protect you. They're called indemnity plans. But, Rob, we sat with this guy yesterday. It took us about 40 minutes to sit down and review his plan with him. We got to know him. We helped him understand. If you ask John right now, he would tell you it wasn't a high-pressure situation. We don't sit there and just browbeat people to try to convince them to buy something else. His first question to us was, if we do this, if we talk right now, is it going to mean I'm going to have to change my plan? And I said, no, but you need to understand how your plan works. And we were able to point out some things and actually correct some misunderstandings he had about his plan. And now, when annual enrollment period comes up, he's already gotten to know us. He knows that he can trust us. We've seen him face to face. We've been in his home. And Annie, my new agent Annie, she'll be able to call him in annual enrollment period, and she'll be able to review his plan. And if he needs a change, then, because these plans change every year, she'll be able to do that for him.
Well, here's the reason why you want to be a part of MediConnect, that team. Year-round, enrollment period or not, annual or open, doesn't matter. You have a question, you call. Or, more importantly, just get another appointment just to review again. Make sure everybody's on the same page before you get on the wrong side of things.
That's right. That's we can help protect you. Another appointment that I was in this week, it was actually a phone appointment because this consumer lives in the Philadelphia area, Rob. She's getting ready to retire. She's been a security guard for the railroad for like 30 years. She's getting ready to retire, and she gets railroad benefits. She will not get regular original Medicare, but she'll get railroad benefits. They're synonymous. Basically, they're exactly the same thing. When Medicare was being developed, they basically stole the plan, the idea for the plan that the railroad had. They just copied it and made original Medicare that. And so this lady had a lot of questions, though. What's it going to be like? What are going to be my options? And we were able to walk her through that. Now, she's not turning 65 until the beginning of next year, February, I believe it is. But we're gonna talk with her again in November or December this year. We're going to be able to show her the plans that will be available for her for next year. As you might know, people in our audience might know, we can't really talk about the new plans haven't come out yet, and we can't really talk about the new plans for 2027 until after October 1st. But we've already set an appointment to talk to this lady from near Philadelphia. Her name was Connie. We're going to talk with her again in the annual enrollment period. We'll talk about her, and we'll get her prepared. We'll tell her exactly what the plans are going to look like. And again, there's so much preparation that takes place, right, Rob? Sometimes we'll get these calls from people, and they'll say, "Hey, Mark, my name's Bob. I'm going to retire tomorrow, and I want to get on my Medicare for the day after tomorrow." And I got to tell you, you're putting yourself in a bad position, right? If you think you're going to retire soon, or you're turning 65 soon, you should be talking to us as soon as possible. Why? Because we can give you a timeline. We can help you figure out, okay, here's when you need to apply for Part A and B. This is when you want it to be effective. And that way, if you give us time to work with you and help you to teach you what step-by-step is going to have to happen, Rob, you could lose your group coverage today at 11:59 p.m., and we'll have your Medicare coverage starting right at midnight for tomorrow. There'll be no gap in between, and that can be a big problem. Sometimes people will think, well, I can go a couple weeks or a month without coverage. Do you know what could happen in 30 days, Rob? I've seen it happen with friends and family. I just recently had a good friend of mine pass, and he was really doing well, and then all of a sudden his health took a turn, and he passed. I had a ministry mentor and friend. He said, they say here today, gone tomorrow. He said, I like to say here today, gone today. You just don't ever know, and it's important to have the right coverage in place so that you can get the attention you need when you need it. We can help you make sure that you get the attention you need. And, we're happy to help people. We don't get paid to go and help John look at his coverage. John from Tarentum, go over his coverage. We didn't get paid for that, but we love being of service to people and helping them understand their coverage.
All right, let's run the seminars one more time. And don't forget, our advisors are always here 2 hours after the show. 888-818-6334. Any questions, any concerns, set up an appointment. Do it right now. Don't put it off. Never a charge for their services. 888-818-6334.
As you know, Rob, we love doing these live seminars around Pittsburgh. June 2nd at 5:30 p.m., we have our retirement panel. Sean Horn will be there. There'll be experts in retirement, finance, all of that. It's a question and answer session. If you have questions about retirement, you're going to retire soon, you want to go to that. It's June 2nd at 5:30 p.m., Upper St. Clair Community Center on Mayview Road. June 9th at 4:30 and 6 p.m., AHM McCandless Neighborhood Hospital. This is our regular seminar, Turning 65 seminar, AHM McCandless Neighborhood Hospital, Duncan Avenue. June 23rd at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Microtel Inn and Suites in Beaver Falls. That's on Darlington Road in Beaver Falls. June 30th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Imperial Lifespan. That's on Penn Lincoln Drive in Imperial, PA. These are live seminars. You got to register to go to them. 888-818-6334. They're live. They're exciting. You'll learn all about Medicare.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. You too, Rob.
All right, stay with us. News coming up. Then the guys from True Value.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 60 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. In Brookline, 2 people were injured after a crash where a car struck a pole. This happened around 10:45 along Route 51 at Edgebrook Avenue. Driver and passenger were trapped in that car that hit the pole. Both were eventually rescued. Male driver and female passenger were taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. The crash is under investigation. A 5-year-old child flown to a Pittsburgh hospital after he was found unresponsive in a pool in Washington County. It's happened on Friday afternoon around 2:40 in the 200 block of Pine Nut Drive in Nottingham Township. Family members who were having a pool party of sorts pulled the boy out of that in-ground pool. By the time troopers and EMS arrived, CPR was performed on the boy before he was flown to that Pittsburgh hospital. His condition unclear at this time. In Harrisburg, a 15-year-old high school student shot and killed after getting off a school bus. Police say it happened Friday afternoon around 3 o'clock. Police believe the alleged gunman on scene fled on foot. No other students were injured. Investigators trying to figure out what led to that shooting. Identity of the 15-year-old has not been released as of yet. Pittsburgh police are looking for a missing 12-year-old girl, Leilona Bernal, last seen on Friday morning on Parklow Street. That's in Knoxville. She's described as 5'2" with brown eyes and brown hair. She's known to spend time in the 300 block of Brownsville Road. Anyone who knows where she may be should call Pittsburgh police. Well, police say a woman stabbed another woman Friday evening in Wilkinsburg. It happened along Cole Street. Police say 36-year-old Brittany Williams threatened multiple people with a box cutter after she allegedly stabbed the female victim. That female victim was taken to the hospital. No word on her condition. Williams is facing charges including making terroristic threats, reckless endangerment, as well as assault. Right now, police still do not have Williams in custody. Well, Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man is in custody following an alleged domestic robbery. Now, this happened Friday night in Troy Hill. Public Safety says the man following that alleged domestic robbery barricaded himself inside a home on Hatteras Street. SWAT team was called in, and the man eventually surrendered late last night. Man already had an outstanding warrant and a probation violation. Now robbery charges are pending. Female victim was taken to the hospital for abrasions she suffered during the alleged robbery. KDKA Sports, Pirates after that game-winning home run by Brian Reynolds last night. Back at PNC Park to take on the Minnesota Twins for the middle game of the 3-game series. First pitch about just after 4 o'clock. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. KDK Radio News Time, it's 10:03. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be a decent day with plenty of sunshine. We'll have a high climbing up to 72. Chilly tonight, though, with clear skies, a moonlit sky with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow, a nicer afternoon with a high up to 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, my next guests really need no introduction because they've been doing this for 28 plus years and they are a fixture. We love them. It's the guys from True Value, Ed, Mike, and Andy. You know how it works. We simply say welcome to the show and then you start calling 866-391-1020. And he's back for a command performance. So let's give Eddie the first opportunity to talk into that open mic as we welcome everyone who loves this show, and there are many. That is the True Value Home Improvement Show.
You better believe it. Good morning, Rob. Good morning to the listeners. Ooh, baby, it is something special out there today. And we're really, you mentioned, Rob, about getting the calls in here today. I think we should take a ton of calls because if ever there was a weekend for a lot of things to be going on, this is it. The sun is shining. It is dry. Last week we got kind of soggied out a little bit, and Saturday and Sunday we had some rain, some cloudy weather. Monday it cleared up okay. But I think by that time, a lot of people were at the end of their Memorial Day festivities and or chores, and so they might not have gotten done what they wanted to get done last week. But here we are this week. That was then, and this is now. The sun is out. It is dry. It is beautiful. I have long sleeves on now. My hair's all messed up. For anyone watching the show on Facebook Live, you're going to see my hair standing on end. The reason? The windows were down on the way in this morning. This is the kind of day we've been waiting for. We want those calls today for all of your home improvement needs and questions, but especially for those of you who are going to be out in the yard, outside in the garden today. This is your dream weather, and we want to be here to take calls from you.
Yeah, absolutely. No excuses
Do you think
at
he
all.
looks good, Mike?
Yeah, I think Eddie looks fantastic.
That's fine.
What he's talking about.
Rob, do you have a pair of scissors?
I've always been jealous of that.
That windswept look. Next week on the show, I want you to tune in because I'm going to have them guys bring me a can of spray paint, and I'm going to spray my scalp, and I'll have instant hair as we're on the show today.
Okay.
Anyway,
what color?
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, no, exciting, Rob. It's May is almost over. It's amazing how time flies. We got one more day left in May, and it just blew on by. So take advantage of this beautiful weather. Like Eddie was saying, May's May. Weather's weather in southwestern Pennsylvania. You never know what you're going to get. So we had a little bit of cool, we had a little bit of rain, and now we're ready to go. I'm sure if you look out your front window, your front bay window, you can see your grass growing right now.
You can watch it grow.
You can literally see it grow. So we want to mow that lawn often and often as you can nowadays. We only like to cut the top quarter tips of that grass off so we can talk about lawn and garden. We can talk about anything. We can talk about grilling. I know Andy was mentioning grilling as well. So it's just an exciting time, especially over the next 4, 5, 6 days with this beautiful weather we got.
Yeah, and store was packed this morning, guys. I mean, I had a hard time escaping to get to the radio station today. The store was so busy today, but people are out doing lots and lots of different stuff. So we're selling lots of the Coast of Maine soils. We're doing a lot of mulch deliveries today, but people are coming in and they're actually starting their Father's Day shopping, Rob. So a lot of people looking at the Echo power equipment stuff, from their cordless mowers to their trimmers to their chainsaws. And so there's a lot of reasons to be going to your True Value store. In my store in Bethel Park, Rob, we're hosting a book sale today.
Oh, cool.
With everything else going on. I have the Friends of the Bethel Park Public Library there, and they brought about 18,000 books with them. A lot of children's books, about 10,000 children's books, but about 8,000 other ones. So multiple reasons to go out and go shopping. So if you're in the Bethel Park area, stop by, say hello. Pick up some books for $1 and, move on from there. But, yeah, guys, I told you a little story about Coast of Maine. As we got here, I planted 3 weeks ago bought some blueberry bushes. I love berries. I love blueberries. And I dug a hole and I filled it with the Coast of Maine raised bed soil because it's one of my favorite, and put the blueberry bushes in there. And 3 weeks later, they've tripled in size from the original stock to what they are. So I cannot speak highly enough about the different Coast of Maine products. Eddie, I thank you for introducing us to that a year ago, but the potting soils, the garden soils, the top soils, the raised bed soils, it's just an amazing product line.
Yeah, and what you're able to do with them is you're able to incorporate those with existing soils. If you have raised beds and they, currently have dirt in them, that's okay. This soil can be used standalone, brand new raised bed, loaded up with a raised bed mix. You have existing raised beds, incorporate this soil with the soils that are there, remove some of the old stuff, some of the less productive soils, and get some of this in there. Same goes for the in-ground soils. Again, blended with the native soils. They're an amazing additive. The black earth lawn soil, if you're trying to germinate and grow healthy grasses, if you use their black earth lawn soil and you incorporate that with your native soil, you'll have tremendous success and much healthier plants. And at the end of the day, this is all about strengthening and making the plants more self-sustaining and fortifying the root structures to make them real living objects. Your grass, your tomato plants, you have to treat them, if you were to think of it this way, if you were to buy a high dollar tree, and would you just toss it in the ground? Of course not. You'd prepare the soil, you'd prepare the ground. You want these plants to be self-sustaining, you want them to be strong, you want them to be fortified, and this is the ingredient that will kick-start that operation.
All right, here's Virginia. She's got a question for the guys from True Value. Hey, Virginia, welcome to KDKA.
Hi. Nice to talk to you all this morning. Somebody was telling me about a product for weed killing called Bush. I have some pretty deep-rooted weeds. It's kind of hard to get them out too. What would you suggest? And have you heard of that product?
Well, there's different. People call different things different names and so forth. And when you go to a bush killer, a heavy vine type killer, most people are referring to the poison ivy killers. And Ortho makes one, Bonide makes one, and the poison ivy killer is a bushy vine type killer. It's a little different chemical. It's not just your typical Roundup products. It's not just your typical herbicide products, and that's probably what they're referring to. And yes, it's an amazing product. It will take care of those bushy, viney, thorny, hard-to-kill weeds, but you have to understand that it's one of those type of products that it'll kill whatever it touches. So you have to watch how you're applying it, when you're applying it, and you have to make sure you're not spraying it on plants, even just grass or hedges or other products, other plants that are living around what it is you're killing, because it's non-selective. It's going to kill a lot of things.
Okay. Can you use it like where around grass where you don't want the grass to?
Where you don't want the grass to be harmed.
No, where you don't want the grass.
Oh, no, by all means.
Like an edging. Can you do it like,
yes.
how you do an edging?
Yes.
Can you use it for that?
Yes, it'll kill the grass and those weeds all at the same time.
Of course, you just got to be careful, Virginia. Anything it touches, it's a complete herbicide. Yeah. So windy out, what have you. Be a little lazy as you're spraying. Yeah. You got to be careful because it will help. If it hits some vegetation that you don't want to, it will affect that as well.
I'll put my combat boots on and go to work.
There you go.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay. Have a blessed day.
All right. You too. That's how it starts. So let's get going. 866-391-1020. We'd love to hear from you. We're taking calls till 11. This is the True Value Home Improvement Show. Obviously, Sarver True Value, Sarver True Value Rental, Piper True Value Mars, and Evie True Value, Evie True Value Rental in Bethel Park, along with these great stores.
Thank you, Rob. We got Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance, R.C. Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware. You can go to truevalue.com to find your nearest True Value hardware store.
All right, let's get some calls going here. 866-391-1020.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, right back to the phones. Here's Dave in West Deer for the guys from True Value. Hey, Dave.
How you doing today?
Good.
I was wondering if it was too late in the year to put on that Magic Cow.
No. Magic Cow is a product you could use year round. It's never too late to do it. And it's a product that you can use in conjunction with other products, but it all revolves around having your healthy soil, and the pH of your soil is one of the most important parts for it. So, planting it before it rains, it activates it quicker, but it doesn't even have to rain. It'll just organically decompose into the soil itself. But now, if put it on, you could do it 3 or 4 times a year if you want, because the pH, even when you get it up, it'll slowly work its way back down again, depending on the plants and the trees and everything else you're doing it. So, no, that's a good project for today.
And say, you were saying that I don't have to worry about it not raining.
Mm-hmm.
But what if I cut the grass? Does that do something?
No, that'll have no impact on it whatsoever. No,
I wouldn't want to put it down and then cut the grass.
Cut the grass, and then maybe 4 or 5 days later with this rain and all, I got to cut it again. Would that affect it?
No, not at all. Not at all. The beauty of it is that it's as long as you can get it to the soil, and that's why you try not to apply it to grass that's 3 feet high. Go ahead and mow, and then put your Magic Cow down. You'll deliver it directly to the soil, and it will go to work.
Right.
Natural products like that will go to work without the addition of water. Water will accelerate it, but just their existence in contact with the soil is going to make it go to work, and it works fast.
Yeah. I was just thinking you do it before the rain so it soaks into the ground, but
yeah, that's great.
It eventually get in there.
And Dave brings up a great point and it's always a good call to have us. In terms of when to cut, when not to cut. Say I'm putting down weed and feed, should I cut first? Weed and feed is definitely different than what we just talked about. Magic Cow, you really want those pellets to go down into the soil as best you can and get them out of the sunlight. On a weed and feed, it's a topical treatment where you're killing broadleaf weeds, so you want it to stick to the top of the leaf. So sometimes, there's a little, if you want to get crazy, and we love to get crazy about our lawn care, sometimes what I prefer to do if I'm going to do a weed and feed, allow the grass needs to be mowed a little bit, but it's not really high, but the weeds are up and growing, right? So they're looking at it. You apply the weed and feed in the morning, And then you could probably even cut later in the day. I would wait another day, but it's anyhow, it's a good question to have because there's a lot of different contexture about when to cut, how to cut, depending on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and as a general rule, as we're talking about mowing, what you're going to want to do, Dave, is always mulch. So you're going to go ahead and apply that to freshly cut grass. Yeah, and then always mulch.
My tractor always mulches.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my tractor mulches. I got one of them mulch kits on that I put on my tractor. It's like iron ring where the grass don't go out.
Right.
And I got a mulching blade, and that's all I do.
I love it. All
right, Dave, so long. Let's go to John in East Deer up next for the guys from True Value. Hey, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. Appreciate all the help I always get from you folks.
Thanks.
2 questions I have for you today. We have some zinnia seedlings in our front yard that seem to be getting eaten by something. And I've used some of that insecticidal soap that took care of it for a day or two, and then I applied it again, but it's still getting eaten. Also, the flowers on the clematis have holes in them. So I'm kind of curious what I can put on them to stop this so that the seedlings can continue to grow.
Well, there's quite a few products on the market. Some are chemical-based, some are organic-based. My personal choice is I use a garden organic product called Harmony. It's Harmony Organic Insect Control. You could get it at your True Value stores, or you can look it up online if you're not familiar with it. It's just harmonyoic.com. But it's made by with a soybean-based product, so it's very safe on all plants, and it's safe on humans, pets, anything, everything. But it's a very, very good insecticide that is a chemical base. Now, a non-chemical base, an organic base. Now, chemical ones, you can use products as simple as Sevin, S-E-V-I-N. Sevin comes in a liquid or in a dust. Or there's Captain Jack's Dead Bug Brew. It's made by Bonite. It's a combination of mild chemical and organic. It's a very unique product, but it also works very, very well. So any one of those 3 choices are going to do what you want it to do. It depends on what your personal preference is. If you were using the soaps, it seems you're leaning more towards the organics, and that's where Harmony would be probably your best choice.
Okay, I've heard you guys talk about Harmony before, and it seems like the all-in-one spray.
Yeah,
so,
it is amazing. There's 2 versions of it. The main version, the original version, has a residual effect to it. So you just have to watch on some very, very fragile plants. I don't use it on. And then there's a garden version of it that does not have the residual capability, but it's safe on 100% of all plants. And that residual leaves a little bit of a film behind, and that's where it hurts some very, very fragile herbs, and that's why they came out with one without the residual, so you're not afraid to use it on anything. But it's safe for pets, safe for humans, safe for plants. Harmony Organic Insect Control.
Okay, and the other question is, I'm going to put some topsoil down in my backyard to level it out. Once I do, when I plant the grass seed, should I put a little bit of soil on top of the seed and then, hay or straw on top of that?
3 things. The soil that you're about to apply the build-up soil onto, break that apart. Do your best to break that apart, okay? What you want to avoid at all costs is what I call soil layering, where you put a layer on top of a layer. It is structurally different and chemically different. So you want to add the soil to broken up soil so that they can incorporate with one another. Seed in the bed, and then don't apply soil to the top. Do not apply soil to the top. Apply seeding straw. Okay, the seeding straw or seeding mulch, Easy Straw, you're going to find it at all your True Value stores. It's specifically designed for seeding, so it's highly processed, meaning it's chopped up a lot, really fine. All of the weed seeds and crop seeds are removed, and you sprinkle it over top of your freshly planted seed bed. And it allows for great moisture retention. It retains soil warmth. It controls erosion. And it also, and this is really important, it allows the rays of the sun to come through so that the seedling, once it develops, can catch that UV light and photosynthesize. Definitely do that.
Okay.
Covering it with more soil is burying the seed, and I'm not a fan of that at all.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
Well, as always, gentlemen, I appreciate the help. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let's squeeze in one more before the break. Got about 2.5 minutes. Here's Ted, South Hills, for the guys from True Value, KDKA. Hey, Ted.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I have mites.
Okay.
I call them mites. Came down in my kitchen one day, and my kitchen is all white, and all of a sudden I see these little dots moving around, and I try to look closer, and they're so small, but they're something. I call them a mite. How do I get rid of them?
Well, you could use, once again, insecticides. There's Ortho Home Pest Control. Sprayed around the areas, the windows, window seals. Now, Ortho is going to be a chemical-based product where you can go to the non-chemical, organic-based ones, which, once again, would be Harmony Organic Insect Control. The Harmony, you'd want the original green label one. The Harmony is safe, and it's a food-grade product. So it's highly recommended for kitchen areas in particular because it's a soybean-based product, so it's not going to hurt anything, and it's food grade. So you could spray it from the countertops to the windows to the baseboards to anything along that line, and it'll do a very, very good job of controlling mites, controlling ants, controlling fleas, ticks, any of the type of insects for it. But you got your choice of chemicals or you got the organic version of them. But just make sure you're spraying the areas well that you have seen them and you want to try and control them.
All right, got to get to a break. We got full phone bank wide open right now for the guys from True Value, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Rob coming up with a news update, bottom of the hour. Next hour, AAA East Central's Talking Travel, and then we've got a bonus hour of Open Talk at noon today. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
When the power goes out, safety is Duquesne Light Company's top priority, and it should be yours too. If you see downed or hanging power lines, stay at least 30 feet away and immediately call DLC's emergency number at 888-393-7100. Call 911 for any emergency medical needs, and keep your refrigerator and freezer doors closed to help preserve food. Report any outages using the free DLC mobile app or at DuquesneLight.com. No internet. Call 888-393-7000.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
Pittsburgh, get ready. Three Rivers Comic-Con is celebrating its 10th year in 2026, and it's bigger than ever. Meet comic creators, shop unique vendors, and dive into a full day of fandom fun for all ages. Whether you're into comics, art, cosplay, or collectibles, this is the event you don't want to miss. Join the celebration and be part of a decade of comics culture. Get your tickets for Three Rivers Comic-Con 2026 at threeriverscomiccon.com or at the door. presented by New Dimension Comics.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Bill DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 62 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were taken to the hospital Friday night after a crash in Brookline. That car colliding with a pole on Route 51 at Edgebrook Avenue around 10:45 Friday night. Driver and passenger were trapped in the vehicle. They eventually were able to rescue with first responders' assistance. The male driver and female passenger were taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. Well, a very popular decades-old tradition won't happen this summer. Jam on Walnut, been a staple in Shadyside for many years. It's been canceled for the foreseeable future. News broke through a social media post uploaded by the Shadyside Chamber of Commerce. It lacked lack of funding and concern over safety, cleanliness, and underage drinking. Chamber did not cancel the event, and sources have told KDKA-TV that behind-the-scenes efforts to find a new sponsor and bring it back are happening for later this summer. That's the hope of many local businesses owners there, as well as local residents. KDKA Radio News Time 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Got better things to do this summer than deal with old appliances. That's why right now at Lowe's, you can still get in on Memorial Day savings and get up to 45% off select major appliances. Plus, get up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. It's time to upgrade what's outdated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
Rick from Irwin suffered for 14 years with peripheral neuropathy from an autoimmune disorder. He was super skeptical when he came in. He'd been going to doctor after doctor, and they told him there was nothing that could be done. After qualifying Rick for our program, utilizing our FDA-approved, most powerful equipment on the market today that's non-invasive, no surgeries, no drugs, we were able to get him almost 100%.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Rick. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We will have mostly sunny skies today. A nice afternoon with a high up to 72. Tonight we'll have clear skies. It's going to be chilly with a low down to 45. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Another nice afternoon. High moving up to 75. 75 again on Monday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Riddy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
So let me ask you, the price of fuel has made me now say I'm not going anywhere. So I'm about $100 a week now, just coming back and forth to work.
Yep.
So I'm thankful for my battery-powered lawn equipment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So have you noticed an uptick because of that in your business? And also, let me ask you this. So I go out and about visit some of the box stores. Obviously, True Value, we got one in my neck of the woods. Why are your prices pretty much sustaining as opposed to the big box stores? There's been a bit of a jump, so explain that to me.
Well, I mean, it's easy for us as store owners to
control the pricing.
Control everything we do. We're not a box store that has to go through all these different levels, and they price for the country instead of us pricing for just your area, your neighborhood.
Right.
So it's a lot easier for us to control what we're doing, how we're doing it, when we're doing it. We could change on a daily basis, an hourly basis, and so forth what we're doing. Are we being affected by fuel pricing? And absolutely. I just bought another load of 2B limestone that we sell bulk. And the freight to get the limestone was twice the price of the limestone. It has a major impact on what we're doing. And Mike and I both, I don't know, Mike, I have 7 delivery vehicles. You probably have more than that. But I see my gas fuel bills of diesel and gas have doubled what they were. So, yeah, we feel it. It hurts, but we control what it is we're doing and do what we can for our customers. But your other question about have we seen an uptick in cordless sales? Absolutely. I just had to order another $5,000 worth of battery power tools from Echo. We're doing a lot of Echo, from mowers to trimmers to blowers to chainsaws. And with Father's Day right around the corner, come in and take a look. We have both the gas and the electric. And Eddie, I know you're running Echo specials right now too, aren't you?
Yeah, we're running, actually. This is kind of a thing. Back in the 90s, we always had a Saturday special. We'd just find something in the store that we thought was a great promotional idea. And all through the summer, we would run Saturday specials, and kind of bringing it back here for our 40th anniversary at the store. We're going to bring back the Saturday specials. This week's Saturday special is a battery-operated Echo lawnmower. This is at my store, and this is listen, I'm excited about this. I want to make sure that customers realize this is a very limited time offer, but our Echo battery-operated lawnmowers today are $150 off, and we'll take your old gasoline mower from you at no charge and recycle it. So this is an incredible opportunity. If you live in Mars area, you want to get a battery-operated lawnmower, this is just an astonishing deal. But it ends at 3:45 p.m. today. But I got to tell you, yeah, Rob, we are getting customers that are saying, hey, I'm spending like $20 a week to mow my grass, and I'm not paying anybody to do it. This is what it costs in gas, and they put a little value on their time. It's expensive right now. Hopefully that goes away soon. But to Andy's point, the degree that we take this seriously is, I can't even emphasize it enough. We do everything, and I mean everything we can, to control costs in the store so that we have to pass along as little as possible to the consumer, to our great customers.
I love it. 866-391-1020. Here's Pat. Pat up next for the guys from True Value. Hi, Pat.
Hello, good morning. Hey, I got a two-piece steel drain in my driveway. Both sections are 5 inches long, or 5 feet long, excuse me. And that joint keeps leaking. It's about five years old, and I've been using silicone in there and all kind of different sealants, and it won't hold. I'm wondering if there's some kind of paste or something I can put on that joint so it doesn't separate through the winter.
Well, the product of choice for me for what you're doing would be Flex Seal. Flex Seal is a lot heavier than what your regular silicone is. It's a lot stickier than what your silicone is, and it's a lot more waterproof. But with the Flex Seal is going to give and take with expansion, and with this trough drain you have, and it's in the ground, and it's with concrete, and things are going to move with the warmer and colder weather. I think you'd be happier with Flex Seal than you will a silicone or a caulking. If you're going to use the caulking, you'd want to be into the polyurethane base caulkings like Shasco or Sikaflex over silicone. But I'd use Flex Seal, but you're going to need to clean all of the old silicone off before you do it.
Yeah, I bought some Flex paste that I'd never opened yet.
Okay. Well,
I
Flex
guess
Seal does come in quarts, gallons, caulking tubes, and spray cans.
Okay. And then one other question. How would I seal, because my driveway is blacktop.
Okay.
So the joint there is blacktop against the steel, and I've been buying those gallons of that sealant that they sell for cracks, and that doesn't seem to be holding up either. Maybe I should buy a polyurethane, I guess, for
you can get the black in color of the urethane ones, and when I even do expansion joints in a driveway, I will always use, now mine's concrete, so I use the gray Sikaflex, but the Shasco or the Sikaflex are your top two that give you that urethane base and have a lot more longevity and flexibility.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Yeah,
Sure.
I'll try. Okay.
All right, up next, it's Jay for the guys from True Value on KDKA. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I want to preface my call, and I don't want to make it long, but I have a few questions because I know there's other callers. But anyway, I'm just turned 76. My health isn't real good. I'm trying to keep an old house going, and it's a hill of a yard. That's all I have to say about that. Now, I have a gas-powered mower. It's a Troy-built TB130. When I was younger, I used to be able to change out the spark plugs, change oil, and the blade myself. Now, this particular mower has, I looked at the spark plug, and it has like a thing wrapped around it, like I don't know if they call it a heat shield or what, but it's sort of like this plug, it fits into this thing, and it's wrapped around it. It's like a silver thing, and I don't know if I should just peel it off, break it off, if it's okay to do that.
I think that I'm kind of familiar with that particular model, that engine. And I believe there's two parts you have to remove to get to the spark plug. It is not as easy as it used to be. However, there's something you need to keep in mind. A lot of the new models are made to be virtually maintenance-free. You probably don't even have an oil drain plug on that particular machine. These are machines, they're specifically built with the consumer in mind. And so unless you're having spark issues, then you don't need to change the spark plug. This isn't like the typical stuff that existed maybe 15 years ago. These mowers are more advanced now. Now, if you think that it needs to be serviced, there are times, and this might be one of them, where your best option is to take it to a service center and have them take care of those details for you, and they will, abide by the guidelines called for by the engine manufacturer. I know Andy's store does full mechanical repairs. There are many shops and retail True Value stores who will do a service or an oil change type situation. We do that at my store, but there are times when you got to call in the pros. This might be one of them.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is about trying to get rid of poison ivy along my fence line. I'm feeding two stray cats that come into my yard, and they live in the wooded area behind my fence. I don't want to harm them or possibly harm them. Is there what can I spray on this stuff to get rid of it?
So both Bonide and Roundup both have a poison ivy killer. It has a little bit of different killer in it to do the more weedy, tough poisons like poison ivy. It's a topical product that'll kill the poison ivy just fine, just well, and it's quite safe. As soon as it's dry, it is safe. So they're really not going to hurt the cats out there at all. You want to just spray it on a warm, sunny day. The best way to kill any weeds is when they're actively growing. They need to take it in, and that's how you kill actively grown weeds. So a nice, warm, sunny day, spray it. As soon as it's dry, it's fine to go.
Okay, the other question is these cats hang out on my patio, and there's some stuff out there, furniture that it's so dirty I can't get it clean no matter what I use. So that wet and forget, is that safe to spray around like where cats hang out, or?
It is safe around
absolutely.
cats. Yes, It's a very organic product to use. Wet and forget. Yes.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Okay, thanks, Jay. Good luck with the house.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back. Much more to come on the other side. KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not one, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Anna in Monroeville from the guys from True Value. Hi, Anna.
Hi. I have a lot of problems in my older house. I've been battling ants all year round, but it's really been bad here lately. Mm-hmm. And man, I've spent a lot of money putting it around the base of the house and that sort of thing. But my most recent surprise is I go to my metal mailbox. It's on a wood post, but the box itself is metal, and it had these tiny little ants all the way in the back. It was just I couldn't believe it. I don't want to open my mail anymore.
Oh. Well, you got to get your mail. There's bills in there that probably need paid. You never know. And someone might have sent you something nice. That could always happen in the mail as well.
That would be nice.
Sure, a nice card. It cheers everybody up, right? Or even a handwritten letter. My goodness.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, honestly, out of that mailbox, I think the thing that I would do is I'd pick up a bottle or can of a product called Revenge. It's a highly potent ant killer. I got no problem using this outside. At that mailbox, just go out there and spray around the perimeter of the box. You could even spray in the box. By tomorrow, you'll be ant-free. Revenge is extremely potent. It works very fast. And we don't have to question what variety of ant you might have out there.
Okay.
It kills them all. So that's probably what I'd probably pick up some revenge and just do that real quick, and I think you'll be ant-free by tomorrow.
Now, in my kitchen, I have, I've washed all my food dishes and everything by hand. Immediately, I have nothing left around, and I with my cloth full of soap, I put that all over around the sink and leave it on the counter to dry till the next meal and everything. And there's still so I finally put around the base, my floor and wall, diatomaceous earth.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to kind of corral them a little bit, but I'm going to have a little kitty visitor in a week or so, and I'm afraid that might cause some breathing problems with the kitty if it. So
in that case, in the inside like that, Mikey, what do you think about the Harmony in there?
Yeah, absolutely. Harmony is always a very safe bet to go. An incredible insecticide and completely organic.
Yeah, it won't hurt the cat. It won't hurt your kitty that's coming to visit.
Yeah, we have vets that actually spray their dogs and cats with Harmony for fleas and ticks.
It won't hurt kitties or kiddos. Yeah. It's safe. It's
good. It will kill your ants, and it is food grade.
And one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
I am battling a neighbor's zoysia grass. I know I'm not pronouncing that right.
No, zoysia grass, yeah.
And I just my health has turned into a walker and a cane, so I can't get down with a shovel and try to dig it out anymore.
Yeah, don't. We had this conversation last week with a caller. It was a wonderful talk. She had some moss that was growing underneath a dogwood tree, and she felt bothered by it. And I said to her on air, I said, if you're so bothered by it that you want to do something about it, fine. If it's just bothering you a little bit, there are times when you just let it be. I mean, you're right. To get that out of there, you got to do some manual labor. If you're not in the condition to do that, there are more important things in the world than some invasive grasses coming over to your place.
Well, however, it is invading my blacktop driveway and making cracks and things. So the prices are mounting.
Well, don't let it worry you too much. Again, there's a lot going on in the world, and there's a lot going on in your life. And, sometimes things have to take a back seat. We love to talk about products and projects on the show. But again, you're what matters most. So don't get too uptight about that. Take care of those ants, though.
Yep.
All right, appreciate the call. Anybody else wants to get in here under the wire? Been a very busy day on the phone lines. Feel free, 866-391-1020.
You know what, Rob? I had a thought. It came up earlier. We were talking about mulching, and I get this call a lot of times. And sometimes I think we breeze right over it, and a customer will ask me, well, okay, sounds great to mulch. How do I mulch? Is my mower set up to mulch? What makes a mulching mower mulch versus a regular mower?
Yeah, and there are a lot of times, too, when people are averse to mulching because they think that it creates thatch, and it's just not. Those things are patently false. When you mulch, what you're doing is, and by the way, your mow height should always be set to remove a third of the length of the blade, okay? So if the blade is whatever inches tall, you're only taking off a third of that. And what you're doing, the top 1/3 of the blade is 90% water. So you're chopping up a bunch of water off the top of the grass, and you're making it look really attractive. In addition to that, when you mulch, you're dropping back down nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. You're dropping macronutrients back down into the soil without creating any clumping of grasses. Now, when you go below a third and you start chopping your grass really low, then you get clumps. And you get, the creation of a breeding ground for fungus beneath the clumps. You don't want all that. But when you're removing a third, you're doing nothing but healthy stuff for your lawn. And Mikey, your mower, all these modern mowers are set up to mulch. And they're very simple, too. Just a little plug you put in the side of the mower to create the mulching environment. The blade is already installed. It is a mulcher from the factory. So you just go out and mow and you mulch.
And the two elements of the blade that make it unique over older school mower blades is, one, there's a little bit more of a sharpening on the edge. Like typically the old school lawnmower blades, they were only sharpened really like maybe an inch or two to the end. So typically mulching blades are sharpened longer into the blade. And then there's some type of high lift. You'll see the mower blade be bent. And the idea of that is so once it cuts the clippings, it suspends them in the deck for a time or two so they can get chopped up a time or two as well again. And an amazing thing to do, and really the best way. And obviously it even makes it easier. You just got to mow often, right? You know,
yeah,
you don't want to dog yourself when the grass gets too high. You almost can't mulch. Everything's clogging up. Grass gets a little wet. It could be a real mess.
Yeah, but let me tell you, though, I did some mowing last night. If there was a great day or series of days to do your mowing, we are in the peak right now because those grasses are super healthy, strong, deep green, growing fast, and it's bone dry outside. Even if you had to mow twice in a row, this is the weekend to do it. Get out there and do your mowing and mulch it.
And make sure if you're stopping out at all your local True Value hardware stores today's a great day to go out and see them. The stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour every Saturday on KDKA Radio on our 28th year of doing the show. Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance Store, R.C. Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, of course, Sarver True Value Hardware, and Sarver True Value Rental.
And if you're out shopping today, whether you're picking up supplies for putting that gardening in or renting a rototiller to till the soil for the garden, but start peeking at some nice Father's Day items. So take a look at all those Echo equipment out there, and also take a look at the Broil King grills. The barbecue season is out, and I'll have to plan what I'm going to cook on our barbecue grill tonight. But take a look at the Broil King, take a look at Milwaukee Tools, take a look at Echo Tools. There's a lot of items out there that put a smile on Daddy's face, or even buying one of those mushroom kits that we've been selling so many of this year on it. You just open up the box, sprinkle it with water, and in a couple of weeks you'll be enjoying some mushrooms on it. But it's life is good. Got to enjoy things.
Andy, I don't care what you're cooking on the grill. I just need to know what time to be there.
Yeah. I don't know. How about lobster and shrimp?
I like it.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Would enjoy that one.
I like it. So much going on, Rob, but that's May and June, and that's your True Value stores, and that's Western Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Rob wants fried bologna.
No, I don't want fried bologna. No,
okay.
I don't want nothing. I just want to do my show and be the best possible broadcaster I can be for all of America.
And you are.
That's right. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's the number here, and that is the number that you can use when we get ready to roll into our next hour. It's AAA East Central's Talking Travel. Mr. Garrity in the building with a special guest. And then that number will work for me in the noon hour because we're going to get back to the first 3 hours today in which we were talking about the new, as far as routes for the PRT, Sheriff Krause and his argument with the Council of Allegheny County, led by Sarah Innamorato, when it comes to term limits, and also the latest with our president and what is going on in Iran. So we have a lot more to get to today right here on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance, family owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man is in custody this morning following an alleged domestic robbery, and it happened Friday in Troy Hill. Public Safety says the man following that alleged robbery then barricaded himself inside a home on Hatteras Street. SWAT team was called in, and the man eventually surrendered after 11 o'clock Friday night. Man already had an outstanding warrant and a probation violation. Robbery charges are pending. A female victim was taken to the hospital for abrasions she suffered during the alleged robbery. Police say a woman stabbed another woman Friday evening in Wilkinsburg. It happened along Cole Street. Police say 36-year-old Brittany Williams threatened multiple people after she threatened multiple people with a box cutter after allegedly stabbing the female victim. The woman was taken to a hospital. No word on her condition. Williams is facing charges, including assault, making terroristic threats, and reckless endangerment. As of this morning, Williams still not in police custody. Well, a crash in Brookline Friday night sent 2 people to the hospital. It happened when a car collided with a pole at Route 51 at Edgebrook Avenue. Happened around 10:45 Friday night. Both the driver and passenger were trapped in the car. Both were eventually rescued. Male driver and female passenger were taken to the hospital with serious but stable condition. Crash under investigation. Well, a 16-year-old is facing charges in connection with that brutal attack of a man in broad daylight Thursday in East Liberty. Teen is charged with aggravated assault in the incident that happened near the Whole Foods around South St. Clair and Eva Streets. It happened around 5 o'clock. This woman was nearby telling KDKA-TV.
Whether they're 16, 17, 18, like you should know where your kids are at all times or what they're doing because this is happening way too often.
Police say the victim was unconscious when they arrived and not breathing. He was resuscitated by officers and EMS and is now in stable condition at a local hospital. KDK Radio News Time, 11:02. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast next.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny and beautiful this afternoon. The high up to 72, mostly clear. Chilly tonight down to 45. Then nice tomorrow with sunshine, the high 75. Sunny to partly cloudy Monday, again up to 75. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow. Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
One of the many people that I've mentored to turn into a media superstar. Jim Garrity is back here with us, AAA East Central, and birds of a feather. Well, we flock together. We're going to talk national aviary and a whole lot more. So I'm just going to sit back like the rest of you and enjoy, because he's done this a time or two. Mr. Garrity, good morning.
Oh, Rob, you're too kind. I think, as I said last time I was here, we all stand on the shoulders of giants, and you're the giant that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Ho, Jolly Green Giant.
There you have it.
But listen, this has been a near and dear organization to AAA East Central for a long time, so it's always good to get caught up with them.
Absolutely. And before we get into talking about the National Aviary, and we got a great trip to tell you about. I got a couple things I want to throw out really quickly. I just came from East Liberty. If you are out driving around, if you can get to East Liberty today before 1 o'clock, we are doing a free paper shredding event. Right cool. Now, that we have the shredding trucks in our parking lot over 59 Baum Boulevard. That's our East Liberty branch office. Actually, our regional headquarters, the big iconic Motor Square Garden building. Get over there before 1 o'clock, because at 1 o'clock it is over. There's no, and you don't want to push it to the last minute, because those trucks, sometimes they fill up. We get hundreds of people that come through them. So get over there. If you're a AAA member, you can bring up to 5 boxes. If you are not, you can bring up to 3. But if you're not, you got to talk to somebody while you're there about joining as a AAA member. So that's a shredding event we're doing for free. And hey, one other trip before getting to the National Aviary, I got to highlight, because when here, you got to talk about Larry Richert as one of the great hosts of our AAA trips. We're going to Paris. We're going to Paris to see the Steelers. Steel City kickoff in Paris. This is a trip itinerary that we're trying to get the word out about that you do not want to miss. This is going to be October 21 to 26. You're going to be leaving America. You're going to be leaving America on the 21st. You're going to experience an unforgettable football getaway in Paris. Steelers versus the Saints. I mean, think about last year. What a great trip it was last year going to Ireland. This year, take it to take the same vibe, but take it in Paris. You're going to get round trip air. You're going to get 4 nights at the Paris Marriott Opera Ambassador Hotel. Your game tickets are going to be included in this cost. Game day transportation, a sightseeing bus, hop on, hop off, river cruise, and we're going to have a black and gold kickoff party. Take black and gold overseas on Saturday the 24th. All of this at $71.99 per person based on double occupancy. $71.99 per person. If you call right now, because space is going fast, 1-800-354-8761. Of course, you could always stop by one of the many local AAA branches, but 1-800-354-8761. Ask about going to see the Steelers in Paris.
And they take on the Saints, so the backdrop, the Eiffel Tower, a nice little glass of wine, some cheese.
Bonjour.
And a little huddle, and hurry up, because those tickets are going to go fast. So 800-354-8761.
And now, with our special guest, we have Kathy joining us from the National Aviary. Kathy, welcome in.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Kathy and I go back a couple years, because I have, and I'm really happy to be here to talk about the National Aviary, because I've been an active member I'm a member, me and my wife and our kids, but also I'm a member of what's called the Friends of the Flock Committee, which is a group of young philanthropists, entrepreneurs, fundraisers. We get together, we put together some nice events throughout the year. But Kathy and I will go back, and if you want to talk to anybody about anything avian related whatsoever, Kathy is the person to talk to. So tell us a little bit about, first, just to level set, tell us a little bit about what you do at the aviary, Kathy.
Well, I think I have the best job at the aviary because my job is getting to work with both animals and the people. So I love the fact that I get to connect the animals to the humans and come up with lots of creative encounters and programs and just cool experiences for everyone to enjoy.
And how did you get into, would you call yourself a zoologist or?
Yes, I went to school for biology, and then I did a lot of work to get my expertise in the zoological field outside of school as well, too.
Yeah, and you have an enthusiasm for these animals over at the National Aviary like no one. Although I will say, you got a lot of people who work there that are competitors, but you really have an enthusiasm for it.
I love working with all the animals, and everyone sometimes takes animals for granted, like a bird's a bird or a hawk is a hawk.
Yeah.
But every individual animal is truly an individual. They have all different personalities, likes, dislikes. So for me, getting to be able to work with them and figure all of that stuff out, and then also work on how we can have really good positive relationships and communication between our animals, it never gets, it's amazing for me.
And hey, by the way, key word there when it comes to the National Aviary, animals. Everyone thinks the aviary, they think, well, birds. Obviously, birds. It's in the title. But it's more than that. It's. Let's go through some of who's living over there.
So we have a lot of amazing birds. We have around 500 and over 150 different species, but we do have flying foxes, which are mammals. Those are types of bats. We have our sloths, which are fan favorites.
Yes.
Armadillos, a hedgehog. So we have even some reptiles. We have skinks.
The armadillos, that's like, you go because you want to see the sloth, but you come back for the armadillo.
Everyone loves the armadillo. Armadillos are just really amazing creatures. We have southern three-banded armadillos, which are one of the only ones that can roll into a ball. And we built a brand new habitat for one of our armadillos in our grasslands so that way guests can come and see him. And it's just really cool. I love the fact they walk like they're on high heels. They make the little clicking noise when they walk because they have those big front claws to be able to dig into termite mounds to get bugs.
Yeah. You said skinks, which for anyone who doesn't know, what's a skink?
It's a reptile. It's I'm trying to explain a skink. I know it's different. We have blue tongue skinks, so when they are sticking out their blue tongue, they're really vibrant. They're just really cool animals.
They are really cool animals. And hey, fan favorite, the penguins.
Oh yes. How can you not love the penguins?
How many penguins are there now?
Oh, I always forget. There's 18 or 19.
18 or 19. Is Disco still around?
Oh, yeah. Disco may be my favorite penguin.
Disco's the best.
You're not supposed to have favorites.
Is Disco the one that gets to hang out with the crowds the most often?
We all, as different animal handlers and trainers, have our favorites. So generally, if you see me, you see Disco.
Yeah. But no, it's not just for birds at the aviary. There are a variety of animals. Actually, on a day like this, what a perfect day to head over to the north side, walk the park, go to the aviary, enjoy some of the local restaurants.
It is. It's a perfect day for it.
And if you go today, there's got to be a couple shows that you're going to catch.
Yes. So we are in our brand new season, Remarkable Raptors, and it's all about birds of prey. So it's really exciting right now. We just opened up a brand new bird show, Fierce in Flight, that's offering twice a day. So you can learn about the difference between raptors that catch and hunt with their feet versus different birds of prey. We have a whole bunch of different daily activities around this theme, and we have a brand new beautiful bird. It is a harpy eagle.
Yeah, as of like a couple days ago, right?
Yes, like hot off the presses.
Oh my gosh.
She just came out into her new habitat, and she is gorgeous. And if you've never seen a harpy eagle, you have to see a harpy eagle. They are huge. They're tied with the stellar sea eagles that we have. The Philippine eagles and the harpies are like the biggest eagles around the world. And they are rainforest species of eagles. So it's very different from other types of eagles. They have these just beautiful crests. And what's amazing to them is their feet and their legs are so strong. You should see the talons of the feet.
Sounds scary.
Oh no, it's amazing.
How big is this eagle going to get?
Well, she's full size. She's a very large eagle, but she's only 1 year old. She just came to us from another accredited AZA zoo.
Gotcha.
And so what's going to change is that they don't hit sexual maturity till 4 to 5 years old, and her coloration is going to change. So right now she has a lot of like white light feathers around her face and her head, and she's a little bit more mottled with different grays and blacks. But she's going to get like a harpy. We call it the harpy gray color, but that white's going to go away and be more of a gray, and then she'll keep some of the striations, but you'll just see the color change over the years.
But a wonderful addition, right?
Oh,
and
it's
if you're listening, wondering, is this bird talk? The reason that we're featuring the National Aviary today on Talking Travel with AAA is that we have a special trip. You know, we've done these many years now. They are incredibly successful, incredibly rewarding. When we get back, we're going to get into talking about it. It's a Hawaiian adventure presented by the National Aviary through AAA Travel. Of course, our travel advisors are waiting for your phone call anytime at 1-800-354-8761. They are on call right now, 1-800-354-8761.
We'll be right back.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Ready for your next getaway? Let AAA Travel turn your plans into unforgettable experiences. From exciting cruises to expertly guided tours to relaxing, all-inclusive resorts, they've got the perfect escape waiting for you. Looking for something more personal? Their small group adventures offer unique itineraries, immersive experiences, and more flexibility along the way. Want to skip the airport altogether? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey, and let your vacation begin the moment you leave home. Plus, their knowledgeable AAA travel advisors are here to help with personalized recommendations and to customize a trip that's perfect for you. Visit your local Western PA AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 today. That's 1-800-354-8761 and start your next adventure with AAA Travel.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back, National Aviary, and once again, here's your host, Jim Garrity.
Rob, thank you very much. We are talking travel at AAA Travel with the National Aviary. Kathy joining us to talk about our upcoming Hawaiian adventure presented by the National Aviary. First of all, let's we got to right off the bat, before I start talking about this itinerary, which is unbelievable. You have a 10-day itinerary that hits all the spots you'd want to hit going to Hawaii. But let's talk about Dr. Fish, right?
Oh yes. She's a world-renowned veterinarian,
and she's going to be going along on this trip. And we could also talk a little bit about what is unique about traveling with the National Aviary.
Well, Dr. Fish puts a lot of work into these trips as well as AAA Travel, and she really scouts out really cool animal locations. And I mean, being able to go, how many times do you go on vacation and you see things and you're like, man, I wish I knew what that was.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I never thought of that. You're right. You go places, you think, oh, I wonder what that tree is, or I wonder what that animal is. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
That's why people hire tour guides, right?
Exactly. And you have Dr. Fish is an expert on all of these animals that are going to be around you. So you're going to have someone that you can be like, oh, tell me about this. She's hit hot spots for bird watching and other animal encounters. So it's going to be a really cool trip.
Yeah, and I want to get into a little bit about kind of what it's like to actually lay out for you who's listening. What is it like when you're on this trip? What kind of experiences you're going to be having when you're out and you're kind of like sightseeing, and I guess is probably the word for it. But first, let's talk about this itinerary. You got 10 days. You leave on February 28th to March 9 of next year. You head out Sunday, February 28th to Honolulu. Start there. You spend another day in Honolulu, and then on the third day, Honolulu to Waikiki, Honolulu, Big Island, Volcanoes National Park, Kona, a couple days in Kona, Maui. You could spend, weeks in Maui?
Yes.
There's so much to do and see there.
And I know there's going to be a snorkeling adventure again, and you have Dr. Fish to explain what all the animals that you're going to see in the waters, and to really help you along your adventure as well. You'll have things to look in the ocean. You'll be able to look up and know what all those amazing birds are. She's just spent a lot of time hitting these like intricate spots in Hawaii.
What does she bring in terms of her expertise?
Animal knowledge.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's hard to. Dr. Fish is just like a really great host. She's going to make sure that everything is well taken care of, along with the AAA travel host. She brings, she's a really great friend of mine as well as a coworker. So just being able to go out into the field with her, to be able to experience the wildlife that's all around you. She's also a lot of fun, so she's going to make the trip fun. She has a lot of good stories and jokes about all the animals. So it's just a great experience. And I will tell you that I have met people that have gone on these trips with her, and they sell out quickly because once you go on a trip with her, you want to go back and back again.
Yeah, and we were talking off air about the Costa Rica trip, which is sold out because they're popular.
Yeah,
and yeah, I don't know how much do you know about the birds of Hawaii and the animals of Hawaii? What is unique about those islands?
Well, I mean, Hawaii's an island biome, so there's a lot of species that are just endemic to the islands of Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and there's a lot that goes in with that. Like, we do a lot of, not the National Aviary specifically, works with other zoos that do a lot of different breeding programs with some of these birds and monitors the health of the island, the health of the animals. There's some endangered species there that people are doing some release programs with. So there's actually a lot of really cool species that you can only see on the island of Hawaii.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the itinerary. You have a couple days in Maui. You have some leisurely time to yourself, but let's of course, there's things like snorkeling. There's things like taking in the beautiful scenery of some of the underwater destinations in Maui. You're heading over to Turtle Town for some, like we said, some snorkeling, observing Hawaiian green sea turtles. Right? I mean,
you can't get better than that.
How big do they get?
Oh, they get big.
and of course, all of the accommodations that you're going to get when you book with AAA Travel, we're gonna dot every I, cross every T for you, make sure that we give you the trip of a lifetime. And this is, what we're talking about is the Hawaiian Adventure February 28th through March 9th tour. It's booking at $72.99. Let me get that cost exactly right. But we're gonna watch your back. We're gonna make sure that you have all of the details covered. If you're making a big trip like one to Hawaii, you don't want to just willy-nilly do that yourself, because it is a big trip. You're going a long distance. You are going to have to make sure that you're following all the travel requirements. Of course, there's all the changes with Real ID that people are going to want to be keeping an eye on. But I think this is a good point just to stop and talk about why it is worth working with a travel advisor. Because when you go and you travel and you take this is kind of like a bucket list type of trip. When you take a big bucket list type of trip like this, you want to have somebody in your corner, because that's your hard-earned money that you're investing into this vacation. And working with a travel advisor they're going to make sure that all of the fine print is taken care of. I last time I was on air, I mentioned this. A friend of mine called me the night before he went to Italy. And he was frantic, like the night before he was going to go to Italy, because he didn't know you needed an international driver's permit. Well, that's something that, wherever you're going, there may be different rules and regulations, and that's something that a good travel advisor is going to watch your back and take care of you on. So this is the Hawaiian Adventure Tour, February 28th to March 9th. Call us at AAA to talk more about what your options are. 1-800-354-8761. 1-800-354-8761. Kathy, have you been to Hawaii?
I have not. It is a bucket list item for me.
Absolutely.
I'm saving up.
Absolutely.
The nice thing about this, though, would be you get all of the outdoor experiences, but you're not roughing it. And I like that. I like the combination of being able to go explore the outdoors, but then be able to go back to a nice hotel and have good food and good company. So it's really the best of all worlds.
Yeah, that's $72.99 per person flying out of Pittsburgh. So Yeah, it's just something you don't want to miss. Let's go back to the National Aviary. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things that are coming up. So I mentioned that I'm on this committee, the Friends of the Flock. Shout out to the Friends of the Flock. We put together some great fundraisers. We're gonna have a brunch coming up in the fall, which is something we've been doing many years now. Very successful, very popular. But let's talk a little bit about Night at the Tropics.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Night in the Tropics.
One of the biggest parties in the city, no?
It is. To me, it's the best party in the city.
I think that's fair. Let's set the scene for people who've never been.
Okay, so Night in the Tropics, we transformed the aviary into just this giant tropical paradise, which if you've been to our free flight habitats, it just ties everything together because we already have that tropical vibe, right? And you come in, there's food and drink from restaurants all over the city. So you will be very well taken care of in the food department. And you have special animal visitors throughout your experience too. There's amazing music. There's live art demonstrations. It's just such a fun evening and there's something for everyone.
Yeah. They shut down the parking lot over there. You get to dress in your favorite kind of Hawaiian tropical vibe. You know, it's my excuse to break out the lamest Hawaiian shirt that I have. But no, everyone's dressed to the nines and they look fantastic. The food and the drink is unbelievable. It's an assortment of people across the city. They come in. You get a little sampler of everything. And in the meantime, let's talk about the entertainment for a second. The live music. The tropical dancing we've seen years. One year, I think there was, I don't know if it was a fire breather or something, but
one year there was fire dancers, yes.
And incorporated into all this is the experience that you get anyway when you go to the National Aviary, because at Night at the Tropics you get to enjoy it with a different sort of a vibe, and at night.
And all the free flight habitats are open, so you can walk through all the habitats and enjoy. And I will tell you that I'm currently working on, how I was talking about creating special experiences, some special experiences for our VIP guests. More details later.
Okay. And those VIP tickets, as somebody who buys them every year, fantastic. It's worth it. It gets you in a little bit early, gets you more time at Night at the Tropics. And don't forget, while you're there, there's raffles, unbelievable raffles, one of which is going to be a trip from AAA Travel.
Yes, for 2 to Maui.
Absolutely, yeah. So if you're not going to book this Hawaiian adventure trip, you could still enter for a chance to win a trip to Maui at the National Aviary's Night at the Tropics. Which, hey, does it sell out every year?
It does.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, Night in the Tropics sells out every year.
So don't wait. It really is. It's a party. It's a really nice time, and in booking your night at the Night at the Tropics, you're supporting the National Aviary, which truly has a wonderful mission. Maybe we could talk a little bit more about the mission of the aviary when we get back. But the work that they're doing locally and around the world that many people just aren't aware of, that's what you're supporting when you support the National Aviary.
All right, I'm going to give you a little extra time to talk about the big trip that is going to be in the shadows of the Eiffel Tower with the Pittsburgh Steelers and New Orleans Saints. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you are looking to enjoy a Steelers game overseas last year, coming off of what was a very successful trip to Ireland. This year we're going to Paris. So we have a tour. It's going to be a October 21st to 26th booking. You're going to Paris, round trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights at the Paris Marriott Opera Ambassador Hotel. You're going to get your tickets to the Saints and Steelers game day transportation, and much more if you call 1-800-354-8761.
All right, tell everybody who's with us on the show today.
We got Kathy from the National Aviary, Jim Garrity from AAA East Central.
All right, coming back, a whole lot more to come. Don't forget anything, Dream It, Plan It, Book It, 800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. Now, still to come, Rob Taylor, bottom of the hour with the latest headlines. And then I've got that full hour of open talk. We'll pick up on some of the things we were discussing earlier, the new routes for the PRT. Also, Sheriff Krause has a bit of a problem with what Allegheny Council is trying to do with term limits. We'll talk about that. The latest as far as what's happening around the world, especially in the nation's capital with our president and more. All still to come today with your Pat Pack on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. News coming up next. Bottom of the hour, Rob Taylor back with more of AAA Central's Talking Travel, the National Aviary in the spotlight today in minutes on KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 64 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were injured in a crash Friday night in Brookline. It happened around 10:45 Friday night when a car collided with a pole at Route 51 and Edgebrook Avenue. That driver and passenger were both trapped for a while. Both were eventually rescued, male driver and female passenger, taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. Crash is under investigation. In Dallas, 3 people were killed when a gas leak led to a Dallas apartment building exploding. Here's Megan Norwood of ABC News.
We're also hearing from the owner of Clyde Apartments, and we kind of got the backstory of kind of what led up to this and what was happening here. They tell me that the building says a company was working for the property's future buyer. They were doing some soil testing on the property here for a redevelopment project to turn these apartments into, some affordable housing when that line was hit.
KDK Radio News Time 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Plenty of sunshine for today. The high 72, mainly clear. Chilly tonight down to 45. Beautiful for tomorrow to round out the month of May. Sunshine high 75. Sunday to partly cloudy Monday, high again 75. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, AAA.com/radio for everything we're talking about on the show today, each and every week, and also 800-354-8761, where you can stop in with many of their offices being open until early this afternoon. Jim Garrity, your host, the National Aviary in the Spotlight on this week's edition of AAA Central's Talking Travel.
Rob, thank you very much. We have Kathy Schlott from the National Aviary, who was just telling me that she is a AAA member. Kathy, thank you. Glad to have you on board. And for any AAA members out there listening right now, if you are in the East Liberty area or you can get to it before 1 o'clock, we are doing a free paper shredding event at our headquarter office over there in East Liberty. Motor Square Garden, anyone from the area, it's the big building with the dome. If you have a GPS, it's 5900 Baum Boulevard. Head over there before 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is a hard deadline where we're going to wrap it up, but we have trucks there. It is a free paper shredding event. If you're a member, you can bring up to 5 boxes of paperwork. If you are not, up to 3 boxes. Think about anything you have laying around the house with that personal, sensitive information, bank statements, credit card offers, medical records, tax records, whatever you're looking to get rid of. Bring it over. We'll shred it up for you on the scene. Again, that's until 1 o'clock at our East Liberty location, 5900 Baum Boulevard. Kathy, we're talking about the National Aviary and AAA teaming up on this Hawaiian adventure trip that we're putting together. And in the break, I was looking over the itinerary, and just to highlight a couple things. If Hawaii's on your bucket list, it's on mine. Like you talked about, it's on yours. Yep. I think this is a great way to do it, because you go and you get a pretty immersive experience. You get to go to Honolulu, get a city tour, highlight some of the historical locations there, including their state capital. Of course, if you're going to go to Honolulu, and what better year than the 250th anniversary of America to talk about, going and checking out the World War II history there. As part of this trip, you get to see the World War II Valor in the Pacific National Monument, where you'll get to see artifacts from, of course, that fateful attack on December 7, 1941. You get to travel by naval launch to view the USS Arizona Memorial, which is, of course, honoring all those who lost their lives in on that terrible day. But of course, there's other fantastic things on this trip. Volcanoes National Park. You get to learn about Kilauea, which is the most active volcano. You get to get a really good view of it from some insiders there who are gonna take you around and show you some of that. What did you say that you saw on this itinerary that caught your eye?
Oh, I was talking about the Rainbow Falls. They look absolutely gorgeous. 80-foot waterfall that cascades over a natural lava cave.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, how can you beat that?
My wife and I were watching, it's an old show, but Lost.
Oh, yeah.
And it's shot in Hawaii. And if you watch that, that's I don't know why, that's the first thing that comes to mind. It really accentuates just what a unique and beautiful set of islands that is.
It is. And I love the fact that the trip is 10 days, because a lot of you just can't really experience things. I like 10-day trips personally. Yeah,
well, I mean, if you're going to go all that way out, you might as well take a trip like this. This is going to be per person $72.99 for a booking. Your trip inclusions are going to be your round-trip airport and hotel transfers, any required international flights, chartered transportation, 9 nights hotel accommodations, luggage handling, 1 bag per person, 14 meals, sightseeing and admissions that are stated in the itinerary. You have a couple different hotels that you're going to be staying at. You got 3 nights at a Honolulu hotel, 3 nights in Kona, 3 nights in Lahaina. We were just talking off air. Me and pronouncing some of these locations don't go well together. But your deposit is going to be $698 per person, due at the time of booking. Book today, because I suspect this is probably going to sell out. I mean, our Costa Rica National Aviary trip sold out, and for good reason. You get an immersive experience in one of the most beautiful locations on the planet, a bucket list destination. You get the history, you get the natural beauty, you get the insight from Dr. Fish that we were talking about in the last break, and the expertise of the National Aviary.
And you get to hit some of the national parks. I love going to different national parks. And so you're going to be able to go to multiple national parks, too.
How many national parks do you think you've been to?
I've never counted them. I don't know.
but as somebody, as a,
I would say at least 10.
as somebody who's a zoologist, basically,
right?
What do you see when you're at some of these national parks? And I bet, of course, it's going to depend on where you are, right?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that too, because AAA Travel actually sponsors our Passports Parks bird show that we have at the National Aviary.
Great
show.
And
we talk about national parks and their importance because what they do is they protect these areas for all of the animal species that live there. So national parks are, we talk about our national parks in this country, but there are national parks all around the world. Different countries have their own national parks. And there's just these mini conservation areas that we get to enjoy the natural beauty, but more importantly, we're preserving the landscape and the environment for the animals that live there.
That presentation, first of all, you walk away from it and you learn something about what you can do in your day-to-day life, about how you can, reduce your waste and find strategic ways that you may not know how much of an impact it actually makes. I mean, you hear about, it's good to do this, it's good to recycle and all this, but when you actually see how that impacts habitats for animals across the planet, it's truly something to learn about. And then, but in addition to that, these theater presentations at the National Aviary, which, by the way, you can catch one today. These are let's call them immersive. I remember the first one I went to, a bird flew over my head. It's wild, I guess is a good word.
Yes, we try to make them as immersive as possible. So we have birds flying. In the shows, we have a lot of really cool natural behaviors of these species that we're trying to highlight. We have video and music that helps tie it all in together and helps transport you to these wild areas right in our own theater.
And you know what? We were talking a little bit also about some of the other local trips that you're talking about that the National Aviary has going on. Let's talk about that a little.
Yes. While you always want to go on these big vacations, of course, and you absolutely should book a trip to Hawaii. But in the meantime, you can do some fun weekend getaways as well, too. So we have some day trips that we do. We have one coming up to Cook's Forest. And again, you're going with National Aviary experts.
Yeah.
So that way you have someone that's leading you on these trips, that's taking you down these trails, that's pointing out the different wildlife and plants that you see around you. And you're getting a really cool mini immersive experiences. I really I've led some of these trips with some of my coworkers.
Oh, really?
They're really fun. Yeah.
So, because I think when it comes to Pennsylvania, it has to be one of the most beautiful states in the nation.
We take it for granted because we're
Seriously.
from here, but the Appalachian Mountains and all of the diversity we have around us is incredible.
It really is. So tell me a little bit, if you've been on some of these trips, what are some of the, what do people see when they go on some of these local trips?
Well, we do different trips to different areas. So in the spring, we go to Presque Isle and we see a lot of water birds and a lot of the migrating birds that are coming down through at that time in the spring. Cook's Forest, you're going to learn a lot about the different songbirds that are around us. In the fall, we're going to go to Powder Mill, where you learn all about bird banding and hike around some of those areas, and then again see some of those songbirds and migrants that share Pennsylvania territory.
Yeah.
And then we have a new space that I'm definitely going to go check out that we just started going to last year, Blue Spruce County Park, where some of the birds actually are trained to come and land on your hand.
No kidding.
You can have a Snow White moment. That's what I wanted to, with the National Aviary. So that's a really cool trip that we're going to do.
Where is that again?
It's at Blue Spruce County Park.
Blue Spruce County Park. Fantastic.
Yes. And then, of course, they're not on the website yet, but we'll have some owl prowls. I'll be leading one of them in the fall as well, too.
Yeah.
I had the best. I don't want to say it's not like this every time, but my owl prowl last year was epic. I have never epic. It's the most epic owl prowl of all time. I had screech owls flying right over people's heads.
Wow.
I was like, wait, I'm not at work. This is happening in the wild.
No, it
was really cool.
Maybe epic is the right word to use there.
Yes.
When a bird flies past your head, it is something. It is something else. And it's funny you mentioned Presque Isle. I don't know about you, Rob, but when I think of Presque Isle, I think about growing up around here, going up to the beach once in a while. I wouldn't think to stop and look around at the birds and at the animals.
Oh my gosh, there are so many different bird species up there. That's what I mean. Of course, I'm a bird nerd, so I go up there to go birding.
A bird nerd.
Yes.
And what about and does any of this include birding? And what is birding?
So birding is just really being aware of what's around you. So like birding is like legitimately like the new hot thing to do. And we've been doing it all along, us bird nerds, right? Mm-hmm. But there's this whole world around us, but most people just don't look up to see it. And then you start learning about all these beautiful, cool species and how they're sharing the same environment as you. And we have a birding for beginners class, actually, that's coming up this summer, too.
Oh, tell me about that.
Yeah, that you get to learn binoculars. I know people think binoculars are easy to use. They're something you just grab. But trust me, once you get to really learn how to use your binoculars and you get to see so much more details of the birds, it makes it more exciting. So we're going to teach you some beginning basics. We're going to talk about some apps, some books, how do you correctly use your binoculars, how to, really get into some of the things. And then we're going to take you to Frick Park as part 2, where you can put what you've learned into practice.
Yeah.
So it's like a really good beginning birding class. That's coming up this summer as well.
You said the binoculars. That reminds me, my parents have binoculars on their back porch. And what do they use it for? Looking at birds. Right. Looking at birds who land on the bird feeder. I know somebody, my boss's parents have the bird feeder with the camera built into it.
Yes.
And they can look at it on the phone. But like there really is some natural beauty all around you if, like you're saying, you just stop and take a look. Let's go over, we'll hit a quick break. When we come back, let's go over a little bit more about this trip, about this itinerary, about why you could see Hawaii truly in an unforgettable way with AAA Travel and the National Aviary. And we'll talk a little bit more about what the Aviary's got going on. And from AAA's perspective, we're very happy. We've had a long partnership with the Aviary and a very fruitful one. And these trips are a part of that. And you don't want to miss out on this. You don't want to miss out on this opportunity to see Hawaii with AAA Travel and the National Aviary.
All right, coming back. Much more. Stay with us today on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Jim Garrity, one more spotlight with the National Aviary on AAA Central's Talking Travel. Jim.
We're talking Hawaiian travel presented by the National Aviary. This is a trip February 28th to March 9th of 2027, obviously next year. This is going to be something you're going to want to jump on because it is going to go fast. Your trip highlights are going to include, we talked about Pearl Harbor. You're going to get to do a lei-making class, a Polynesian luau, a Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, Hawaii Wildlife Rescue and Rehabilitation, which is where I'm sure Dr. Fish is really going to shine with some of her knowledge as your tour companion.
Some of these, I'm not sure about this one in particular, but I do know a lot of these wildlife rehabilitation centers only do tours with Dr. Fish. Like a lot of times they won't do these in-depth tours for just the general public, but they do them with Dr. Fish. Again, because Dr. Fish is a world-renowned veterinarian, a lot of people from all over the world reach out to her for medical advice and for her expertise.
Wow.
And so she has a lot of really cool relationships with them. So you're going to get to experience these places like you wouldn't if you weren't with her.
It's, I mean, she's the pro that you want to go with.
Yes. because she's going to have the relationship. She's going to have the knowledge. They're
Yeah.
looking for her to have the knowledge as well, too, to help them. It's just incredible experiences.
Yeah, if you think the birds on your backyard bird feeder are beautiful, wait till you see them in Hawaii and what those islands have to offer. So you head out there, you're going to have all of this, and not to mention some of the most breathtaking, beautiful scenery on the planet. And you're going to get to do all this for 10 nights. If you call right now at 1-800-354-8761, AAA Travel Advisors are waiting for you. They want to talk to you about this trip at $72.99 per person with your round-trip air, your hotel, your transfers, all charter transportation, 9 nights hotel accommodations, luggage, meals, 14 meals, sightseeing, admissions as stated in this itinerary. Get your hands on this itinerary. We also have it. You can check it out on our website at AAA. But again, give us a call at 1-800-354-8761 to learn more about Hawaii with the National Aviary and AAA Travel. Before we took that break there, you were talking a little bit about, you got a new flight encounter?
Yes. So we do small group encounters. So that way you can experience the animals up close in a different ways in small groups. And so one of our new encounters this summer is the flighted falcon encounter. So we have a falcon that will literally is trained to fly to your glove. So you get to have a falcon fly and land on your glove and hold a falcon, which is really cool. And then
Have you done anything like that before?
we usually don't fly birds to people's gloves. We'll have them step onto the people's gloves, but never fly. So this is new.
I'm going to throw this out there. That sounds intimidating. But I feel like that would make me a little nervous.
Oh, no.
Nothing to be nervous about?
Nothing to be nervous about. You're with National Aviary experts.
And the birds are trained.
And the birds are trained. And you might get the chance to meet a squire, the Lanner Falcon, who's a pro at everything. He's a really good falcon.
You know, I bring people to the National Aviary all the time because a lot of folks, they get there and they say, why don't I come here more often?
Yeah.
Because there's so much to do, and it's great for the entire family. But one of the things that surprised me when I first came on as a fan, I'll say, of the National Aviary, was you can train birds.
Yes.
And like any other animal, you can really train them.
Yes, we focus on positive reinforcement training. So again, we ask them to do things and we give them lots of fun treats for them. Yeah. We break everything down into small steps so that way it's easy for them to learn. And that's, again, one of my favorite parts is watching the birds learn and they get those aha moments and they get excited and then I get excited that they're excited. It's great. But yes, and all of our animals that participate in these encounters get the choice to participate. So I'll go in and I'll be like, hey, Squire, do you want to come out? I'll offer him some treats and he'll jump right on my glove and we'll go.
Yeah, which is the animal? Maybe was it one of the penguins that is trained to, if they stand on a certain thing, that means they're okay with being pet by people, and if they get off it, they're not. What am I thinking of?
So that's our penguin encounter.
Okay.
We have our penguins because, again, we want them to have the choice to participate in all of their things. We do it for encounters. We do it for medical care. We have a lot of animals trained to participate in their own medical care. So in the encounter, you'll see we have a little mat. And when the penguin goes on that mat, that means that the guest has an opportunity to do a 2-finger touch on its back, and the penguin gets a treat for it. But if the penguin doesn't want to be touched, all they have to do is leave that mat or not walk on the mat, and then that tells us that, okay, he's choosing not to do this at this time.
Right.
So it's just really good, clear communication that we build into all of our programming because we want our animals and our guests to both have the best time.
Yeah, I don't know where the phrase bird brain came from, but because some of these birds are there, they're really smart.
They're so smart.
Yeah.
They're incredibly smart. We have a species spotlight on our vultures, and I just want to throw this in because I love my vultures, and they're like a misunderstood species, but happening in June. Vultures are incredibly intelligent species, and no one gives them any credit for it. But they can problem solve. They can do so many different things. And again, it's just the animals are really, really smart. It's just us being able to figure out how to communicate positively with them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great stuff. I mean, if you're looking for something to do today, get over to the National Aviary. And just to touch on it again, we mentioned it earlier in the show, but if you're just tuning in and you missed out on the conversation about Night in the Tropics, it is the National Aviary's. It's not just the National Aviary's biggest party of the year. It's one of Pittsburgh's biggest parties of the year.
Agreed.
I would say this year it's the Sunset Riviera theme.
Yes.
It's going to be July 17th. It's a 21 and over event. to make that clear, because when you get in, you're getting drinks as part of your admission. You're getting food from all around the city, tiny bites, a little sample of everything. You sample some Italian, sample some American, sample some whatever. I mean, there's so much different food there.
I love that. I love the fact that, to me, being able to get little bites of lots of different things is really fun.
But you have to work it, don't you?
But it's fun. I do work it every year, and I love working it because everyone there is really excited to be there. I get to show off the animals, and again, just the whole vibe around it's fun. So I never mind working it. It's a good time.
No, and it's going to be a Mediterranean style paradise this year with the Aviary's crew. All out, everyone comes out from the Aviary to work this. It's a wonderful event. They really put on a really good show. You're gonna have no bad juju there, bringing a really entertaining. Oh, and the dance floor they set up. Oh my gosh, it's so much fun. And this year, there's a new VIP plus option when you're buying your ticket. I'm a VIP ticket buyer myself, and I would highly encourage it. Gets you in a little bit early. Mm-hmm. You can get more out of that experience, a little bit more time. But this year you can upgrade. You can upgrade to the VIP Plus, which is going to give you a couple other add-ons that you're not going to want to miss out on.
Yes, I'm working on some cool animal experiences for the VIP Pluses. So, yes.
Okay.
I encourage everyone really to go on aviary.org, our website, because we have so much stuff coming up for all ages. We have over 21 events. We have adult lectures with our species spotlights. We have art with Maria De Simone Prasic of Brush.
Oh my gosh, she's fantastic.
Of Maria's ideas. We're doing next week.
Yeah.
Yep, we have a penguin painting that you can do on a canvas bag, which is really cool. We have programming for everyone. So you can go on to our website and really find outdoor adventures, things to do at the aviary, different small groups encounters. You want to come with friends, families, this is the way to make some memories this summer.
And don't forget, if you go to the Night at the Tropics in July at the 21 and over event, you could enter into, there's a variety of raffle gifts. Actually, this year, a buddy of mine who works at Gibson was able to hook up the National Aviary with a couple guitars. So you can come, bird themed guitars, Thunderbird. I forget the name of the other one, but here's another thing. You could enter in for really a truly great prize: a trip for two to Maui, sponsored by AAA Travel. Of course, we're great partners with the National Aviary. Yes. This is something that I was talking to one of the winners of this trip. They have a phenomenal time. So it's something you don't want to miss out on. You want to get as many tickets as you can. Absolutely. So that you increase your chances. But yeah, it's just truly a wonderful event.
Great time to be had. I want to know. We have a minute left, and I'm going to give it all to you, Kath. Go.
Oh, me?
Yeah. It's all yours.
All right. Well, again, I just encourage everyone to come to National Aviary this summer, meet our new beautiful resident, our Harpy Eagle, look in advance, taking advantage of some of our encounters, look at some of the outdoor trips, some of the different special offerings we have, and buy your Night in the Tropic tickets before they sell out. We're not just saying things sell out just to say they sold out.
No, they do.
Yes.
They do.
Our AAA trips sell out really quickly. Hawaii's going to sell out. Night in the Tropics is going to sell out. We have a lot of cool experiences for everyone.
Yeah, so don't waste any time. Give us a call at AAA Travel. Let's talk about going to Hawaii with the National Aviary at 1-800-354-8761. Also, don't forget, you can call in and ask about our package we're putting together with Larry Richert. Heading to Paris to see the Steelers against the Saints and many other add-ons to that as well. But nothing's going to happen until you get this process started by calling 1-800-354-8761. Turn that dream into a reality. Don't miss out. Make that bucket list trip disappear.
All right, good stuff. Good to see Kath again, too, from the Aviary. Don't forget, 800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. We're not done yet. It just continues to roll on, your Pratt Pack. After the noon news, we're back in open talk mode until 1 o'clock. A lot of things to get to, some carryovers from earlier today, plus some of the latest headlines that have been happening here late morning as we get ready to head into the afternoon. And Rob's got all those headlines next. KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life, so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st, and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 5-year-old child recovering following being found in a pool unresponsive. This happened around 2:40 Friday afternoon in the 200 block of Pine Nut Drive in Nottingham Township, Washington County. Family members pulled the boy out of the ground in ground pool. By the time troopers and EMS arrived, CPR was performed on the boy before he was flown to a Pittsburgh area hospital. No word on his condition this afternoon. Two people were sent to the hospital after a crash in Brookline on Friday night. A car collided with a pole at Route 51 and Edgebrook Avenue around 10:45 Friday night. Driver and passenger were trapped in the car. Both were eventually rescued. Male driver and female passenger were taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. The crash is under investigation. Well, police say a woman stabbed another woman Friday evening in Wilkinsburg. It happened along Cole Street. Police say 36-year-old Brittany Williams threatened multiple people with a box cutter after she allegedly stabbed the female victim. That victim was taken to the hospital. No word on their condition this afternoon. Williams is facing charges including assault, making terroristic threats, and reckless endangerment. Williams not in police custody as of this afternoon. Well, a potentially tragic situation was diffused by Aliquippa police on Friday. Mayor Dwan Walker says police saw a 10-year-old boy pull out what looked to be a real gun from his waistband as police drove by. Police quickly found that boy and were able to identify him and notify his mother without incident. The gun turned out to be a fake gun, but Walker says while they're grateful no one was hurt, the incident serves as a stark reminder of how quickly a situation can escalate and how devastating the outcome could have been. Mayor Walker also reminded residents to talk to their kids about the dangers of guns. KDK Radio News Time, it's 12:02. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast next.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny and beautiful this afternoon. The high up to 72, mostly clear. Chilly tonight, down to 45. And then nice tomorrow with sunshine, the high 75. Sunny to partly cloudy Monday, again up to 75. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I know it's the final hour, Rob, when it's my last cup of coffee for the day. So coffee cup number 3, and the day is almost done. But before it's over, you know, we've been talking a lot about the city and the finances and the struggle and census numbers and the Pittsburgh public schools. And, you know, I mean, it's a little doom and gloom, and it's sad because I love Pittsburgh, and I've been coming to this fair city on the weekends since the mid-'80s. So I'm like 42 years and still going strong coming to my beloved city. But he's the city guy, grew up here, Central Catholic, parents in the city schools doing great work as educators. Let's talk about the good things the city has to offer. And being the French Open is underway, I don't think they have clay courts anywhere, but they might. But you spent a lot of time in Shenley playing tennis, Shenley Park. Of course, you got North Park, South Park. So Allegheny County and Pittsburgh have a lot of things to do, including downtown, taking a nice walk on a beautiful day like today.
Well, I mean, I guess we could start with downtown. You know, they just had the new Arts Landing. It's a beautiful park right there
People love that.
Yeah, on the corner of Penn Avenue and I believe that's 9th Street. So check that out. I mean, you can just chill out. You can, I mean, it's real nice. I mean, I was shocked at how much, you know, thought they put into it, and just you know, the different types of architecture and the wooden art displays from a man named Thaddeus Mosley. A lot of the art sculptures are from Thaddeus Mosley. He was a world-renowned sculptor, and he was the father of a current Pittsburgh city councilman named Kahari Mosley. So if you check out Arts Landing, you'll see a lot of Thaddeus Mosley's sculptures. You know, I like that new Market Square. Is real nice. They've got this kind of like overhead, so you can check that out. You know, Pittsburgh, very walkable, of course, so you can see all different parts about downtown. Now, when you talk about this whole thing about the crime downtown Pittsburgh, you know, you hear about it, but for the most part, you know, you go down there, nothing's happening. Everybody's walking around.
We have it in Beaver County. It's everywhere, and it's always been a part of everything, but you just can't let it make you a prisoner of your house. But look, when I worked in downtown, I did it for, close to 30 years, something like that. I would love to just, when I was doing Pirate Sunday, I'd go on the Clemente Bridge, and I would just, in the middle, between, you know, one North Shore and Golden Triangle, and I would just stand there and just look at the water and the boats and the people walking, you know, walk down to Point State Park, sit by the fountain, used to go over to Fifth Avenue place, get a cup of coffee, hang out on Penn and Stanwyck. There's so much to do. And my favorite place, two places, obviously, when you think of the Strip District, great place to go, especially on a day like today, sunny, lots of things to do. And at night, the Cultural District. I mean, Bloomfield, the Hill District. There's so many things to do in Pittsburgh. But when it comes to even a little bit outside Pittsburgh, North Park and South Park are absolutely beautiful. So lots of good things to do in and around this area.
Yeah, I mean, you know, check out the, you know, I guess you can call it the, quote, new East Liberty. just walk around there for a little bit. Take that in. Check out the Target that's out there at East Liberty. They got the quote brand new Whole Foods down Penn Avenue.
Cool.
They've got Fresh Market. It's a new store called Fresh Market, which is where Whole Foods used to be, kind of like on that border of East Liberty and Shady Side.
With all due respect, you wait till we open the new Coons Market in Bellevue.
Oh,
spectacular!
When is that opening?
By the end of summer. I got to tell you something. Everyone in that area, and even not necessarily in that area, is going to want to be there. This is going to be one of the greatest additions that this region has seen in the grocery industry that's locally owned and independently operated in my lifetime.
Speaking of Coons Market, inside Pittsburgh, they've got the Banksville location, which I really like over there.
I love that strip right there. Love it.
Highwood location on the north side, very nice location.
In the city of Pittsburgh.
In the city of Pittsburgh. Yeah, I'm talking about the Coons that are inside Pittsburgh. So, Pittsburgh's think about it. 71 degrees is going to be the high today. Nothing but sunny skies. Go out and enjoy the city of Pittsburgh. Head downtown, head to East Liberty. Check out Lawrenceville, Butler Street. There's a lot happening over there. I was just at the Lawrenceville Memorial Day Parade back on Monday. Very nice.
Do you ever go home? You're everywhere.
I go home a few times a week.
And speaking of home, your mom's been a little under the weather. We want to send out our thoughts.
Oh, thank you.
To
Yes,
her.
yes.
Great lady, and you've been taking care of your dad, and you're lucky, man. They've been doing it a long time, have they not?
Yeah, they've been. I'm not sure what they're made of, but I need some of that as well.
Well, explain to the audience, your mom and dad. I find it fascinating, and I wish hopefully someday I can have a chance to meet them. But tell folks about your mom and dad a little bit.
Well, let's see. They both were Pittsburgh public school educators.
Pretty cool.
Dad came here in 1965 and did it till 92. His last school was Reisenstein Middle School, which has turned into, I think, a bunch of Bakery Square apartments. My mom, she did a lot of teaching over there at Pittsburgh King, which is on the north side, which is going to be closed after the Wednesday vote from the Pittsburgh Public School Board. So, a lot of history of the Pittsburgh Public Schools in the Taylor household, but education is a wonderful thing. So when you think about some of the Pittsburgh public schools, you think about Kappa and the great things that they're doing.
Love it.
Graduations are coming up places like Westinghouse and Alderdice and Malines, and speaking of graduations, that's we're deep into graduation season. So shout out to the class of 26. Can you believe that?
Listen. I graduated 51 years ago. I mean, and honestly, I know this is a saying that most people say, and it sounds trivial, but it truly does feel like yesterday.
It really does.
It goes by so quick. Although I can tell you the reason why you went on to become an award-winning journalist, and I'm an entertainer. Your mom and dad probably were so critical of all your homework. They probably looked at every essay you did. I mean, can I see that, please? And you're like, oh, no. And I bet you they got out that little pen and sliced and diced and made you do it over and over again. But being educators, even your grammar, your enunciation is perfect. It had to be at those tables when you were eating dinner, and they're like, that's not how it is.
I remember even at Ohio State after my freshman year, I overheard my dad say, I want to see what are his grades like, as much money as I'm putting. He wanted to leave the state, all this out-of-state money.
You realize how blessed you are, what your mom and dad did for you.
Oh,
I mean, going to Ohio State when you could have stayed right here and went on the cheap, you know what I mean? But they did send you to Central Catholic, too.
Hey, that wasn't that was some money, too.
I don't care what anyone says. My 2 out of my 3 children, and my oldest is kind of street smart like me, and he's done great, beautiful kids, wonderful wife. But my other 2 went through Catholic education the entire way, and I'm not kidding you. One of the things I always found time, even if I had to rearrange my schedule, I either took them or picked them up because I wanted that time with them. The stuff that they were talking about when they were like in high school compared to what I was talking about when I was in high school. I was having a conversation with my son, Robbie, just yesterday because he was on vacation. I said, I got to see him real quick before I do some work on the road to kind of promote the weekend on social media. And I'm talking to him, and he's 27, and he's like 6'6", so he's a big kid. And I'm like, this kid is more intelligent than I am. I mean, he was talking about stuff and how he presented himself, and he took his sister to lunch, and I'm thinking, that Catholic education. We used to listen. I remember one time we were in the Burger King drive-thru. True story. My son's a sophomore at Quigley Catholic. Then I was enamored with Albert Einstein. I go through these periods, you know, and I'm thinking, who can I talk to about Albert Einstein? I said, well, I'll talk to my son. He probably didn't know who he is. You would have thought he just read the entire life story of Albert Einstein. Just little things that they did in those Catholic schools. I mean, even when they were in kindergarten, they weren't finger painting. They were really doing stuff. And having that faith-based education, smaller classrooms, uniforms. I listen, when they would call sick, like from the office, that they had to go home, they weren't feeling well, I couldn't wait to get into that school. I just love the whole feel of it. You know, it's just it's a special way to get educated. Not saying anything's wrong with public education, because I love it. Their mother happens to be a public education school teacher, but man, they learn so much in those Catholic schools growing up.
Well, you know, one of the things you can't say is number one, you know, that's this whole debate about uniforms. You know, the biggest debate about the uniforms is that
it's just come up again.
Yeah, is that, you know, hey, when you're going to school, you don't need to be worried about, you know, having the latest Jordans on or having the latest clothes on. It should be about education. That's the whole debate about the uniforms. That's number one. So obviously you don't have that situation in most Catholic schools. But once you get to the private school, you know, it's almost like you learn a whole bunch about competition, because it feels like everybody is you know, trying to make that A. Everybody is going to a 4-year college out of high school. Everybody wants to be, you know, I remember back at Central, people were telling me they wanted to be a neurosurgeon. I had to look that up. You know, didn't even know what a neurosurgeon was, and this type of engineer, and this, that. So it's about that competition in those Catholic schools.
The difference between me and you, when I was growing up, this was the big talk in the cafeteria. I sure hope these mills stay open.
The mills.
Listen, if it wasn't for a guidance counselor, I don't know what I'd have done. He basically said, have you ever thought about broadcasting? And I said, yeah, I've always loved KDKA. Everywhere I went, the KDKA, little transistor, and it all kind of worked out. But, man, I got to tell you, I don't know what. Listen, I don't know if I could have passed some of the courses my kids were taking. I had issues with algebra and chemistry. I wasn't a great student. And I even flunked conduct because I couldn't sit still. And, Rob, this is a true story. You would get like a red 70, you know, fail. And my dad, God rest his soul, gone 26 years next month, he literally, I'll never forget, we're at the dining room table, and he's looking over these report cards. And meantime, you're begging your mom to sign it so you can get it back to school. And my dad's looking, and he just, big sigh, and he goes, and whenever he used to say, your son, to my mom, he went, Eva, your son. How do you fail conduct? But I just wanted to be outside entertaining. I wanted to be where the action was. You know what I mean? But now I think I have such love for it, obviously because of my parents, my child's, Robbie and Eva's mom. But I've just been around a lot of public education because of sports and what have you. And I realize these teachers are the greatest resource we have. And your mom and dad, what they did, talk about a noble profession. And they were doing it when Pittsburgh was like 700,000 strong.
Oh, yeah. They started, like I said, mid-'60s, late 60s. And you think about how the Pittsburgh Public Schools has 18,000 students today. Well, you know, going back, you know, when they were, you know, getting started, Pittsburgh Public Schools, easily 40,000 students. More than double.
They ever talk to you about how it's changed and how sad they are about how it's changed? Did they ever say anything like that to your parents?
You know, a little bit. Yeah, they obviously
they've been far removed from that.
Yeah, they've been removed for about 25, 30 years, but they still you know some of the people who are involved in the Pittsburgh Public Schools, and you know they you know, obviously with my mom teaching at King for 15 years, you know, sad to kind of see that building's going to be closing. And of course they tore down Reisenstein years ago, where my dad was a counselor in his final years as an educator in Pittsburgh Public Schools. So they follow along with it, but they understand, you know, both the challenges of the student enrollment declining and people leaving the city.
Some of that video I saw from the New Pittsburgh Courier at that school board meeting, I literally, man, I was choking back tears. I mean, these parents, look, these are their kids, their babies, you know what I mean? And they're going to have to go further, or they don't know where they're going to go, and they're going to get the same education. So I see it from both sides, and I understand the business matrix of it. But, man, it's just a lot of history in those Pittsburgh public schools.
Yeah. The superintendent, Dr. Wayne Walters, mentioned back on Wednesday night, he said, there's going to be some change. Some students are going to be changing schools. And as I'm listening to that, I'm thinking, well, 12 schools are going to be closing. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of students that are having to change schools.
You realize how many kids that's going to affect?
Yeah, that's thousands.
And now some of these kids were walking to these schools. Now they're going to have transportation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's all, as far as what the feeder system is going to look like. Obviously, Pittsburgh Public Schools talking about they've got a whole year to figure it out because no schools are going to close next year. It's going to be 2027, 28. So they've got a year to figure it out, so they have to figure out the whole feeder system.
Crazy question. If some philanthropist who had big money, like stupid money, wanted to swoop in and give them like $500 million, is that legal?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, if I had it, I'd do it. I would. Because here's the thing. Unless we start adding jobs, my opinion, and creating a healthier tax base, it's going to happen again and again. And if we don't keep people in this city, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. And listen, I know a lot of people are saying, why are you worried about this? Because, I care. Pittsburgh's like my home, and I want to see good things happen. But I'm a parent, and I remember one of the reasons I work so hard is so my kids could go to Catholic school, or, my oldest could go to a good school district like West Allegheny. You care about that, and to see these parents distraught over that bothers me.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's very important because, a lot of parents choose where they're going to live based off the school district.
Location and school district.
Yeah, so you have a strong Pittsburgh Public School District, or, people believe in it, more people are going to say, hey, I'm going to live inside the city of Pittsburgh and send my children to Pittsburgh Public Schools. If it's not strong, more parents might make a decision and say, hey, I'm going to Ross Township.
All right, I appreciate you, man, and your mom and dad appreciate what they did too. That's a heck of a career. And by the way, your parents are both in their ninth decade?
Dad 92, mom about to be 82.
She's a youngster. She's a youngster, your mom. And you're how old?
44.
So I guess it was one of these, I got something to tell you. That's kind of cool, though. They got to be so proud of you. And because they grew up like I did. KDKA was everything.
Right.
Yeah,
I surprised them back in 2021. I said, go outside, turn on the radio. And they got in the car, and they were like, wait a minute.
Listen.
Is that you?
Listen, all I know is 3 o'clock in the morning for years. I'd be talking to my mom, coming to work, try to stay awake. And every time my dad would be, who in the blankety blank is on the phone? I got to get some sleep. All right, listen, appreciate you. Let me get a break in here. We got Mark on the north side. I want to talk more about these Pittsburgh public schools. I'm frustrated over this. I don't know. That and some other things I got on my mind. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack till 1 o'clock. Let's get on the phones. 866-391-1020.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
This is Stories from the Pitch. Brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Asia had never hosted a World Soccer Championship. Japan and Korea split the duty, the first co-hosts in history. South Korea, coached by the Dutchman Gus Hiddink, had never won a single World Cup match in their history. They beat Poland, drew with the United States, beat Portugal. In the round of 16, they beat Italy in extra time. Ung Jong-hwan's golden goal, sending 60 million Koreans into the streets in red shirts. Then Spain on penalties. Quarterfinal, semifinal. Germany finally stopped them. Controversial refereeing decisions still echo, but the image that lasted was the Red Devils, an entire peninsula painted with crimson, chanting in unison, finding out who they could be when the world watched.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's talk to Mark on the north side. Always a good caller. Mark, welcome to KDK. How are you? Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. How you feeling?
Good, man. How are you? Good to hear from you.
Good. Yes, sir. Always good to hear you. Hey, listen, I just wanted to say that was a great segment you just finished with Rob Taylor there. And I think what was exciting and what was so key and important about what both of you had to say about your growing up experiences were the impact and the role of your fathers. You know, we just can't dismiss that, Rob. You know,
you're right.
It represented balance in the home. It just gave a different flair, even if the father is a blue collar. Rob was pretty special because his father was an educator. Oh, my God. In the Pittsburgh Public School, which I believe is a higher level of education, in my opinion, when it comes to teachers who teach in the Pittsburgh Public Schools. Not to mention the Pittsburgh Public Schools, Rob, is the second largest school district, if I'm not mistaken, in the state of Pennsylvania. So when people talk about it, I always jokingly say, you know, put some respect on the title of a board member who served or is serving on the school board, because it's a little different, a little larger, and they take on a whole lot of other things that people don't see. But I wanted to talk about a second, Rob, about the school closing and to suggest, you know, there's been many, many school closings in the last 30 or 40 years. What if, you know, Dr. Walters is under contract to perform in the Pittsburgh Public Schools like every other superintendent? What if we, the public, put the local media under contract? And then that contract would be no attacks for a year. No jumping out of the bushes, no investigative reporting, no race baiting. But why not become a learning tool, educating and teaching parents on getting through this transition of these school closings? Wow. What a partner.
Got to do something.
You know what I mean?
Got to do something, because you know what's going to happen? There's going to be a mass exodus. These people aren't going to put up with it. They're going to go somewhere else. They're going to figure it out. And we cannot afford to lose a single family in downtown Pittsburgh. We can't. I mean, we just can't.
I agree. And also, along with that, we have to change mindset. I got a friend, another former school board member, who constantly talks about how are we allowing all of this new development when you're not allowing them to develop for families. You can't keep building condos and single bedrooms.
I want to know who's living in these. Listen, I want to know who's living in these places. They're building these things left and right. I mean, they're building them in Beaver County. I'm like, who's moving into these places?
It is, is it some form of social engineering? And if so, as a community, we need to stand up and say we place a high value on children, a high value on families, and simply just support it. we should sign a contract, Rob. We should just say, look, especially in the Pittsburgh public schools, if you look at the last 50 years, the attacks that superintendents had to go under, the board members, employees, all of that came from the three major, I'm not talking to you personal, Rob, but the three major news stations. And that kind of negative and race-baiting stuff can only turn people away from buying a home, from building, from putting their kids in the Pittsburgh public schools. Finally, Rob, what if this station, along with each station, were required to give a minimum of 1 hour a week for the next year during this transition devoted to talking about positive things and this transition Pittsburgh public schools.
Got to do something. Mark, I got to get to break. I appreciate it. On the other side, anybody else? Look, if you're an alum of the Pittsburgh Public Schools, this can't be sitting well with you. And it kind of ties into what we were talking about today. You cannot keep subtracting. You can't. Before you know it, you're going to have zero balance. Nothing left. 866-391-1020.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio KDKA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is 65 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 5-year-old child was flown to a Pittsburgh hospital after being found in a pool unresponsive in Washington County. It happened on Friday afternoon around 2:40 in the 200 block of Pine Nut Drive in Nottingham Township. Family members pulled the boy out of the in-ground pool. By the time troopers and EMS arrived, CPR was then performed on the boy before he was flown to a Pittsburgh hospital. As of this afternoon, no word on that child's condition. And Pittsburgh police still looking for a missing 12-year-old girl, Leilana Bernal, last seen Friday morning on Parklow Street in Knoxville. She's described as 5'2" with brown eyes and brown hair, known to spend time in the 300 block of Brownsville Road. Anyone who knows her whereabouts should call Pittsburgh police. KDK Radio News Time, it's 12:31. Next update's at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Spring has sprung, and so have the insects. Win the battle with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer, nothing works better. Harmony is earth-friendly, 100% non-toxic, and safe for plants, people, and pets. Harmony Organic Insect Control kills spiders, aphids, mites, soil lice, millipedes, and hundreds of other garden pests. Find Harmony at participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com. Hello, spring. Goodbye, bugs. Thanks to Harmony Organic Insect Control.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not 1, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Plenty of sunshine for today. The high 72, mainly clear. Chilly tonight down to 45. Beautiful for tomorrow to round out the month of May. Sunshine, high 75. Sunday to partly cloudy Monday, high again 75. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 9, as we welcome the month of June with a list of things that you can do in and around our hometown.
All right, so let's just kind of stick with this local thing. That's how we started today. We were talking about the changes in this refresh as far as routes with the PRT. A lot of people are concerned about, now being landlocked, not being able to take care of certain things, daily errands, get groceries, banking, things of that nature, and obviously emergency situations as well, too. Talked about Sheriff Kevin Krause saying, look, term limits, I'm not so sure I believe what you all are trying to do with the Allegheny Council under the direction of Sarah Enamorado, so little lawsuit action there. So many things are going on right now as far as the county and as far as the city is concerned. And there's just too much good to let so much slip slide away. And because everybody's like out of sight, out of mind with this Pittsburgh public school thing, and it's not going to be like tomorrow that they're going to shutter these schools and start shifting things around, when it meets all of us head on and it becomes we're just days away, or it is now started and where it's underway, I think it's going to really hit this region hard. And the problem is, everybody thinks that they can continue to trade or change or do things differently because there's been so many things that have changed in our day-to-day lives, not just in here, this region, but where I live and around the tri-state and throughout the country, that people just take it for granted that it's another day. And if it doesn't directly affect me, then it is what it is. It's just the world that we live in today. Well, guess what? It's going to affect you eventually. It will be at your doorstep eventually. If you live in a school district that's happy and healthy and hundreds of kids are graduating, new homes are being built, and you have a stretch of highway where you have car dealerships, grocery stores, banking, all the things that you need, you're kind of far removed from reality. But you have to understand, if we don't stop what is spreading right now within the city, within the Pittsburgh Public Schools, the violence that continues to permeate this entire region, it's going to eventually get to your doorstep too. I don't care how affluent, how safe you feel you are, how much you believe you did everything the right way to keep you out of harm's way, it's not going to stop. And if you're saying, well, I'm not going to be around forever, it's not going to affect me. Yeah, it may not get you in your lifetime, but it will eventually get others. You see, every layer as far as society or civilization is concerned. You basically get as much as you can out of the soil, hypothetically here. You reap the harvest. You don't put anything back to enrich the soil. You don't do anything to create another level of fresh soil. Sooner or later, you got nothing but dead dirt, and you can't do anything. So you never reap a harvest. But what you start thinking is, okay, I'll get it next year. Or I got a little bit that'll get me or hold me over till next year. Or I can maybe go to my neighbor and borrow some stuff off of them because they're doing a little bit better. You can't keep piecemealing things. You can't keep using duct tape to put things together because everything is about ready to break at the seams. And see, this is the other thing about Pittsburgh Public Schools. And look, I wish I had answers. And if I had deep pockets and if I couldn't, if it was legal, I'd stroke a check right now. Because I saw those parents at that school board meeting. And, you know, I talk about it all the time. My biggest fear, what drove me, was my kids not having enough. I mean, it literally almost drove me into the ground 6 feet under. Because I couldn't shut my brain off thinking that that's enough. Because the day I got something done that would benefit my family, even though I had a cushion, one or two more that would be doing the exact same thing in the days, weeks, and months to come, I always had that, I can't shut it off. I got to get more. I got to do more. I got to do this. I got to do that. Somebody will call you in West Virginia, Ohio, come and do this job. Went there. Sooner or later, your body can't handle it, and you run out of time. I was fortunate, in pretty good shape, found a way to make it work, and that's kind of my type A personality, and it worked. But a lot of people are being buried under right now because they can't do it. And what they're missing out on most of all is the time with their family, their children, creating memories. That's what's so messed up about all of this. And then you have people who choose to live in the city because of the convenience, the history, the tradition, and they want their kids to be just like them and graduate from one of those amazing schools. And now many are saying, we're going to have to punt. I'm in my 30s, I'm in my 40s, single parent or not, but we're going to have to move. Because I will not have my kids traveling, or I might not have my kids, I won't have my kids in an uncomfortable position. I want them to be comfortable. I want them to be happy. I want them to be content. Because listen, most parents work themselves into the ground anyway, but they do it for their kids. And now you're taking away this layer of security. I understand money only goes so far, but how have we let it happen? And I hear excuses. I hear people who try to rationalize it. We had a ton of calls this morning on those stories that I just mentioned and more. And the one thing I took away with it when we finished our first 3 hours of open talk, and it's right now in the middle of my thought process again, we're willing to accept. We don't adjust. We just accept. And there's got to be more. There's got to be more determination not to give up. But you would think all of these people who held public office since the heyday of the Pittsburgh Public Schools, mayors and council members, and all of them who ended up with a pension, you would have thought one along the way would say something. Only one, really, Rachel Heisler, speaking up and speaking out, saying, look, they've got to tighten the budget or this is going to happen again. I read her statement on her social media page literally after the vote was tabulated, and I broke it here on KDKA Radio the other night along with my colleagues. She did the same thing with the city finances. Do you realize if Rachel Heisler's not speaking up months ago, where are we right now? All of a sudden, the guy who was a controller in Allegheny County who can balance his checkbook, he goes, what in the world? Imagine if she wasn't singling it out for months prior to the new administration. And look, she could have played it politically safe. This vote goes down, that is out of sight, out of mind. I got people on both sides. I'm not getting involved. But right away, she's up and running and saying, no, 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 no. We cannot let this situation continue. Look what's happening in those river communities that I'm proud to promote. My alma mater. When I was there 50 years ago, throughout 4 grades, there were thousands of kids. It's down to like 400 or 500 now. And I love New Brighton, but the facts of the matter, that's what they are. I did a favor the other day for some nutritional program at Rochester High School, maybe 60, 70 kids, and that's a good year they're going to graduate. I remember when it was 200. Now, I know the world was different back then with jobs, but why have we not done anything to replace them? Do you see the bill of goods that we're getting? And I'm not singling anybody out, but it's a write-off. You know how many times I hear it's a write-off? It's a write-off. I see these deplorable, just dilapidated malls and strip malls and all these different things that were once thriving, and I hear, oh, they want that for a write-off. See, we as a consumer should demand that you can't do that. Listen, this story about JCPenney's closing in the Ross Park Mall, I haven't stopped talking about it or thinking about it. But you know what? You just haven't probably even thought about it since that story broke the other day. Because you're like, okay, it is what it is. But when I was growing up in the 60s, if that headline would have broke, JCPenney's is closing another store, it would have been the lead story on the evening news on the network. But you see, it doesn't have the sizzle, doesn't have the splash anymore. Why? Because we just shut things down every day. Do you realize how many businesses we've lost in Western Pennsylvania? Do you understand all the chic little brew pubs and, organic food stores? They're great, but they're not going to keep you up and running. You got to have the factory with thousands of people going one way in and one way out 3 different times a day. And I know what you're saying. Well, Rob, that's impossible. We can't do that. Imagine if our ancestors felt that same way and simply, just phoned it in. Well, nothing we can do. We're going to wash our hands of it. Let's just move on. There's only enough food to feed the family for so long. And I'm not just talking food for nourishment. I'm talking activities, things to do. What I was talking to Rob about, you realize places like North Park, South Park, Shenley Park were all really the impetus of people who made a lot of money by working with people because of what that corporation that they were the head of or owned did. See, we don't even have that connect anymore. Those great people, the Fricks, the Carnegies, the Mellons, all of them, they basically made great wealth through hard work, but they did it so they could, yes, take care of their family, but they never forgot the people that helped them make it, and that's why they started the Cultural Trust. That's why we have the North Park. That's why the aviary, we were talking about the aviary last hour. The Pittsburgh Zoo, one of the 8th wonders of the world. All of these things. The Carnegie Libraries that dot the landscape from north, south, east, and west of this great country. These were the philanthropists, the people that said, look, we couldn't have done it without the working class people. The Heinz family. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Who will be those philanthropists in future generations? I mean, we can barely in some communities keep the lights on. That's where we're at. And we had a guy from Scotland, once he sold Carnegie Steel and eventually became U.S. Steel, put out of his own pocket libraries in just about every community that people have been using for over 100 years later. Who's going to do that? All these great schools and different auditoriums named after good people. I mean, George Westinghouse. What a legendary name. Do you understand what he meant to the country? That's why that school. I mean, Westinghouse Electric, we let that go away. We have to start maintaining and retaining things as opposed to losing things. And I don't know about you, I don't have a skin in the game, but it bothers me, some of the things that we're losing. And it should bother you too. 866-391-1020.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I said earlier today that if you're fed up with the price at the pumps, and who isn't, if you work in Pittsburgh or the surrounding area and you can catch a PRT bus, do it. Going to save yourself some money, but also the more riderships that they get, maybe they don't have to refresh so many routes as they're saying. Look, they're a great entity. Mass transit is so, I think, unappreciated. And people don't appreciate it unless they need it. I've never seen a PRT bus that I didn't have respect for because of the person driving it, the people that are turning the wrench to maintain it, but more importantly, giving people an opportunity to actually be mobile, be able to go where they need to go. And when I started hearing from people saying, I don't know how I'm going to get my groceries, I don't know how I'm going to go to the drugstore, I don't know how I'm going to go to the bank. Now, to you, because you've got that car in the garage and maybe one in the driveway, you're not worried about it. Or you're doing online banking, right? You're not worried about it. Or you're having your groceries brought to your house. You're not worried about it. But there are people that built this city that are worried about it. And I said this today, too, and I'm going to say it again. I think we are so focused on the young people and future generations that we have lost sight of the people that are responsible for that generation or that generation's parents and the community they call home, the people that built Pittsburgh. I mean, don't we owe them something? You know, here's the thing. I shouldn't really say anything that I'm shocked because we live in a throwaway society. People get a bedroom suit or furniture, they throw it out in a year and they go get another one. We have paper plates, paper cups. People don't sit down with china and dishes like we did growing up. It's throwaway. You know, you get a shower curtain that's made out of plastic. You don't wash it, you toss it out and you get another one. All I can tell you is if we don't start maintaining and taking care of things, they're going to be throwing us all out. That's what's going to happen. It worries me what we're doing with our country. We should be doing better for the people who call Pittsburgh home. 866-391-1020. Here's Dr. Marita. How are you? Oh, Dr. Marie. How are you, Doc?
I am very well. How are you?
Thank you for calling in.
Well, I really wanted to call in because, one, I lived in the city of Pittsburgh for about 20 years. I recently had to move out back in 2018 when my father became ill. So I came back to actually Woodland Hills School District territory where I was raised. And so I have both experiences, one as a Pittsburgh public school parent, working in government for 13 years in the mayor's office level. Seeing the violence made me switch to pursuing my doctorate in education because of the violence and seeing what we really needed to do within the city in addressing crime, addressing violence, addressing the foundation of our society, which is education. So in pursuing that, right now, seeing what happened to Woodland Hills School District, which was a multi-million-dollar district at one time, getting millions of dollars, I should say, coming into the tax base. But we lost 4 divisions of Westinghouse. And my father worked for Westinghouse for 27 years at the Braddock Hills division, went to work one day, and they had no jobs.
Oh,
and so correct.
Oh.
So we cannot, ignore the fact that the economy is the basis for the structure of society here, as well as our education. And if we don't return back to that systems thinking and understanding that what matters is who is teaching in the classroom, who is leading our organizations, who is responsible for the curriculum, what are our students actually learning day to day that's going to help them when they get out of high school, so they can go to training programs, so they can go to college in order to get those jobs for those companies that we need to bring back. So I hear what you're saying. I live it every day. It's that equity for education, building our systems back up so that we can actually have a tax base that supports the services that we need in the city of Pittsburgh, as well as the greater county of Allegheny County. That's what we need, those people who are willing to do the work. So if you're charged with teaching children and being responsible for educating our future society members, then that's what should be your main focus, is what are we actually doing every day in the classroom, in our schools, that actually address the needs of students. That's where we need to start. That's what I wanted to say.
Let me, Doc, if you can ever get a hold of me through somehow, whatever, I'd like to bring you on one night, because I'm very passionate about this, and I just see it subtracting so much and not paying attention to what's actually happening with the curriculums and what's being taken away. And I've said that a child in the Pittsburgh Public Schools should have the same tools and the same opportunities as any child in any suburb, in any high school, middle school, junior high, elementary school. It should be the same no matter what classroom you're in. But my question to you is, how do we stop the subtracting when it comes to the great Pittsburgh Public Schools, something you're very familiar with? Because if we don't try to find a way to stop it or to basically slow it down, this is going to happen again and again and again. And I read some statistics the other night on my show, how many times and how many schools they've closed since like 1975. It's staggering. So what do we do to slow it or stop it? Or can we?
Well, that's the thing. It has to do with what I just said. If you don't have enough children, you close schools. You lose teachers. If you don't put into the very systems and foundations that keep the schools open. So if you have populations that are leaving Pittsburgh that have the families, so when you raise, which happened to me, when you raise the cost of living for a family in the city of Pittsburgh to the fact that they can't afford to stay there, they take their 3 kids and go elsewhere to a district where they can afford. So if you have a mentality that's pervasive in a county or in a city that says, let's gear everything towards college students living in the city of Pittsburgh. Okay, well, they leave after 4 or 6 years. And the families that were here say, you know what, we can't do this anymore financially. I'm going to have to go. It happened to me, and I worked for the city. And so you're constantly in that battle where you're losing talent, you're losing great families, you're losing the structure. It's what you said earlier that made me call in. One morning, all my kids graduated from Alderdice. We lived in Squirrel Hill, we lived in Highland Park while we lived in the city of Pittsburgh. One day, my daughter was running late. I had to take her to school. And as I was sitting there at the light to get back on the parkway to come downtown, I watched bus after bus after bus with kids getting off of it well after the time that they were supposed to be in school. Because they had to do exactly what you said. To get the education these parents wanted, they had to come all the way from the south side, take a bus downtown, then take a bus from downtown up to Alderdice. And I watched how many kids were getting off that bus because we don't have that equity in education across our schools. And you can't keep doing this within the same school district. You know, a house that's against itself cannot stand.
Well, see, what I was getting at with you, and I heard what you said clearly, but I was looking at it from a different angle, and I was hoping that you would jump in on it. Yeah, you got to worry about the cost of living, and you got to keep people after they graduate from these schools in this city, but what about job creation as far as manufacturing and jobs that everybody can get that can make a livable wage that gives them an affordable paycheck so they can have an affordable life? Why aren't we trying to add more of those jobs to help the school system, to help healthcare, to help the brick and mortar, to help the stopping crime? Why aren't we doing more of that? Isn't that what our public officials are supposed to do?
Oh, and I was going to say, you have to ask your leaders that question, and I think that's the question that we are trying to work on. At least when I was there, I could see where people were starting to talk about, you know, we're losing those jobs that our manufacturing jobs. We're losing those jobs where the kids can get out of school and get a certification or get a license and be a welder, do construction. You know, I'm from that generation between my father, who graduated in '66 from Braddock Tigers Go, right?
Right.
To me, graduating from Woodland Hills High School in '91, where the switch was, you now need a degree. So my dad could come out of high school and get a job at Westinghouse. Folks got jobs at Mellon Bank. They got jobs at IBM. They got jobs at Gulf. You see? But when you have leaders who, like what just happened out here in Woodland Hills, the place where we lost 4 divisions of Westinghouse, when the Amazon wanted to come in, no one wanted it.
Yeah, listen, don't get me started about that. That's still and then I'm hearing that there may be some development out there, but I think the golden goose has flown away because they should have let Amazon in there. Doc, thank you so much. Great way to end my long day today. I hope we can hook up somehow and I can get you back on during one of my evening shows and we can spend more time. Great insight coming from a person who's walked the walk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that'll do it for today. We'll be back with you in a couple of hours before you know it tomorrow morning. And don't forget my colleagues throughout the day right here on KDK. Rob Taylor next with the news at 1.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
It's back in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th, featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, G-Love, and more. Enjoy summer vibes while supporting Cafe Momentum. Get your tickets today at rockreggaerelief.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. March of Dimes that starts with Mom PA Military Shower helps pregnant military families have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower Saturday, August 22nd at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an E6 or below active duty, reserve, or veteran military service member, call 412-506-8610 to join them.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 66 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. In Brookline, Friday night, 2 people were sent to the hospital when a car collided with a pole on Route 51 at Edgebrook Avenue. It happened around 10:45 Friday night. The driver and passenger were both trapped in the car for a while. They were eventually rescued. The male driver and female passenger were taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition. That crash is under investigation. Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man is in custody following an alleged domestic robbery. It happened Friday night in Troy Hill. Public Safety says the man following that alleged domestic robbery then barricaded himself inside a home on Hatteras Street. SWAT team was called in and the man eventually surrendered. The man already had an outstanding warrant and a probation violation. Robbery charges are pending. Female victim was taken to the hospital for abrasions she suffered during that alleged robbery. Police say a woman stabbed another woman Friday evening in Wilkinsburg. It happened along Cole Street. Police say 36-year-old Brittany Williams threatened multiple people with a box cutter before allegedly stabbing that female victim. The woman was taken to the hospital. Williams is now facing charges including making terroristic threats, reckless endangerment, and assault. Williams still not in police custody. Pittsburgh police asking for your help locating a missing 12-year-old girl, Leilani Bernal, last seen Friday morning on Parklow Street in Moxville. Described as 5'2", brown eyes, brown hair, known to spend time in the 300 block of Brownsville Road.